It's championship finale time in the 2021-2022 24-hour series esports championship. 30 hours builds up to this, a 12-hour dash in the Spa-Francorchamps circuit with double points on the line. All 4 championships will be decided today. You're watching RaceSpotTV, where alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Lewis McLeod, and Lorenzo Bonder are ready to crown 4 new champions. Lewis, there's always an excitement when you head to Spa. There's always an excitement when you have a championship finale. With double points on the line, we're expecting crazy things to happen. And, well, this is the sort of race where survival is step number 1, and just making sure you're there at the end with a couple of hours to go, put yourself in the right position, is very much what teams are looking to do.
Yeah, the first couple of laps around here are always a little bit tricky, going through Eau Rouge and Radion for the first time, even around the back end of the circuit at Blanchimont. When you're thick in traffic, it can be very, very tricky. We don't typically speak of the circuit as being one where track position is critical, because it's one that you can pass, that you can overtake, but the only reason why you really want that track position is to get out of the danger zone.
Here's a look at one of the cars fighting for the championship. The 46 getting a tow up the hill in towards Radion. We'll talk more about the championship standings in just a couple of moments' time. Let's talk you through the BOP for today's race. Remember, 5 6-hour races. This is our first 12-hour race of the season. In GT3, the BMW gets a bit of a smack on the wrist. 4 kilograms added, a couple of power and fuel cuts as well. The Lamborghini has a slight added addition in terms of the ballast and slight removal of fuel as well. The Porsche, the only one that sees itself untouched. And we always talk about this, Lorenzo, when it comes to the other 3 classes. Because they're single make classes in effect, you don't expect BOP, but the fuel does come down quite considerably. It makes the strategy very interesting in these longer races.
It does, because they don't go over the full hour like some of the races they probably want to have in this season. So I think Spa is going to be more interesting because it is the longest track of the season, probably one of the highest fuel burns of the season as well. So trying to make it to the hour, trying to make it as long as you can, is going to be really interesting. So it might become a fuel race or mileage race of sorts, coming down to the final moment.
Let's run you down through the standings then as qualifying gets itself wrapped up for the final time this season. In GT3, it's been 5 races, 5 different winners. What a roller coaster of emotions it has been for some of these teams, for some of these drivers. But RAG holds a slender 4-point advantage at the front of the field, and with a victory being worth 50 points and 10 points going removed as you step down to second, it is very much anyone's game to play. With a victory guarantees either team the chance of a championship win. MSI Esports Blue are in contention after a 2nd place finish last time out, but ultimately we really do expect the championship to be determined between one of the top 3 competitors. Let's run you down through the new 992 generation class as well, where Altus Esports, after taking 2 victories to kick off the campaign, been a little bit unlucky since then. Bo Albert's not pleased about the thumbnail that we used for today's event, where he played a bit of bowling balls, or was the pins in the bowling ball match, but they sit on top, clear by 14 points of Core Sim Racing. Williams Esports 3 victories in a row. If first couple of rounds had seen some form and some points go their way, they'd be thrust up a little bit higher in the mix. The 996 Aztec Volante Racing is also somewhat thinking about the championship, but they very much are the dark horses when all things are said and done. GT4 as well, it's just the Porsche 718 came in here, and it's been almost perfect for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. 4 victories of 5, and the sole blip on their report card was an 8th place at the Red Bull Ring. But Undercut Race Team have been quietly consistent. No worse than 4th on the season. 4 podiums to speak of as well. Pure Sims have shown pace in the last couple of rounds with 2 consecutive 2nd place finishes, but mathematically they're in the mix. Realistically, there is absolutely no chance they end up winning this championship. Just one more class to talk about, and it's the smallest of our classes. It's the TCRs, the Totally Chaotic Racings, that always manage to put on a show, and it's very much been a 3-car class, if you ask me. Core Sim Racing, MSI, and Team Hoisingfeld have been consistently at the front. Core Sim Racing, another one to have won 4 of 5 races, with only a 7th place in the 2nd round of the season. the only struggles that they've seen so far. But despite that, MSI, 4 consecutive second place finishes. They're in the mix as well. And you look at these championships and they're awfully close, Lewis. And when double points gets mixed in as well, there's no respite for any of these teams, for any of those drivers. They're focused for the 12 hours and surviving to the end.
Look, they're all very, very tight categories. Some of them might look like they're large gaps, like the GT4 category being, you know, closer to the 30-point margin, but I mean, I've watched a championship where we had a 24-hour finale, and what happened in that was there was an incredibly dominant season from one of the categories, an LMP3, and then they crashed 2 laps into the race and retired, and it cost them the championship. Do not count your chickens before you go racing around here, because Eau Rouge, Radion, that can bite you very quickly. Maybe an overly ambitious GT3. It's a 12-hour race. You're expecting something on the form of drama when you're battling for a championship like that, and it's just about being on what in this case would be the right side of history in that. But it's not going to be an easy one. It's a tricky race. It's a tricky racetrack, and with 4 classes out there, it always gets a little bit chaotic.
We do have some new teams today that we'll speak of through the course of the day. 3 new teams in GT3, a single new entry into the TCR class, and then a couple in the 992 that are joining the party for the final time that we go racing. There's also penalties that we'll get to talk about as well. 2 of them have already come down in your 992 class, and one of them is to one of the cars that was looking to fight for the championship, the Acetec SimSport Volante racing car. So they start off on the back foot. And Lorenzo, when we talk about penalties in this series, we always talk about the unique way in which they are handed down. There's a penalty box. You get a little bit more leeway on when you want to come down and serve your penalty, a 90-minute window. So deciding if you incur the wrath of the stewards, how you want to pay your fine, is often a very interesting thing to see.
Yeah, which is very unique. I like this modeling, which kind of resembles real life of sorts. You know, you come into the penalty box, you try to serve that. But the one thing I think you really don't want is having a very huge deficit early on in the race, because this is a race that we don't have yellow flags or anything of the nature, so you can make up or the ground loss that you probably can get early on. So you need to be clean and precise every single turn, every single lap that you do around the track, because luck might not get on your side depending on circumstances, especially in an early run this race.
You can see on the left side of the screen the qualifying results so far. Only the GT3s left to confirm their qualifying results, as that Bila racing car in that Lamborghini will bail out of a lap on the run down in towards Pouhon. In TCR, it's Core Sim Racing that has got pole position by the 900th of a second. That's the margin in that draft heavy class. In GT4, it's Pure Sims who have gotten in front of Team 75 Burner, 2/10 clear in a GT4 class. That's somewhat significant. 992, well, your title favorites, the Altus Esports 943 car on pole there, but we've seen Williams be ultimately very, very strong the last couple of rounds. We'll see how things build up for them over the course of today. Another penalty has just come through that we should let you know about. The 418 is a 20-second time penalty for qualifying infringement, towing outside of the pit lane and then going again. You're not allowed to do that, and that is that Undercut Racing team that's looking to punch their way into second place in this championship. In long races like this, Lewis, I always wonder as well, when you've got drivers from around the world, it does benefit you because you can somewhat choose your driver lineup to suit the race. It's a little bit earlier than we usually go racing in this 24-hour series esports championship. So knowing how teams manage the fatigue, how they manage their driver lineup, will be something to watch over the course of these 12 hours.
Yeah, it's a 12-hour race, so it's not the longest race known to mankind. 12 hours is the longest race we do all season, but we've seen, you know, longer races elsewhere, up to 24, of course, but 12 hours is a long time. It really can take the wind out of your sails. It depends on how you want to do it with drivers. 3 drivers and such, then you'll kind of want to split them, obviously 4 hours a piece, but you don't want to do 4 hours in a row, so you've got to split 2 hours a piece, really, to kind of keep everyone fresh. You're absolutely right. If you've got an international team, you do kind of want to pick and choose a little bit more as to who you're going to have in the car and when you're going to have them. For example, if we were in the same team, I'm 95% sure that I'd be the one doing the qualifying and starting the race, because let's be honest, 3 o'clock in the morning is a little bit rough.
It is a little bit rough, and if
11's right, though.
Yeah, 11's not bad, and if you're wondering why I'm sounding a bit sleepy, I do somewhat apologize. It is very early in the morning. We'll let you know about something happening just a week from now as well. Of course, this championship powered by VCO, and VCO is a new form of endurance racing to celebrate. When endurance racing started, it was very much about the machine versus the clock. Well, now in modern sports car racing, that is not the case anymore. Toyota may disagree, but cars are almost bulletproof when it comes to endurance racing now. So we'll flip the script. We'll do 24 45-minute races in a 24-hour period. It's going to be great. We've got teams from around the world. We've got the best of sim racing as well joining us. Coanda, Redline, and so many more. Join us on the VCO channels 7 days from now, May 7th, May 8th, for VCO Infinity, where we will see what this new format does hold in store for us. 30 seconds before qualifying is done. We're ready to go racing. Quick thoughts, Lorenzo, on what we should expect to see here today in our championship finale.
Because it is 4 classes, and I think this is going to be an interesting race, this with the fact that everybody's close. Expect a very chaotic first hour. I think might be a little bit of a mirror race that we saw last year, because we're back to the finale like last year.
Well, it's a staple of this championship. Even when it was called Neo, it's been played host to a round. Let's run you through the starting grid for our season finale, the 12 hours of Spa. And it's the 46 car that puts it on pole position, assisted by the 45 with a tow around the lap. They put in the 213-786 to grab the front row of the grid. Dominic Stabe in the Mahler Racing Team, number 55, lines up alongside with the bonga drums of Ruben Bonga inside of Vlad Kimichev on row 2. Danny Elgabe and Daniel Lafuente 5th and 6th positions, while rolling from 7th is the BS Turner, number 89. Alexander Davidson has control of the 16 Pure Sims Esports Lamborghini. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Ardennes Competition complete the top 10, with Logitech Gialtis Esports looking for some luck in this GT3 class alongside the German SimRacing.de BMW. Back in 13th position, it's the number 8 machine with the EFP racing car making its debut in the competition, along with the RSR by Buttkicker number 28, RSR by G Performance the number 27 and 16th. And we should also note the 45 Biela racing car sacrificing its qualifying to make sure the 46 is at the front of the field. Now over to the 992s, where Jordan Caruso leads the way in the Altus Esports 943. He'll be alongside Carl Janssen on his send-off of Core Sim Racing with the outgoing champions Inertia Mega Auto in the 914 inside the 978 T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Oris Racing and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC share row 3, while back in 7th spot we'll see ourselves find the Pure Sims number 916 with Racing Lab Esports and the 907 Glen Key powered 992 car. Alongside Aztec Simsport Volante Porsche Sport, both have penalties to start this race off because of an incorrect number in the registration. That's why you see them not up there in the 900s. So they'll be on the back foot to start things off. Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab round out the field in this new 992 Porsche Cup car. Another Porsche class, this time it's GT4s and the 718 Cayman. Pure Sims Esports on pole with the Spider-Man Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car alongside your presumptive championship car. Entropic and Undercut Race Team alongside on row 2, while Aztec Simsport Volante and Talk Freak Racing share row number 3. Carbon Simsport Race Gear 7th and 8th, and a car not putting in a qualifying lap time will be the Team Fordzilla number 420, RaceSpot's own William Chadwick. Well, he's just trying to survive lap 1 carnage here today. It's a small class in TCR, and coming off the back of a very successful Hyundai NE Global Festival Championship, Core Sim Racing look to assert their dominance as the TCR team. They line up on pole position, but less than a tenth back. It's Team Hoisingfeld, MSI Esports in third with the Impulse Racing car a little bit further back in fourth. Hunkos Racing Esports, well, it was great for them in qualifying yesterday for the NTT IndyCar Series, looking to keep that momentum rolling, both in the virtual and real worlds here on a Sunday. Alongside them, the newcomers to the series, AC Motorsport Esports, the 188 car, to round out what is a 43-car field for our championship finale. The time for talk is done. The time for racing is upon us. And Lewis, let's get some predictions from you before we get underway. Mystic Lewis, come on.
Love a good prediction, don't you? I don't know. So in GT3 is one that I've got a really big question about. I'm not too sure where things are going to go. I think it will. I think MSI Esports are maybe a little bit too far behind, more so on pace comparatively to the other teams. I actually think the momentum is with Bila Racing, the number 46 car. I think that is probably going to win today and take the title. We're a long way out though, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. In the 992 category, I am going Williams. 3 wins on the bounce coming into this. They are looking on top form, although they haven't qualified particularly brilliantly. I think they're third, maybe third or fourth. Still going to be quite strong. The GT4 category, that one's a bit more questionable as well, although I'm not actually going to go with the Team 75 burn-up by SimRC. I'm going to say that Pure Sim's going to win, but I think that Team 75 burn-up by SimRC car might still win the title. And in TCR, I mean, can you really look past Core? Can you really look past Core as the favourite of the day? I can't.
No, I agree with you. And speaking quickly about the 992 class, if Williams won and Altus finished in third, the championship still goes the way of the team from Australia, so do watch out for that and watch for the progress of the 943 car. Very much in control of their own destiny. Short pace lap, Lorenzo, quick predictions from you as well.
Well, okay, here we go. GT3, I'll pick BS. I'm gonna go to GT4 layout now. T75, TCR is gonna be Core, and then 992 is gonna be Altus Regards.
Well, Lewis does not believe in the commentator's curse. He just believes in bad driving. So we'll see how things go. I mean, you're pretty set on that, aren't you, Lewis? There's no such thing as the commentator's curse.
Yeah, 100%. I was cursing people left, right, and centre apparently, but actually I was just like, no, they're just driving each other off the road. It's fine. No, it's a sturdy stance. I always have on it. Is that every time it's like, but you said that we were doing really well and then we crashed. And I'm always sat here being like, yeah, but who crashed? Who crashed? It wasn't me. I didn't crash your car.
That's a good point. Of course, we're racing at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Opened in 1925 when it hosted its first Grand Prix. It's ran a top-level open-wheel Grand Prix in every year since, except 1985. Since 1985, other than 2 blips in the early 2000s. The cars roll for a short run down into the bus stop chicane. Tires will get up to temperature and pressure, and we will get underway for the final time today. It's been a great season so far. 1 race to decide the champion, and then into the off-season, the cars will roll. Of course, those who watch the 24-hour series in the real world will have watched the 12 hours of Spa just a week or 2 ago when it was a rather dramatic race. That will put it mildly. It was great to also have the Radio Show Limited team on site to be back trackside to listen to the rumble of engines here. Beal is in control of the field. They can't go until they get into the starting zone, so do watch for that. But here we go, underway for the final time this season. We're racing at Spa-Francorchamps. Nice start from the Beal Lamborghini that leads the way into turn 1. Ardennes competition already into the wall. We'll see what happened to them, but there was lots of shuffling as they ran themselves down into La Source. Everyone else through cleanly as they powered down the hill into Eau Rouge, into Radion. Side by side for second, the Marla Racing Team car. Does it back out? Does it go on the offense? Too wide through Eau Rouge, not always the smartest idea, especially with cold tires. They somehow just about make that work. The T3 car gets a little bit loose, a little bit squirrely, but they hold on, they survive. The 992's underway as Altus leads them down the hill for the very first time. Nice clean start from those cars. They're 3 wide though in the GT3s. Here comes Williams around the outside. The Systemala cars side by side. Williams from 4th to 2nd in the blink of an eye, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, that was always going to happen. If you're going to go side by side through Rouge and Radion. You're going to slow yourselves down, and the entire chasing pack. RHG also nearly came through there having to defend from MSI in the GT3 category, whilst GT4s get underway. Pure Sims leading down the hill from, of course, the Team 75 Bernhard Tim RC car undercut just behind that. We know there's a penalty coming the way of the 418 for qualifying infringements as TCRs or sort of. Everyone else very calm except the GT3 category where it's crazy town.
Seems like half the course, doesn't it? They single file themselves out as they funnel through Pujondo in that GT3 class. Everyone else, I think, did get through there safely. I did see one of the cars being pushed a little bit wide further down the field. I think that was in the 992 class, but they survived. German Sim Racing running very wide. That second of the Biela cars seems to have got a monster of a jump. They're up inside of the top 10 with Hendrik Krusch behind the wheel of that number 45. It's Luke Akita leads the way in the GT3s though. Lights flashing from Biela. They're clearly on the charge to try and support their teammates at the front of the field, Lorenzo.
Yeah, because you got two cars from Williams of sorts into the top 3, and they're trying to chase down the other Biela car. I understand Hendrik Krusch's urgency to try to move up the grid as MSI try to dive down the inside of RVG, but just couldn't make the overtake right at the exit of the bus stop.
Lap 1 in the books. Altus had a bit of a lunge as well, but they didn't get past on Pure Sims and now have to defend from the Esports powered by Vendavar car, that team name that we've struggled to say all season long. Nice and tidy at the front of this class, nice and tidy in the rest of the classes as well. Only victim of lap 1 and the run into turn 1 was Jimmy Antunes, the 46 car. 1.7 seconds though at the front of the field. They run away and looking to build up some buffer to work through this opening portion of the race, and as soon as we get into traffic we expect things to get chaotic, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as perfect as you can get start-wise. Of course, straight into the pit lane, a Ardennes competition. It was Jimmy Antunes behind the wheel at the start of the race. So they're going to come in for what will be a pretty substantial repair. If not, they might just be out of the race already from the start. It was a pretty hefty whack into the wall on the left-hand side. I don't know if anyone else got caught up in the middle of that, or if it was just them. I believe it might have been contact. I wasn't sure who was actually between. I kind of felt it was a green car, but immediately was surely too far ahead. We'll have a look.
German Sim Racing potentially. Here's a look at the replay. So that, oh no, it's Team 75 Bernard that I think they make a bit of contact with in that Spider-Man liveried car to, of course, match what the real world outfit is doing. You can see the big damage to the front, but there's no engine there, so I would guess maybe some significant suspension damage, and the word that we're getting is that car already retired. I think maybe an issue as well for the 481 Torque Freak Racing car in the GT4 class, although maybe that was also a pit lane start, excuse me, because they're mired inside of the TCR class, at least for the time being. And with this split class start, it does also mean that we'll get that traffic overlap a little bit earlier. The TCRs working their way onto the Camel Straight. Here's a look at the replay of the 992 start, and the Oris Racing car gets tagged around by Pure Sims and then ping-pongs itself across the track. I think that's the Aztec Simsport Volante car, Lorenzo, that also got a little bit of contact and bumped out wide.
Yeah, but managed to get away unscathed of sorts. Also, I saw Inertia had actually not the most optimal starts going into the Campbell Straight, and lost about 10 seconds in total, so was basically relegated second to last place, 3.6 back from Aztec. So a little bit of a feisty start, but that's what we kind of expect at a track like Spa-Francorchamps.
It's not been a season for Inertia to remember. Of course, defending champions coming into the year, but the best of their car sits 13th in the standings. They entered 2. So far, their best finish, a 9th place to start the year off for the 971. Other than that, very much not a season to write home about. Here's the front of the 992, where Altus, after the good qualifying, not being allowed to run away. Of course, there's big changes coming to Core Sim Racing. A couple of their drivers will be saying goodbye to them. That includes the one that's behind the wheel, Carl Janssen, who runs down in towards Eau Rouge with Team 75 behind them. Where is the Williams car? I'm not seeing it on my timing screen right now.
The GT3 Williams?
There's no 992 Williams car, is there?
No.
So That didn't even catch that, I'm going to be completely honest, when we were running through the grid. So no Williams car. They're not looking to, or not going to be able to make it 4 in a row. And given the pace that we've seen from Alessandro Bico and the Moreno Sarica, the Italian stallion duo there, Lorenzo, it's a little bit sad, but it makes things a little bit different in the championship fight. Very much it's Altus versus Core as we have a look as, oh, Pablo GoPro Lopez. Oh no, don't say that's it.
Yeah, it is basically it. The car is basically bonked. The suspension is damaged. I saw steering damage as well. He was limping back to the pit lane. That car is done for the day.
It is a shame. And I know Pablo is probably pretty frustrated. Not as frustrated as Will Chadwick. Yeah, not as frustrated as Will Chadwick's going to be, I think. But Pablo making the mistake and going off wide at, I guess that was at Malmedy. Getting word from pit lane is, ooh, MSI, did they make a mistake into the boss stop? Were they assisted? Sliding backwards as the 89 BS competition car tries to push them outside of the top 5. 89 might just back out on the run up into La Source and try and get the run down the hill. Word from the pit lane is potentially Williams just focusing on their commitments in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, because of course this upcoming weekend they're going racing at the best track in the world, Lewis.
Is Bathurst?
Oh no, never.
Is it the 4th best layout of the 2nd best track in the world? No.
It's a good question. What is the layout? Here comes Barneveld though, pops himself out of the draft initially, but now gets the tow from the R8G Vlad Kimichev car up the road, and Maniti makes it 3 wide on the run down into Lecombs. Oh boy, MSI knows they got to back out, and here comes the second of the Bila cars. They make contact with MSI. There's prior history between the two of them, and I can tell you, Danny Elgube will be fuming with that move right there.
Yeah, for me, Hendrik Cruz is just a little bit too aggressive there right at the end of the move. Obviously, they're 3 wide ahead. The MSI Esports cars just trying to back out. Danny Elgube playing the smart card at that point, not trying to leave it 3 wide in the braking zone into Lecom. And then suddenly he's just dealt a pretty horrible card. That to me is, as near as makes no difference, a pretty big slam dunk. We'll see it from the top. I mean, this was pretty brave from the T3 Maniti car just to go there, just 2 wheels onto the grass, into the braking zone to make it 3 wide in way too hot. I get that you probably already have committed into the braking zone at that point, but that isn't on.
That is, yeah, I was going to be a little bit harsher than you, to be completely honest. Knowing the prior history with those two teams, I know Hendrik Cruz is on the charge, but quite frankly, that is unacceptable in a championship at this level. To make contact with a team fighting for the championship with your sister car, yeah, that is just not on, unfortunately.
Can I just chime in and apologize to Danny?
Yeah, well, trust me, Danny is probably not going to accept any apologies right now. He probably will build up a little bit of a temper, I should say, with that. Looking back at TCRs for a moment where things are calm, MSI has managed to lose the draft, of course, Sim Racing in front. Here's a look on board from Cruz's perspective. So, of course, sends it into turn, I guess it's turn 4, and yeah, never a door.
Yeah, he had more. Like, I get that you kind of committed to the breaking point, but like, if you're reading the road, there is no reason to commit that late on the brakes. Even if they were all to stay 3 wide into the corner, if you back off a lot, you're going to carry the momentum, particularly out of Malmedy, and then potentially gain 1, 2, maybe all 3 positions by the time you've got down even into Rivage. So there's no real reason to fully commit in that scenario. And there is the whole classic of, you know, if there's a gap, that wasn't a gap, and that's not how you race.
Here comes BS competition on defense from Maniti. This time Crusoe looks for a move on the German sim racing BMW, who lets him run on through. That 24 backs out of that move for the time being. The number 45 car is up into 8th after starting, what, 16th position, so has already worked his way through half of the field so far. 10 minutes in, we've already got our first piece of drama, our first piece of beef, Lorenzo, then.
I'm still trying to be polite and say, trying to see any silver linings. I cannot see any silver lining for that thing, but that is literally the kind of move you cannot do in the first lap, second lap, even in the fifth lap, or even at the final lap of the race. That was, I'm gonna steal Lewis' words right here. That was suboptimal, and I'm gonna be very nicely suboptimal because I have other words for this.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, mate.
Oh, we're going to get some ADC puns in at some point, I am sure. For those wondering what the priors that we were mentioning were between MSI and Bila, of course, those who watched the 6-hour race at Barcelona will have seen the contact between the two GT3 cars on the run in towards turn 1 that sent the 45 car, out of the race. Then the 45 did return to the track and made contact with the MSI TCR machine that did see one of the Bila drivers suspended from the race. So yeah, there's definitely some prior stuff there. And MSI, I mean, they weren't the championship favorites by any means, but 15 points back in a double points race. If they finish first, if RAG finished third and that 46 car wasn't up in the mix as well, MSI were one to look for in the championship. So
a long day, though.
It's a long day, but yeah, MSI, where are they? They're down in 14th now, 12 almost seconds off the lead. They've lost the draft of the leading pack. I don't really think they are going to be looking forward. They'll very much now just be looking for damage limitations. I think Bila has just gone and passed the Team 75 Bernard car inside the GT3 class, where there continues to be plenty of chopping and changing, and the Porsche will come under fire from the German sim racing. BMW still BS competition, and T3 Manini go at it, hammer and tongs.
Yeah, really looking for it coming down. All there is the Bila car straight then down the inside, opening the door just to basically pick up the positions actually on one of the TCR cars. So never mind. I didn't realise it started hitting traffic at this point. This is going to make things very interesting in this class. We always know what it's like the first time through traffic when they're a little bit closer. Even if it's only a 6 or 7 car class, it still causes its problems to try and work your way through not only quickly but cleanly as well. Not getting involved in further drama, not getting watched by race control, and so you've got to be careful when going for the first time.
Watch the track limits from these cars as well as they push wide here. Of course, Spa-Francorchamps, notorious in the past for its rather strict interpretation of track limits, has opened up slightly, but race control have given the edict down to the drivers that the off-track limit is the same as it's been for the 6-hour races. So just 4 incidents per hour that you're allowed to work with in terms of off-tracks. Already working through the TCR traffic for the very first time. They've got to be careful here. Hoisting belt under fire from the Impulse Racing 122 TCR car as they look to try and get the move done, but as Bila throws it down the inside, you can't make the move happen now. What you can do, Lewis, is set up a move through the traffic, and once the traffic's all passed, use that toe to try and get on through.
Oh, how many times are we speaking about it? Every time you go through traffic, there are always drivers that are very good at it and drivers that are not so great at it. And it's not just the speed you go through traffic. It's about reading the road. It's about seeing the danger before you've got to it. You're closing in on a car before you get into Eau Rouge, right? Do you keep your foot in and expect to meet them on the apex? No. Back out of it, carry the momentum up and over the hill rather than getting slowed down right on a part where you can't afford to be slowed down. It's all about reading the road and understanding what's going to happen in a couple of corners' time. I've always said that some drivers are looking at their relative, not to see what they've got coming up ahead, but it's when. If you've got a TCR car that's 5 seconds ahead of you and you know how much you are faster than it a lap, you can work out, actually, I'm probably going to be catching it right on the apex of Pillon. So if I back off now and carry the save a little bit of fuel here, I can attack them at the point that I'm ready to attack them, and those kind of things are very interesting. I always kind of enjoyed that about traffic management. Also, shock horror, of course, to everyone, is that the incident between the 74 and the 45 is obviously under investigation. Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thought it, indeed. Reminder as well, live timing and scoring available through Timing 71. You can use their analysis tools to follow the strategy. Carl Janssen has just gone and passed Jordan Caruso on the run into Lacombe, new leader in the 992 class, and it does look as though pace-wise, we've got 2 trains forming for first and second, third and fourth, but the 2 championship competitors at the front of the field, the class of the field so far, Lorenzo. Here's a look at the move.
Yeah, let's take a look right here. Inside, going to Lecum, yeah, that was textbook, nothing too major, and they know this is a long race, and
Not
they're fighting for the
Lecum.
championship.
Why do people call it Lecum?
I know,
Mate,
it's just that I got that. Who said that? Was it Connery who said Lecum? I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Connery.
Yeah, so I got that from Connery. You know, I blame Connery for this.
It's better than Les Combs, though.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh no.
Let's compare if I go full Portuguese.
That is suboptimal. We'll put it that way. We'll talk quickly about the point situation here. Remember, double points, 25 points usually for a victory. That gets doubled to 50, 40 points a second. So Altus, if they finish in second, would still grab the championship win here. But you know they want to do it in style. They want to win. Close out the season. We look back at the GT3s where Luca Kita got held up slightly through the traffic, is now through the GT4s they cut, but that gap has opened back up down to 1.2 at one point a couple of moments ago. It's back up to 1.6 and growing as that 46 car asserts its dominance at the front of the field. The RAG car knows that it's got to work its way forward to the outside of the Marla racing car. It will look, maximize the track of the run down into the braking zone, but backs out for now. It's currently a Williams Esports 2 and 3. It's always confusing, Lewis, when we talk about Marla Racing. Is it BS? Is it Williams? Is it BS? Is it Williams? It's Williams today.
Yeah, it was obviously the first thing when they were starting the throw. I was like, hang on, which one? So you look at the driver, you're like, it's Williams today. Gotcha. Cool. Obviously, it's the sponsors and stuff and teams and moving as well. I get it, but it is always a nice little bit of excitement that we always get. It's like a talking point, isn't it, for us? By the way, there was a switch on the previous lap in the lead of the of the 992 class. Corson Racing taking over from Logitech Gialta's Esports. So
we saw that, Lewis.
Did we?
Yes.
We did.
I'm not paying attention.
I covered. That was when I said Lecum.
These real-world commentators, they stop paying attention.
No, it's because I'm used to spin solo, mate.
And you know what's worse? He's actually in the future, and we are back in the past, like 2-3 a.m. and I'm actually 7:25 a.m.
Yeah, but I
right?
wake up, 20 minutes, an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the case for all three of us.
Yeah, I hope so.
Here comes Vlad Kimichev on the back of Dominic Stabe. I'm actually wearing a nice Marla Racing t-shirt today, although this is the BS competition one. I know. I'm not. Unfortunately, my bias for Ardennes competition cannot be displayed through the rest of the day. Outside line through the bus stop, never going to work unless you could force your nose to the inside, but the Lamborghini might actually lose the momentum down into La Source. Here comes, guess who? Ryan Barneveld to pick up the pieces as they run their way into La Source. Heavy on the brakes as up the hill they go again. Going to the outside is Kimichev. This is rather feisty with 20 minutes down in this race, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna show any signs of slowing down even more. I think it might have separation only when they go to the pit lane. And let's see who's gonna pull the first shot right here to try to pull an overtake. Ryan's going to the outside. Oh my god.
A hip check there, and as again they're 3 wide. I think Kimichev thought there was a bit more room to work his way through the middle. He'll split the difference, will back out of it again as Barneveld tries to roll the momentum to the inside. Nice fighting, but all it does is really hold these cars up. Now 2.5 back from the Williams Esports number 5, that BMW. Daniel Lafuente running away from these cars, Lewis.
Yeah, they've got to worry about not only the cars that are running away, but those cars that are going to be joining the battle from the rear end. That's exactly what Maniti are concerned about. The Lamborghini of the Beta Racing team, number 45, right there. Hendrik Cruz, Bram Van Putten also closing in. So it's this group's going to grow unless a couple can get through and then start making progress. The problem with Spa, there's so much slipstream that it can be difficult to break that as they start going through the GT4 category.
Sorry to cut you off, Lewis. There's a 20-second time penalty for Williams Esports for something that I guess happened in qualifying. Now, I'm not 100% sure. Our sheet hasn't fully updated, but
I can update you.
Go ahead.
So Nathan protested Williams and Mala.
Sorry, you need to clarify. Is that, again, almost 3 wide off the...
So, on qualifying, BS on their hot lap got impeded by both Williams and Mala. So Nathan Lewis actually protested both teams, and that's why they got the time penalty. Oh my god.
making up drivers here. Nathan Williams, that's a new one for sure. Team 75 Bernard SimRC car sees around the outside coming a couple of GT3s. Maniti has a lunge on BS Competition, trying to take full advantage of the traffic as R8G forces Pure Sims to squirrel their way down to the inside. A little bit scary as the GT4s get lapped by the GT3s for the very first time, but it's always this first traffic pass through that's going to be the scariest. Sister cars side by side as the 911 GT3 makes its way inside of its 718 counterpart, as now that Porsche is actually going to have a lunge down on the race-leading GT4 car. What happened to Pure Sims? They've slowed all the way down.
Have they got damage? I think they might have damage aboard that car, because it's not tracking right, I don't believe. I think that, I don't know what happened going through all of that, but Pure Sims have had a major issue. The leader in that GT4 category, they are dropping right down the order. I think it's the rear right suspension. I don't know why, how, or when, but that's sorted.
That RAG contact made.
Yes, I think it was with the RAG car, but it was so light, excuse me. I'm very, very shocked, and they'll be quite frustrated, I tell you. I mean, last time out at Barcelona, great pace from the 416, but it was a couple of issues on pit lane that dropped out of the fight for the race lead. Now, we've also got, just so I can update you, Sean Campbell in the RSR by G performance car trying to get out of pit lane with a damaged car. Here's a look again. Yeah, that car not tracking straight by any means.
There's something, so it is the R8G that made contact in the final corner, which was, the R8G was off the track when it made that contact, which I don't think will look too favourably on the RG. Obviously, we always say that it's that those that are going through to the highest class that's going through, it's their responsibility to make the move cleanly through traffic. And for me, that wasn't clean. So I think that might be issues for RAG, which, considering they're fighting for the championship, that would be suboptimal.
So yeah, here we go. I was just about to say, can we get a look up? Behind the wall we go. Yeah, and it's not just slightly off the track, it's all the way off the track. And remember, that's the championship leader in GT3.
That is a slam dunk penalty for RAG for me. That is not clean lapping. Now, I like, ignore the fact that that is the leader in the GT4 class. That's just not how you lap people. That could have been done so much better, and was just a complete mistake. It's why I dislike being the lower category, because you're in the middle of everyone else.
You're the ping pong ball, aren't you? Very much so. Here comes that R8G car, though, trying to at least work its way forward for now. Now, if there is a penalty, again, remember, with the penalty box that we have, it does change how things work in terms of the effects that the penalty has. It's not going to be as significant because you can take it with a service. You serve your 20 seconds, then you go and take the service without any extra time being added to the pit stop trip. Here's the look to the outside as the Lamborghini pinches that Porsche all the way to the inside of Lecombe, squeezing out at the very last moment, sweeps the momentum through the corner, and RAG4 now are up into third place, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but for how long? That's the true question we should be making, you know, because that report is gonna come. You don't plow your way through the field like that.
It's coming. Sorry, it's coming from two separate camps. I'll tell you that. Pure Sims, of course, has complained. One of the competitors in GT3 has also said that was not on.
That was never on in the first place. Well, even though the contact happened, I'm kind of surprised it got actually damaged right there. But looking from a certain angle, it makes sense for you to get that kind of damage. But now, my question is, if it does look like every contender for the championship in GT3 is kind of feeling the pressure.
Other than the 46.
Don't you guys think that?
Other than
the 46, of course.
Yeah, they've run away. They're now 2.5 clear of Daniel Lafuente. Again, that Williams car will drop back from second after its penalty has been served. Vlad Kimichev in third. At the end of the day, maybe the Mahler team got the word that there was a potential penalty for the 88 and it wasn't worth fighting as hard, because it could have sent it a little bit more on the inside through Lecombe, but they decided not to. But looking rearwards now, as here comes Maniti in the T3 Motorsports car. Here comes the BS Turner liveried machine as well. Outside line for the Lamborghini, just trying to set up a move, but outside line at the bus stop, not really the place you want to be, if you ask me, Lewis.
I mean, you can sometimes make it work. There's opportunities late on. It's just this point probably not so much. Obviously, you want to go for a lot more simplistic moves at this point. I've always been given like the same advice from people when it comes to making moves in traffic. There was one of my old teammates, Eric Strana, got some advice by one of our old competitors who used to run things over racing and stuff, and now doesn't really work in sim racing at all. Just as over racing and iRacing, classic. And he said sometimes you make the move, you're trying to make a move that's too pretty. Sometimes you just need to look down the inside and go for it. And this is kind of where we need to go. Let's see what Marla can do. Looking to the inside, this is exactly that. RHG this time not going to try and send it all the way around the outside. So Marla back up into that spot. This train though is a little bit thick, and the problem is because of the slipstream on all the straight, start finish, and then on the Kemmel straight, there's no way to break that slipstream, and that's the issue. Is you can't run away from this group, and so you all end up slowing each other down, which then means the top lot can actually run away because they've already broken it.
See, now if this was a BMW Sim GT Cup race, the cars behind would just be saving fuel. It doesn't seem like they want to
say that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they really want to be saving fuel right now, which I somewhat question. Track temperatures right now, we should just mention that because, of course, it is relatively early in the day right now, and you can follow those condition changes as we work through the day. It's about 10:30 in the virtual Spa-Francorchamps right now, 24 degrees on the track. It's really cool in the air, 17 degrees Celsius, as cold as you can get. So it's not going to be as warm and toasty maybe midway through the day, but tire strategies will change from there. These cars, should be noted though, almost 6 seconds behind your race leader though, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but it's still a very reachable gap considering where they are right now early on in the race. But of course, they need to be mindful of that gap is going to overextend. If they keep fighting like that, why are you still fighting? I know the point of fighting, but can't you guys see the big picture that the 46 car is fighting for the championship? It is breaking away every single lap, and by breaking away every single lap is going to make your lives more difficult in terms of strategies to make up the ground.
RHG lunged to the inside at La Source. Now, did they clip the wall? There was a big smoke pile that popped up there. I think they might have gotten away with that. Marla doesn't lose just one. They'll lose two as well. On board with a number 89 car as the T3 Motorsport by Maniti Machine slips on through up into fourth. Through Eau Rouge, up the hill over the crest of Radion they go. B.S. Turner and Ryan Barneveld, a great heap of momentum. So did the T3 Motorsports car. They'll work their way up into third as that Vlad Kimichev car slides backwards, might even lose a spot now to the BS competition car. Looking the long way around, not going to get the move done through the initial part of the corner. Single filing themselves out. RHG, not sure if they got some damage there. 992 battle for the race lead continues to rage on.
Yeah, and they've separated themselves from the rest of the group. It was a lovely little battle. This could be the opportunity that T3 needed. Whilst basically, when you overtake someone, you want a little bit of assistance from behind. Here comes Logitech GS Esports straight to the inside of core. Maybe a little bit too early to go for a move down into La Source, but the move is being made. They'll be side by side down towards Eau Rouge. The problem is it opens you up to losing the position once again, going down into Les Combes, and that's the kind of issue here. Logitech GS has dropped back into the slipstream. That might give them the assistance, but they've already lost quite a lot of that momentum which they really want to use to affect the overtake.
But again, you just now need to, I think, bide your time. This 992 class has always been somewhat crazy. Barcelona a little less than Monza in 2022 at least, but it's a place where you always, I say this, you need two cars to put on a show, and I think those two will thrive in the spotlight today. With still 11 hours, 30 minutes to go. We're working our way to the bottom of the first hour of racing action here. Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Lewis McLeod, Lorenzo Bonder. Our wizard behind the scenes is Hugo Luis, as that Biela Racing 45 car looks to try and get up into sixth to squeeze past the Marla Racing car. Oh, well, RAG's gone around. RAG contact with a GT4 machine, and the championship leader finds itself off the track. Big drama. It was the Ford Zilla car that finds itself swarmed on the run up into La Source. Not sure if potentially Pablo GoPro Lopez could have backed out of that one, Lewis.
I think the RHG, I mean, from the angle that we saw, we'll see it once again. I think that Vlad Kimichev just cut straight across the nose of Pablo Lopez. Let's see it here. I mean, the car's there. in my book. Vlad Kimachev just cuts straight across, and I get it. You know, again, Pablo Lopez is lapped down now after the earlier issues. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter. That's still a car that's still there. It still has the same right to the track position, and a bit of weaving as well from the Team 75 by Bernhard by Sim RC, and a bit of contact as well. See you, Biela.
That was no Biela. In fact, I think. Oh, no, they've just taken the shortcut. They'll have a slowdown penalty, but they should be able to clear that relatively easily. So, out of the 3 championship protagonists, 2 of them have had issues. One of them is looking dominant in terms of pace. The 46 car could not ask for a better start to this race so far. MSI have managed to get up in front of RAG. Both these cars, Lorenzo, outside of the top 10.
Yeah, which is surprising to see, of course. We saw the incident with MSI, with the 45 of Biela, as Daniel Gerbe is trying to do his best to try to claw back the difference. As he actually was 2 seconds faster than Hendrik Kruse on the previous lap, but oh my god, I cannot expect to see whenever that MSI car actually joins the fight against the 45. I'm afraid. I really am afraid.
MSI does have history winning this race 12 months ago in the GT3 class. The the 991 car in the old generation Porsche Cup car won in the initial 2019-2020 24-hour series Esports Championship after this was rebranded from the Neo Endurance Championship. The most successful team in the history of this track in this series is Coanda Simsport, winning 3 times in the prototypes, 1 time in the GT class. Looking back at what we think might be the fixture of today's race, Core Sim Racing versus Altus Esports. It's Jordan Caruso at the wheel of the 943 right now, hunting down Carl Jansen. I know, Lewis, you've clued me on to the sensation that is Richard Burns' rally in 2022. Would you believe that part of that Core Sim Racing camp's preparation was just playing some good old Richard Burns' rally?
Do you know, I actually would believe you, because every time I go on there, me and some mates, we always when we go on there, we just obviously go through like the online bit of it, and you look at some of the drivers and you think, oh, okay, I've never heard of half these, never heard of half of them. I'm like, hang on, they're all core drivers here. And like, oh, they have their own little rally, but they set up their own little rallies and stuff, and they have a little fun, which I think is just great for a sim race team. You know, we always get like Super Series, and everyone's like, oh, well, why don't we just go and do some casual racing online? Sometimes, no, I'm sick of racing with other people and other people's bad spatial awareness. I want to just accept that I'm a terrible driver, so I'll play some Richard Burns rally, and that'll really, really hammer it home.
Hey,
it's not
Lewis,
actually that good.
Just don't ask Arjuna how his rally went.
How did your rally go?
It's going great. I rolled it a couple of times.
Oh, same. Don't worry.
Yeah.
That's why I stopped streaming them.
I blame.
That's embarrassing.
Oh, I had fun yesterday with my stream, that's for sure. I blame my pace driver, my co-driver. Clearly it was the pace notes that weren't right. For those who are fans of rallying, do join our RaceSpot Discord, racespot.wtf/Discord. An opportunity to win some merch might be coming your way. But here comes, you can see the camber, the negative camber from the Altus Esports car as it runs itself down the outside of Lecom. Not going to fight too hard here. Of course, we're coming off the ping pong round of the Porsche Esports Super Cup that Jordan Caruso got to participate in. As Romain Maldito come watch the track limits there as he plunged down the hill into this double apex right-hand hairpin. Push wide, V the car back in and roll through a part of the track that's seen a significant layout change in 2022. A new section of the track added to the inside of the existing layout. And of course, this track going to look very, very different when Formula One rolls back here later on this year. Gravel around the track, which makes pushing a little bit more risky, Lorenzo.
Yeah, which is a good thing to see. In my opinion, of course, it makes the track safer. But I've always had questions about this new version of Spa. I still have some questions if it's the addition of the gravel is going to be preventing the cars from possibly flipping, because they're still going fast. Of course, they're going to be about, I think, 20 kilometers, if I recall correctly.
The gravel is not for the cars. The gravel's for motorcycles. As here comes a battle in the TCR race league. Corentin Guinez hunted down by Mark Perez. At one point the draft was broken, but that MSI car, great pace from the 111 as it works its way forward in that fight for the championship as well. Yeah, we'll see how the gravel does change things around with the way that the track pushes. We saw the first big race, endurance race a couple of weeks ago with that gravel in the form of the 12 Hours of Spa in the real world 24-hour series. We'll see how things play out when the bigger, the faster cars roll out there as well. We saw, Pure Sims in GT4, with their damage falling back, Team 75 retake the race lead there. Seems the story of this season has been that specific case is, well, 3 wide. Team 75's GT3 counterpart to the inside of the Mahler Racing Team Porsche. Porsche versus Porsche action through the flip-flop chicane before you run yourself into one of the most crucial sections of the track, all just vying for some track position. Our first bit of race penalties, from the racing action has started to come down. A 10-second time penalty for the 45 car, so that's the Bieler Racing second car for the contact that we saw into Le Combs, where MSI lost out. Also a 5-second time penalty. Overtaking outside of track limits for the BS competition car. 10 seconds then for the Bieler car, Lewis. It's what we expected.
Yeah, we were expecting a penalty. I mean, obviously, you'd sit there and be like, yeah, but the championship, it's their sister car, and the big die down the inside of one of the sister cars, championship rival. So, yes, obviously, you've got to ignore all of that. You've got to treat it as the incident itself. And 10 seconds, I think, is more than fair enough. It was just a very critical error from the 45. Either way, that is now dealt with and will be a bit later on. Obviously, the 88 is under investigation twice, the RHG Esports car, for contact with more than one GT4, the 416 and the 420. So that's not great. Of course, the 420 being the Team Fordzilla car, it was the car they cut across the nose of. And then the 416 being the Pure Sims Esports car. Those ones under investigation by race control. I'm pretty sure one of those is a guaranteed penalty. But
if not both.
The reason why I'd say the one where they cut across the Fordzilla is probably not a penalty is because I think that it's they had their own penalty in the fact that they got spun out. I don't think they'll get a penalty for that one. I don't think Pablo Lopez will get a penalty, or at least in my opinion, I don't think he should. The other one is a slam dunk penalty for me.
Well, ultimately, race control, the most thankless job of them all. I'm very glad we get to just talk about the decisions rather than after actually having to do them, as it looks like Altus now under fire from Pure Sims. That GT4 Pure Sims car has managed to get back out there, albeit a couple of laps down. What more do they need to get a race victory? What sacrifice will they need to make heading into the off-season, heading into next edition of the 24-hour series Esports Championship? Pure Sims, one of the teams that we are going to see this coming weekend in the VCO Infinity. So in 5 different cars, what will their luck look like there? They won't be campaigning in this Lamborghini. Instead, the GT3 car of choice is the fire-breathing McLaren. It's a slightly oddball choice, one that we'll see how it fares. Very excited to see.
I have to buy that car.
I'm shocked that you haven't already got it. Here comes Team 75 again on the Mahler Racing car. But Lewis, you are a commentator. You don't drive too much. Lorenzo at least pretends to drive somewhat occasionally.
And I'm driving that weekend as well.
Heavy emphasis on pretend.
Pretends to drive, of course. 11 seconds back from the leader of these cars. The race leader is almost 5 seconds clear of the car that's got a penalty still to be handed down. Williams have been reeled on in by Ruben Bonga. Those Bonga drums, well, they've got a warp chant going right now as that Lamborghini seems to have plenty of speed at this point in the race. Remember, this was not really BOP too heavily. The Porsche is the one that had no BOP, a 4 kilogram addition, a slight reduction in the fuel capacity, but it's not slowing the momentum. Here comes the T3 Motorsports car, Lewis.
Yeah, looking for the inside move on the Williams. There we go. See the slipstream. If you time it right, if you get a good run off of Les Combs, if you time everything right, it just makes everything so easy with that move. And that one, probably about the easiest move that Ruben Bonga is going to make all afternoon, just using the slipstream, using the momentum straight up into what is now second position for the T3 Motorsports by Maniti. I think that, yeah, of course, obviously very early days, only 40 minutes into a 12-hour race, so you know me getting ahead of myself. I speak about championships in round 1. But in this sense, 5 seconds already to Bieler that are well in control right now and running away from everyone. Consistently faster than the grouping behind. They are going to be very, very hard to catch.
Bieler Racing not happy with their penalty, I can tell you. They're going to have a chat with the steward, see what they can have with that. Here comes potentially a battle in the 992 class. We focus on your outgoing champion, the Inertia machine, hunting down Torque Freak Racing, who last couple of rounds, again, another team not with too much luck, as Christer Anderson have to hold it tight with Team 75 in front of them. GT4 gap has increased for the race lead through this traffic as down the hill comes the 914. Inertia right behind, of course, Tim Clayson's 981 car, the Porsche Sport car that we're delighted to see. We'll talk more about that maybe later on today, because they've got a delightful old livery going on for today's event in their debut in the championship. Of course, that car does have that time penalty to serve for the incorrect registration that puts them on the back foot. But you just look at how they close on the run up in towards Le Com, just so much draft, and it really does emphasize, Lorenzo, you're not full throttle through Eau Rouge and Radeon in these new generation 992 cars, even though they've got a little bit more grip, a little bit more downforce. But setting up out of La Source going to be important in this class.
Oh yeah, especially with a car that it handles better, and it's funny to see it is a small lift, maybe a tiny bit of braking, which is nothing too much to try to set the car into the corner, but it's much better than the old car. And the setup, you need to set up every corner appropriately, but the La Source one is the key one. You need to have a really good run for you to either go side by side, which is probably not going to be possible unless you're glued to the back bumper of the car, and even then you probably want to pull a move like that, and Inertia need all the help they can get after the start of the race.
Bit of understeer for the Torque Freak Racing car. Just look at how much more comfortable Christer is to push that car as they exit out of this crucial corner. Up the hill they'll go, running as wide as they can. That Inertia car looks relatively hooked up in comparison to the Torque Freak car. Now to the inside of Radeon, will he be brave here? Well, no, he's going to be wise, that's for sure. He's going to back out of it. And again, just look how much more grip he's got. Now, does he have a lunge at the inside of the bus stop chicane? He'll have a look indeed. Torque Freak Racing car just has enough of a gap to try and push it forward, but slides deep through the braking zone, and Inertia grabs the spot. Nicely executed there, and not too aggressive either, Lewis.
Yeah, it was just nicely thought out. Now you've got to worry about the 977 just behind that. The Aris racing car looking straight down the inside, also coming through. Again, brought up the problem of making a move. Oh, that was a little bit of a chip chop. When it comes to making a move, going down into the first corner at La Source, it opens you up coming down into Les Combes. And now also they have to worry about the Aztec Simsports Volante car, which is also in the mix, that has a fair amount of damage on the front right, as well as the penalty for joining in the wrong car number. Obviously they're in the 97, which they shouldn't be, because it should be a 900 something.
Yes, I believe they got that damage pushed wide at turn 1, so that's where that little bit of a crinkle on that car is. Very much not factory fresh is that machine. That is for sure. Front of the field of this class, it's still Carl Jansen for Core Sim Racing that leads from Jordan Caruso. There's a look at them as they sweep themselves down into Pouhon. I'm not going to call it the double gauche. That's the literal definition of what the corner is. Corner names here, Lewis, are somewhat a hot topic, though.
Yeah, I mean, I said Ravage earlier, and everyone's like, it's Proussel, not it's Ravage. I'm sorry. This is Piff Paff or Fania. Not having it as Campus or whatever some other people call it. It's Piff Paff because it's great, or Fania because it actually sounds decent. This one's Campus, the next one's Stavelo, even though all three of those corners move around.
Yes.
They every track map, they're in a different order. And then you've got Curve Paul Frere, which might be the corner onto the backstretch, or might be one of the kinks afterwards. And you're just like, can someone define this, please?
Yeah, we're not the smartest commentators, that's for sure. We need things to be spelled out. Don't get me started on that, because I'm going to start raging about Barber Motorsports Park and the nonsensical track corner numbers there. Here's the GT4 lead where Jürgen Frank sees Guilherme Egloff right behind. Now again, the Undercut Racing team, the 418 has a 20-second qualifying infringement, so that car will slip backwards. But if you're that 418, Lorenzo, save some fuel. You don't want to push it too hard. Just bide your time for now.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. You know, you're basically in a field that has reduced fuel, that is probably gonna reside, or I'm not gonna reside is not the best word. I'm trying to find the better word over here. You might need the GT3's pace to be. Oh, I'm trying to find words here. 7 a.m. is not easy. To see where you're going to be at the end of the race, if you need an extra pit stop or less fuel or something like that. So I would say for now, do your best to try to save fuel, do big lifts. Even if you do big lifts, you're going to have the slipstream towards your advantage, and you have a really good gap to P3 for now.
On board with the 718 Cayman, of course. GT4 plentiful in numbers now. The likes of the McLaren, the BMW, even the Aston Martin joining the fold now. In towards Lacombe they go. Just watch these mini GT3 cars rolled off on the downforce, very much similar to their road-going counterparts in a way that GT3 might have been intended to do, but it's not really worked out that way, as manufacturers have poured so much attention, so much money into the spec GT3 class. Looking at the GT3s though, and the Mahler car still in front of Team 75. We saw a duck and dive from Florian Denard as he gets past, or rather is defending from R8G in that Lamborghini as they charge forward. Getting word as well, there's damage on that number 74 MSI Esports car. Danny Elgube, I must say, if there is damage, he's doing a good job to be holding, steady with R8G in front of him, Lewis.
I wouldn't be shocked if there was damage. I mean, you can kind of see a little bit on the rear end. I would not be shocked because it was a fair hit. They received from the 45 a bit earlier on. They might have picked up another couple of little bits on their rise up the order. Like you say, doing a great job. It's all about damage limitation right now and trying to get yourself into a position where, should something happen to the 46, to Williams, or whoever up front, that you're the car to pick it up, no one else. And that's not very easy. It takes a very, very strong mentality to be able to push yourself through a race like this. Because I'll tell you, when you've been spun around like that, the first instinct is, no, I want to pull out of this race, I want to do something else. I just want to go and watch some TV now. But you kind of think, look, we've done all the practice for it, let's just fight our way through and see what we can get, and who knows what you're going to get at the end of the day, because that is not going to be fun. Here comes R8G to the inside of Logitech GT Esports, and that was not particularly difficult. But
no, that wasn't. It's sometimes difficult to differentiate 992 from GT3 when you're looking at it from the front, although when you look at it from the rear, at least in my opinion, it does become a little bit more obvious. Altus's livery across those two cars are very, very similar. We'll put it that way. That 43 Altus Esports car, last time out at Barcelona, contacts in the opening couple of laps dropped them out of contention. They finished down in 17th, but their best finish of the season and their only trip inside of the top 10 came the round before that at Monza when they finished in 7th. Not been a smooth run compared to how the 992 car has been going. Almost to the 50-minute marker in hour 1 of this 12-hour race, so in towards the pit stop window we go. A couple of cars diving through on GT4 traffic, and a track like this, Lorenzo, which is so long and you spend a lot of it at full throttle. It'll be interesting to know how cars are doing in terms of the fuel mileage here, because getting to the top of the hour going to be important. You don't want to be doing a splash and dash in the final hour of this race.
No, not at all, especially with the conditions that we have around the track right now. You said it earlier, it's still very chilly. Well, it's picking up the heat a little bit. It increased 2 degrees in the track. It is 26 degrees, but it's still a chilly track nevertheless. So saving fuel is a little bit more of a challenge than, let's just say, right in the middle of the heat of the afternoon.
992's already into pit lane. Sorry, Lorenzo, we're just talking about fuel mileage. Here comes the Core Sim racing car. Here comes Altus. So they're not even getting to the 50-minute marker of this race. It's not like we have a long outlap or anything. You start just before you enter into Radeon, and here comes the field of the 992 cars onto pit lane. T3 Motorsports is by Maniti's car, the 978 Boxing as well. The only car that seems to be able to stay out, I see Pure Sims in the 916. I also see Porsche Sports Car, as well as the Oris and Acetec SimSport Volante machines all staying out there. Oh, who missed their box there? That was the Inertia car. Not going great for them.
I mean, 50 minutes is kind of like, it's not so bad. It just means that obviously over a full race distance of 12 hours, you're going to make a couple of extra stops than you would do if you were going to make it to an hour. Yeah, that actually is interesting. Someone's taking tyres. It's a bit of a fuel burner of a circuit, this one. Not really heavy on the tyres. That is a shock.
Well, given the cool track conditions as well, I am shocked that Altus is seemingly taking 4 tires, given how long they was up on the jacks. Now, 30 seconds was about the time in the box for Core Sim Racing in that 9:15.9. It was 56 seconds for Altus. The Team 75, Bernard by SimRC 975, has also elected to take what we believe would be 4 tires. So split strategies here. And now 30 seconds, the delta between the 2 championship competitors. Well, I guess it's now just push, pedal to the metal time, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I was a little bit shocked to see Carl going out of the pit lane and opening up such a huge gap on Jordan Caruso. Well, let's just say Jordan. I wanna believe that Jordan knows what he's doing right now, and both him and Simone have the right strategy going on at this point of the race. Given the fact that Jordan, I think, probably had his best weekend overall in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. He got a 10th place in the first race, and then in the feature race, he got actually his first top 5 of the season. So, way to go, Jordan, as he's gonna charge again on that 992 car.
Newest member of that Altus team house, as well as they get construction underway to build in their simulator rooms. Of course, Australia is starting to open up as well. They've had some of the more severe lockdowns across the world. Both Australia and New Zealand being very, very strict to make sure the spread of COVID-19 was stymied to the best of their abilities, as TCR switch around there as the 159. In fact, a number of TCR cars are coming in as well. So another class that's not making it to very far in this race. GT4 have seen a couple of pit stops. There's still plenty out there. We'll see how things work out there, as that blue box is where penalties, I guess, is being served, because we got a couple of them. The Porsche Sport car, as well as the Aztec Sport Volante car, as Junkos Racing just tries to find their box and sees, oh, well, we got a party in front of us. But going back to the point with Altus, they were out in force for the Australian Grand Prix, displaying the virtual racing school hardware to attendees of that race. So good to see that they're being able to get out and about just a little bit more and showing off sim racing to the masses. Here comes your GT4 race leaders as well. So 3 of our classes, Lewis, not getting to the top of the hour.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I know it's, like I say, it's a bit of a fuel drink in this circuit, just purely based on the fact of how much full throttle you're at. And obviously, the lower the class, technically speaking, you know, with particularly the GT4s, you're up full throttle for such a long time around here, because obviously it takes, you're on the straights for even longer, right? Because you're not accelerating all the way, and obviously that's not one-to-one on fuel burn and stuff, but still, when it comes to their tank size and stuff, you're just going to go through it really, really quickly. It makes sense they're not really getting to the hour mark. Wonder if anyone's able to get to the hour mark in any of these classes from the start of the race. The thing is, even if they can, that will get harder and harder as the race goes on, because obviously at the start of the race you're in the slipstream and stuff, you can use the other class that's around you. The later you get into the race, the more you're spread out, the more it's just you and the track. Unless someone's found a magical secret that can get them to the hour mark by themselves, then it's not really so much of an advantage, especially not around here, because we're not running the endurance pit. If we were running the endurance pit, I would save that pit stop like my life depended on it.
If we were running the endurance pit layout, I think some of these cars would not enjoy the... It's a long trip. It's a long trip down pit lane, that's for sure. As back out onto track, you saw the undercut race team serve their penalty for their qualifying infringement, opens up the gap between them and that Team 75 Bernard car that leads in, or led in class, I should say. Now it's up to 11 seconds. It's the 404 Aztec SimSport Volante car that sits second. The undercut machine is now down in 7th, not out of the fight to get into second, I would think. I see Pure Sims had a bobble in the 992 class off the road. Not sure if that was assisted. Doesn't look like it, although I wonder if there's more damage than you see right now, because it's still struggling to get up to speed. It was on the exit of Pujon. I would suspect, if it wasn't assisted, that maybe he's just gotten up onto the exit curb. No, he's looped it around a little bit earlier, clearly just not enjoying it, and there we go.
That's rough. That is rough. I mean, once I crashed in that corner so hard.
Oh boy!
I crashed the server in whatever I was racing. But yeah, right. 46 in the pit lane already.
Have they basically not acknowledged they're not getting to the end? They're the only GT3 car that we should say is boxing right now. About 40 seconds of fuel only stopped. And there we go, 41 basically on the mark, fuel only for Luke Akita. That's the admission, I think, Lorenzo, that they're not making it to the end without a splash and dash.
No, that's the risk of running all by yourself. You know, it's hard for you to save fuel. So it's logics and physics being applied over here. Does that mean you can win the race like that? You can, but it's a little bit of more of a streak of luck, depending on how the other cars are doing around the track. They're not being slow; they're basically on the same pace.
So, a couple of things from race control. So I'm just trying to. It's early. My brain is not working properly, so I'm trying to make sure that I understand a lot of these things before I say them out loud. 10-second time penalty for R8G for the contact with the Pure Sims car where they were passing off the track. I can understand that one, and it seems as though 10 seconds is the benchmark penalty for a lot of these. So if we see contact, that's where our mind is going to go to initially. I'm also getting word from the paddock that there was an incident potentially between T3 Motorsports as well as the number 5 car, and I wonder if that's partially influenced by the penalty that the 89 got, because we talked about that BS competition car is, oh, here comes a couple more GT3 machines, so clearly getting to the top of the hour, forefront of some teams' minds, not so much of a consideration for others. The RAG car stays out, Team 75 stays out as well. We'll get back to race control in a second, but I'm interested, Lewis, how things are going to play out here. Remember, when it gets warmer, fuel mileage will go up a little bit. You'll be able to make the tank go a little bit further, but given that we're racing almost into the night, and through the night, I should say, you're not going to be relying on that for very long.
Also, Williams did have to stop in the penalty box as well for 20 seconds, so that kind of just completely destroys them. They'll still be in the race, of course, but obviously they're going to drop down the order quite a significant amount. 20 seconds is not a short period of time. Lorenzo says that he can explain what happened.
So the T3 incident was they actually overtook a TC GT4 right on the exit of Pujon. They actually went to the green astroturf to make that overtake, so that was off-track limits overtake, and we saw 10-second incident penalties for that. And basically Bonga knew about the incident, so he slowed down going to the pit path, and it caused a little bit of a kerfuffle between the GT4 wasn't assured to go back for the for his original position, and William was just not far behind, so they had to slow down to prevent any crashes.
Well, speaking of crash, I think Altus might have had a nightmare, because Florian Denard has been stationary now for almost 80 seconds and counting, which indicates to me that that's more than a full service. In fact, he's rolling after 81 seconds, so there we go. That's more than a full service, maybe a bit of damage repair as well. I don't believe... I mean, there's a possibility that he sped in pit lane and then had a fuel-only service stop. I'll try and send word to the Altus Esports camp, but that's a bit of an odd one. Team 75 and R8G still at the front, and I would assume down onto pit lane this time by. Yep, here they come through that very tricky pit entry where you've got to hit your marks, otherwise you're really going to be in for a world of hurt. They don't get to the top of the hour, but by the time they do roll out, as R8G of course has that penalty to serve as well, by the time they get out, they will be past the top of the hour, Lewis.
The thing is this is kind of, it's still a little bit awkward, because obviously this is, as I said before, this is the part of the race where making that hour mark is actually easier than it is later on. Obviously, as you're saying, you're absolutely right. As the temperature increases, it might make it easier to get there, because of course the track will become slower, so you're kind of on throttle a lot less through some of the corners where you're attacking them a lot more on a cooler track. That might affect it a little bit and might assist a little bit later on, but I'm not so sure. I think a lot of these cars are going to have to go for the splash and dash later on, which does sort of mean that the 46 leader racing team, right, as much as their splash might be a bit longer, if they're carrying on at the speed that they've got, doesn't matter. If everyone's got to make the stop, everyone's got to make the stop.
So the first hour is complete in the championship finale of the 24-hour series Esports 2021-2022. The 12 hours of Spa continues as Team 75 right back out into the thick of the battle. Marla Racing Team has their tires already up back into the optimal window. Get swarmed by one, and here comes the German sim racing BMW as well, using the toe up the hill through Eau Rouge, through Radion. Marla Racing Team going to the outside of the second of the Biela cars as well. Battle for fourth goes on as Porsche versus Lamborghini side by side through the Lacombe chicane. That 45 car does not want to give up easy and forces it back down the inside of Malmedy, but what a move that was from Dominic Stabe to get up into fourth.
Lovely move. Again, sending it in. A look at GSR in the background, making a little bit of contact with the Team 75 burn up by Sim RC. Just a little bit of a brush right into the braking zone of Ravage through No Name and then down the hill towards Puon. Lovely little bit of racing, flashing of the lights in the 45. Apparently not happy about something, but who knows. Just going back, by the way, to the incident when we had those double incidents for the RHG team. First penalty, obviously that one was a 10 seconds time penalty, as you said before, to the 416. Got the update from Race Control. They had contact with the Fordzilla of Pablo Lopez. That is an NFA, no further action on that one, which I think is completely right, because as we kind of suggested, it was the RHG that was at fault, and they were the one that then got spun off and then were dumped to the barrier, so they kind of already had their penalty.
Yeah, I think 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. They're both cars could have done more to avoid it, so would have been slightly harsh, I think, to dish out to either of them. Biela's 46 car leads in GT3, of course, but their gap's coming down. The bongo drums continue to toil away. Second place for that T3 Motorsport by Maniti Machine as it works itself forward. Still looking, though, as here comes the Biela 45 car trying to set up a move. Oh, he almost ran into the back of that Marla car. Would have been that second bit of contact, but this time getting on the anchors just in time. German Sim Racing was having a peek as well. And Lorenzo, there was some contact between the 75 and the 24 car at the back of this pack.
Yeah, they were going through Brussels at the entry of the corner, and I think GSR just had a little bit of an just basically drove off into the outside portion of the track that the Team 75 car was actually, and they made some slight tire-to-tire contact, thus forcing the 75 a little bit off the road, but no harm, no foul.
Lamborghini on the prowl again. Back to the outside line. A classic Spa move, but this time backs out of it, Lewis.
Yeah, it was bump drafting a little bit there. Drove onto the rear.
Was he?
Yeah, 100%. Just drove onto the rear end of the Marla car and was just sort of pushing it along a bit. I think also, like, more so sending a message. Maybe that's what the light flashing was, even though, obviously. But the thing is with light flashing can be profanity, to be perfectly honest. It can be, I'm really sorry, and it can be, let's just not fight, can we just drive? And you just don't know, because it all looks the same. I think it might have actually been the latter. It might have been, let's not fight, let's actually just set some good times, because we're losing time hand over fist here. Let's focus forwards. And that kind of bump draft on the Kemmel Straight, that is another way of sending a message, being like, look, I don't want to fight you right now. Yes. I just want to start setting some times. Also sending a little bit of fuel to give me some nice slipstream, please.
It's about the body language of the car when you flash the lights, because I think if you're, I don't want to, talk down to those in lower I rating splits or anything, but usually when you get into those splits, when the lights are flashing, it's only one thing. It's hurry up and get out of my way. When you're at this level of competition, and you see this in the real world as well, the lights are just another way of communicating with those around you. So using them properly and understanding when to use them properly and how to use them, I should say, is important. Just don't be, I forget which of the Coanda SimSport drivers it is, probably Hypermac Backham, who has a penchant for spamming that, the I'll call it push to pass. I'll call it as well push to get out of my way. A headlight flashing button. I did a race once with Charlie Eastwood, Aston Martin factory driver, a charity race, of course, in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and he had bound his push to talk to the same button as the headlight flasher, so I felt sorry for those around him because he really was not trying to be impolite.
I've told the story before, but it was around here in the 24 hours of Spa. I kind of feel like I should probably stop saying which driver it is. We're going to say it anyway.
I can say, I know the driver.
But they press the so in a GT3 the light flash it's macro, and it's a macro that stacks. And so there was someone who wasn't getting out of his way, so he pressed the button and pressed the button and pressed the button and pressed the button and pressed the button, and then once he got past, then had to drive a lap of Spa with the light flashing at about 2 o'clock in the morning, which is just
suboptimal.
That is not good. Like, that's really funny, but also wow. Yeah, I mean, where I'm from, like typically elsewhere, like the light flash is one button press, it will turn on, one button press, and it will turn off. And the rather than it being a macro where it does just flash, which that actually helps you communicate a bit more, because typically one flash is a sorry mate or thanks, whereas if it flashes aggressively, it's more like a do you mind? Do you mind? I'm
5 seconds. Yeah. You had to, didn't you? You had to slip. You had to slip. It was right there. 5-second time penalty for the T3 Motorsport by Maniti number 7 for that moment that we talked about earlier. They had overtaken the car outside of track limits, trying to give up the advantage, let the GT4 get back on by. A bit of a brake check to the Williams car. Not intentional by any means, but Race Control has given them the penalty for that moment. Looking back at TCR, the battle for third continues to go on. Impulse Racing doing quite well to close out the season with Team Hoisingfeld in front of them. MSI and Core Sim Racing broken up by the pit stops somewhat. And let's talk quickly about Core Sim Racing, as there's been a pass for second in GT4 as well. The Entropic 412 getting past the Asetex Import Volante machine, but bit of a big change for Core Sim Racing on the horizon then, Lorenzo, with I think 3 of their drivers, from what I can just think of off the top of my head. Oscar Mang and Carl Jansen, as well as Oskari Rene, all going to be waving goodbye. They're going to be keeping a hold of a lot of their TCR talent that, of course, dominated the Hyundai NE Festival Global League, which saw Kieran Harrison win the championship yesterday. See what the future holds for them, but the one thing we know is TCR going to be where they continue to shine.
Yeah, TCR is where they're shining with Corentin Guinness, Kieran, and the rest of the crew. It's just surprising to see some of these key drivers who have been kind of long with the team going away, and also seeing Oscar going to Veloce, if I recall correctly, and some other drivers.
Lorenzo, come on, you're now just...
Oh no, man, if that wasn't announced, I am sorry.
That's just a PGZ meme. You are literally falling for PGZ memes.
So that's why I said I don't know if it was a PGZ meme, if it wasn't a PGZ meme. So if I fall for the PGZ meme, I'm gonna be joked around at their Discord.
It was, and trust me, I'm going there right now.
Oh please, I do not fear debate. So regardless of what happens, man, it's a team that top tier, regardless of what happens and who's going to come in for the teams. They're still going to be a top tier team, but TCR is they're cream of the crop right now.
Yeah, they are 100%, and the PGZ Discord somewhat happy that they've been mentioned in chat. So yeah, continues to stir up some drama there. We'll talk about Veloce very quickly, because they've just, even though they're not racing today, they have announced some big moves for the future of that program. Of course, we've seen them run for a long time. Yes, Heat here on iRacing. They've been more active in other platforms, other simulators. But Carbon Sim spot around at La Source in the 469, where Gricky's got to point that one back in the right direction into the path as well of the undercut car. I think they just about managed to sort that out in time. But Veloce, we'll get a look at the replay before we talk about this. Oh, okay, maybe the undercut car was just waiting, because is there contact? Is that, yep, no, there's the contact. Redressing the,
loaded.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a redress. Maybe there was some extras there, yeah, and, well, okay. That was drama.
It's just non-stop in that little bit. I mean, like I say, I guess it just happens very quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't think either car intended that second bit, but it's what happens. Lights flashing from the Biela car in the 45. Again, just getting the urge on, I think, to Dominic Stabe at the front of this train as all German sim racing blocking to the grass as Team 75 looks to try and get past. That Porsche will punch its way forward, but that was elbows out.
A bit feisty. This is, yeah, we're an hour into a 12-hour race, so obviously now's the time to go touring car racing, apparently, in all categories. But regardless, this is why I race TCRs. We did a bit of side by side, right? No? I mean, some of it's just very aggressive. We've had our fair share of feisty racing, but it's what's keeping us entertained. So, I mean, carry on, if I'm perfectly honest.
I had a reference in there, but I'm gonna refrain from throwing it in. But back to Veloce. They, of course, we've seen them in other platforms a lot, VCO platforms as well. We've seen them run in the Esports Racing World Cup and even get through to the final in day one in a set of Corsa Competizione where it was them versus the Unicorns of Love in what was a dramatic and entertaining scrap where James Baldwin was the one really leading the charge. But their iRacing program has taken a step forward as they've signed the likes of Team Redline's Dominic Kaufman and Paddy Wolf to bolster the prototype ranks. They've also now got Dion Fiallo, who's moved over from Movano, so it's a strong prototype lineup, that's for sure, Lorenzo.
Real quick, I think Biela just got thrown into
they did. Yep.
oblivion.
That's Blanchimont, and that's done. That car is toasted. You can see the front end's gone. I think Hendrik Cruz is now trying to just find an opportunity to get back. So is this with Marla or is this by themselves? So they, that's a big old snap and hellacious contact with the wall.
Ow.
That is not a car that you could sell on the used market.
That's
is
an F.
Painful. Like even to my eyes hurt. Like even thinking about what that looks like on the.
I think it was a separate crash as well somewhere else down in the field as they've had to take a tow back to pit lane. It was the AC Motorsports 188 is there, almost three abreast. The two 992 cars trying to funnel through on some GT4 traffic. As looks nice and tidy for the time being. It was the AC Motorsports Esports 188 car that had a bit of a moment down at the bus stop, but it was a solo incident, no major foul there. Of course, Caruso's on the charge, Lorenzo, fresh tires underneath him right now.
Well, we kind of expected to see Caruso flying on the track, like everybody else. So the only car that is within the 219s, a very freaking 219s, is actually the Corsa racing car that we just mentioned not too long ago. But other than that, everybody kind of struggling to find real good pace. So we can expect to see Caruso coming back into that second place in the 992 class real short.
So he sits in fourth, about 21 seconds back. So he's already made up about 9 seconds of the pit stop delta. Impressive charge, but still a long way to go. Just look at how he harasses and harangues the rear end of the Racing Lab 907 Glen Key behind the wheel there, and just gets a super nice run off the corner. And before they even get into Blanchimont, that will be moved, done and dusted, signed, sealed, and delivered up into the podium spots. Once more, 6 seconds the gap at the front of the field as we work our way through hour 2 of this race. Alongside our junior Kanki party, it's Lewis McLeod and Lorenzo Bonder as 992 and GT3s making their way through. Someone pointed out there was a way to differentiate the two cars. We'll see if I can spot that next time the two Altus Esports entries share the same bit of tarmac. But for now, you see the difference in performance, and it's not a big difference in performance either, Lewis. The way that these new GT3 cars work, we saw an update about a month and a half ago where there's a lot more aero on these cars now. Those 992 cars, faster in a straight line.
It's the bonnet. You can tell if there is or the hood, as the cool Americans would say. There is slight differences as to where vents are and stuff, and all that kind of gaff. Still, every single time I see one from the front, I did a championship where we had both of these, or this. There was a couple of Porsches anyway in it, and I was looking at them. And Cam Roger did tell me, he was like, I can tell them apart. And so every time there was two of the different class on screen, I was like,
Solid.
go on, tell me which one's which, because I'm lost here, man.
He asked for it.
They are hard to pick up. Yeah, he did ask for it.
He did ask for it, didn't he?
He did. Poor Cam Roger.
Poor Cam Roger. There's more VCO action as well next weekend. He just reminded me, because Cam Roger will be part of the crew for the Apex Hunters Endurance Championship finale, Lewis McLean. I will.
Will you? Yeah, we're going to be up nice. We're going to be this time again, mate. No, sorry, no, it's much earlier in the morning. It's this time for me.
Yes.
2 o'clock for me.
You're the one that's getting up early. I'm going to be the one sitting back eating dinner while commentating, which does sound like a nice time, I'm not going to lie. 10 hours at Daytona, though, that sounds quite chaotic.
I mean, it's been a chaotic season. It's the season finale of the AAT Endurance by VCO. It's the series which is run by, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Shane Van Gisbergen.
And this other guy, Nick Foster, never heard of him.
Yeah, no one ever heard of him, it's fine. No, of course, it's kind of one of those things, everyone speaks of these real-world drivers who have like an influence on sim racing, where they have their own sim racing teams and stuff like that. I really respect Shane Van Gisbergen for actually not only running a team and being a part of Redline and stuff like that, and racing and sim racing, but also running his own league in sim racing, which I think is a pretty incredible thing. It's always a lot of fun. They are crazy races. There's always safety cars and stuff. We are going to have a good time in the opening 4 hours, RG. We're going to have a big laugh. I'm
going to torture you. Oh, you better be ready for it, because I know how early you're going to be up. I'm going to make
a long day I've got as well.
Not just one long day, but 2 long days. I am going to make your life a living hell. I'm going to break out all the puns that I can.
Oh, nice.
You better be ready to deal with it. I saw the Uncos Esports car, so let's quickly talk about them, because what a day it was for them yesterday in the NTT IndyCar Series. Their first trip into the Fast 12, Callum Ilott. Well, they tested there about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. They're looking very, very comfortable at the Barber Motorsports Park and looking for a good run today, a solid haul of points. And I can tell you that my teammate at Powerslide Motorsports, Adam Blocker, is actually the Ilmor Chevy engine engineer. I know that's a mouthful of words, isn't it? The person that dials in the engine and whatnot for that car. He's quite proud of his work, and he's saying that it might even be better than what the big cars have. But in a spec series, Lorenzo, you get these stories of the small guys, right? I mean, Uncos, out of the regular season runners, by far the smallest operation, just one car as well, so they don't have the luxury of being able to throw stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. So we always like a good underdog story, and I think everyone is looking forward to seeing what Ilott and team could do today. You could see the joy on Ricardo Uncos's face yesterday.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be good to see Ilott, who we were talking this prior to the broadcast. I think Ilott needs a good break into this championship. Of course, not the best of cars in the grid, but getting into the top 12 from the track that it's very hard for you to get into the top 12. You know, Barber is not an easy track. I've tried to drive this because it was actually this week track into the iRacing IndyCar Series and the IndyCar Open Series.
Oh!
You know, Arjuna out.
Andrew Dawson, I think, then ran into the undercut racing car as well by sliding wide through the pit path. Here's a look, and that Porsche. Now, is that... He just loses the rear, doesn't he? He's pushing so hard, and it's almost a mirror incident of what happened with the Lamborghini, but just at a very much slower portion of the track. And it wasn't the undercut GT4, it was the inertia 992 that might have got a bit of contact as a result of it, Lewis.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's such an easy thing to do. Obviously, the fastest ways to drive these cars, they're always a little bit more oversteery. And when you run through somewhere like Fania, that final bit didn't even touch the curb on the left-hand side, but you're always kind of lulled into getting onto the power too early, which almost, when you really think about it, doesn't make that much sense, because it's not as if it's onto an enormous straight. You're doing that basically straight into the braking zone of the next corner, which, whilst it is an overtaking opportunity, it's one that you have to be pretty bold to do, and you're not really going to fire one down the inside an hour and 20 minutes into a 12-hour race. So it's kind of one of those ones where risk versus reward, like it's completely outweighed, and there's no need to take that risk. Meanwhile, going through like Stavilo or Curve Pull Fair, whatever you want to call it, going through there and onto the back, it kind of makes sense that you've really got to keep it pinned through there, because you have to carry that speed all the way around through Blanchimont into the chicane. it's understanding where and when you can take those risks. That's just really, time and a place. That wasn't it, as the cool kids would say.
Well, let's not get into that discussion.
Cap.
No cap, sheesh. We learned a lot about...
Absolutely based.
Okay, I need to now figure out what that means as well. But
very good.
Oh, okay. For the RSR team, not a great day. The RSR by G Performance 27 car retiring in the early stages. A second car to have retired, and a 28 car might also now be done for the day. As through the traffic they work again. Now you're seeing multiple traffic classes working together. You've got GT4s, 992s, even the TCRs and the GT3s all on the same bit of real estate. This is where that traffic management skill becomes so important, Lorenzo, to make sure that you're not taking overt risks while also minimizing the time that you lose.
Yeah, I like this banana split of cars around the track. The only thing you need to coordinate the overlappings appropriately. We just saw that being done going through Stavelot and Curve Pro Frere. I know the corners, the names, and everything, as we probably see a battle for P2 going on somewhere around the track. And other than that, I like what we're seeing right here about these cars overlapping them. Do it cleanly, but do it without too much. Losing too much time.
Here's the onboard look with Ryan Barneveld in that 89 machine. Now just grabbing a look at the race control sheet. This is a car that's yet to serve its 5-second time penalty, so it will slide backwards, but so will the car in front. Both cars in this battle for second, 5-second time penalty. So basically status quo remains as they come in towards Lecombe. The car that it benefits is the car that I don't think we've seen on screen at all today, Lewis. That race-leading number 46 car fighting for the championship.
Still just running away from everyone there. I was kind of curious for a couple of laps there. The TT Motorsports Bumaniti car was closing in a little bit on Biela, but then, I mean, yeah, Luca Keita's done Luca Keita things and decided, actually, no, I don't fancy any of that. And there's fairly consistent lapped about 0.1, 0.2 of a second faster than the group behind. Obviously, traffic's played its way into the mix, and it's just allowed the Biela Racing Team Euronics number 46 just to build that gap more and more and take control of the day. And it's at that point where, I've said it a few times before, it seems like the only person that can beat Biela Racing is Biela Racing. Obviously, we're very early in the day for that to fully be the case. Obviously, I have driver swaps and such, but still, that seems very much the form book at the moment. They've aimed for the title. The way to take control of the title is to take control of the final race of the season, and that's exactly what they've done over the opening, sort of 80 minutes of the race.
Now we're getting towards the halfway marker of another hour. Remember, it's not going to determine our pit stop cycles so easily in terms of get to the top of the hour, you come down and box for 992 through the TCRs. It includes the GT4s as well. We're seeing pit stop times around 50 odd minutes. GT3s 55 to 59, depending on how far you go as the track conditions begin to build up very slightly. We started down at 24. I believe we're up to 28 degrees Celsius, so a 4-degree jump. Should only get warmer from here. Down the hill through La Source you go. Saw them get past the 992 leader, Carl Janssen, in the Core Sim Racing car, losing out very slightly there. And in terms of that battle in the 992 class, Lorenzo, lap times have equalized somewhat between the 959 and the 943. Carl Janssen doing great with worn rubber on his car.
Yeah, doing really good in my opinion. I think, and I said it once, I'll say it again, I think it's the only car that's been very consistent doing 219s, even though it's all around now, but still managing to gap to Jordan Caruso. Some of the other cars are actually doing, but that's the Team 75 Bernhard, which is not a 975, which sits in 6th place in the class, who might get up a spot on inertia in a little bit, but other than that, Jordan doing a really good job, but we're only going to see if that strategy going for the 4 tires early on is going to pay out at the final hour of the race, if he's still alive by then.
Do remember that even though this is the championship finale, we do have more things coming on the horizon for the 24-hour series in the world of iRacing. The Creventic Endurance Series is the public arm of the 24-hour series esports, where you can jump into the fun. No GT3, instead we get plenty of other chaos and drama with the races. Unfortunately not going to be broadcast on RaceSpotTV, but multiple splits of action, plenty of strong competition. Jump onto iRacing and join the fun. I always like to talk about things that we can add to iRacing. Well, let's talk about it within the confines of the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Of course, we've got Sebring, we've got Barcelona, we've got Spa, and we've got the Hockenheim Ring. The couple of tracks that we do not have, though, all happen to be some rather interesting ones, if you ask me. Of course, the year starts off for the 24-hour series with a trip to Dubai and to Abu Dhabi, but then you've got a visit to the likes of Mugello as well as Portimao. If you had to pick one of those four, Lewis, to bring to iRacing, which one would you decide?
I mean, it's a bit of... I don't really gel with many of those track ones. Dubai's... Well, I always get told Dubai's great. You know, drivers, real-life drivers, they love it. They love Dubai. I'm like, nope. Every time I've driven it, and I can't. I don't enjoy it. Did keep Rudy Van Buren behind me for an entire race day once. That's my claim to fame. He was on a slightly heavier car. We won't go into it too much. But for me, I actually go Portimao. I do love myself a bit of Portimao. Such a difficult and fun circuit. We'll see if Ryan Barvel's going to get the move done here. And yeah, nice, easy one. That is not fought at all by the T3 Motorsports Maniti Green. That was pretty simple for Reuben Bonga. Just didn't fancy losing any extra time. Yeah, I'm going to go for Portimao. I'd love to see Portimao. It's a great track that works in a lot of different cars. That's kind of the critical thing you need to think of when you're getting thinking of a new track. You want something which doesn't just work in open wheels. You want it in open wheelers, in GTs, in touring cars, in some random things that you've never heard of. Those kind of things where it just works in everything. That's the perfect style of track, and Portimao, for me, that's that.
Did you watch the MotoGP race there last week?
No, I don't talk about it. I mean, I did, but kind of, whilst I was doing a broadcast.
Oh, drama.
The thing is, the Portimao...
Was that a broadcast with me that we were doing that you were... I'm trying to think of the timeline here.
No comment.
Wow. You were like triple tasking there. You were not just watching the broadcast that we were doing, you were watching Formula 1 and MotoGP.
Well, no, because they don't overlap, because MotoGP's on normally an hour before.
I see.
Before Formula 1, because they don't clash. But yeah, I mean, I kind of watch it. The thing is Portimao's particularly, it's not normally the most interesting racetrack in MotoGP. That's the issue. I remember that race, the Oliveira one, was the first time they went there, a couple of years ago then, and it was one of the most boring MotoGP races that I've ever seen. I really like Oliveira, but it was dull as. But still, great racetrack.
The Circuit of the Americas MotoGP race was great. Marc Marquez's charge back through the field at least meant that he wasn't dominant at the front of the field this year, but very much could have been that way. Update on 992, we see Jordan Caruso in the Altus Esports car up into second, as now we look back at Dominic Stave and the Team 75 car, and there's the drive from the 992 car. Core Sim Racing on the outside of La Source, going to even pull on Dominic Stave down the hill into Eau Rouge and Radion. There's that indication of the top end grunts and the acceleration that 992 generation car has on board with Team 75 burdened by SimRC, and look at how that 992 just pulls and pulls and pulls. Not ideal if you're trying to follow Lorenzo.
I think we saw a glimpse of that in the Nürburgring 24 of some GT3 cars trying to drag race the 992 class into the Doningahoa, and we know that for a fact that if that ever happens, we know the GT3 might be on the losing edge on that one. So it's a little bit interesting. I feel for Bram right now, and I see comments on YouTube chat that make me disgusted right now.
Looks like there's the German sim racing car behind that's trying to get through as well on that core sim racing car. It's taking some time, that's for sure, as we get to the bottom of hour 2 of this race. Taking you through the middle hours, by the way, will be Ewan O'Leary, as well as David Haynes and David Christie. It's not going to be confusing at all for you, and I know he's stressing about how he should refer to his two commentators, because David, if he passes off to a David, well, that's not going to be great.
No, I mean I've had the pain of this before, not with David, but it's. I mean, to be fair, every time when I was doing the non-virtual series, there's one of the people that's high up on there, that's one of like the coordinators is named Lewis. So every time someone was like, "Oh, Lewis, have you done that thing?" I'm like, "What thing?" "Oh, not me. We're all right." But every time that I've made a mistake, I always assume that it's when they're shouting at him. So you know, there's
I mean,
swings and roundabouts, mate.
I just assume it was always you.
Nice. Yeah. No. Normally, I've been well taught to understand if anyone's shouting at Lewis, it's probably my fault somewhere.
It's always your fault, Lewis.
Yeah. No. But yeah, here we are.
Here we are indeed. Although I shouldn't be so quick to try and throw you under the bus, because you've been very grateful to try and save me here in the early hour from going crazy. That's for sure. Into Lacombe again, second and third position. Status quo remains. They're now 8 seconds back from the 46 car. Maybe we should have a look at the 46 car just so that we can remind ourselves that A, it exists, and B, that it's looking factory fresh. There it is. Our wonderful director, Hugo Luis, listening in very cleanly. Luke Akita. I mean, what more could you ask for, Lorenzo, so far? I mean, there's still a long way to go. I'm knocking on the wood to make sure I'm not going to put a commentator's curse down, because I do believe in it, but it's been going swimmingly for these guys so far.
Arjuna, you forget you're with the king of cursing people, right?
Exactly. See, I want the drama, so I'm passing it off to you. See, this is big brain strats.
Well, the only good thing is that we don't have yellow flags right here, so I can call one immediately right after. I still remember that Indian race that gave way. But yeah, they're doing a really good job. I'm just not trustful in terms of fuel and the possibility of a splash and dash. That's the only question mark we have if we go to the final hour of the race and the final pit stop.
I'm pretty sure everyone needs a splash and dash, though. I think the question is just going to be how big is the splash and dash. Yeah. TCR, Core Sim Racing have run away, now 3 seconds clear of MSI, Hoisingveld and Impulse. There's a 3-car fight for second as you see them run themselves up onto the Kemmel Straight. Slight uphill incline as you get onto the main part of the straight, but I don't think Hoisingveld's close enough to have a look in this Audi. Of course, since this championship started, TCR has been reinvigorated with the addition of not 1, not 2, but 3 new cars to the class. Of course, joined by 2 Hyundais, the Veloster as well as the Elantra, and of course as well the Honda Civic Type R that's been campaigning around in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge to some degree of success as well. But it is a single mate class, at least for now. David Haynes, by the way, claims that he gets it on seniority. So he's the David, but he's also said he can be called Hainesy. I think that, you know, given that David Christie is Scottish, I do believe, we should call him DC. He's our DC. Scottish.
He is. I always call him DC, and I've commentated with him for over a year. So you know, it's good fun. Is this DC's debut in RaceSpot?
It is.
Yep.
Good man. Good man. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Poor him having to work with you and O'Leary, the Northerner.
That's a terrible shame.
It's okay, he gets to work with me in a week's time for VCO Infinity. That's not much better, let's be honest.
I don't remember who I get to work with on VCO Infinity. I think I've got Justin, I've got you, and maybe at one point, or maybe
you get me. You get me for an hour. You get Luke Crane for a couple of hours. Yeah, you get Justin, you get Cam Rogers. I'm going to make sure I irritate him by calling him Cam Rogers.
No, it's Rogers. It's Rogers without a D as well.
just pile it in there. Why don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you call him English, that'll really help.
Oh, okay. There we go. The Englishman, Cam Rogers.
Yeah, exactly. The Englishman, Cam Rogers. He will probably leave commentary quite soon, actually.
If we keep doing that, yeah. We'll be careful. There was that Porsche Sport car. I mentioned the special livery that they've got today for their debut in the championship. I do love myself an art car, and I gotta say I do enjoy this one as well. I like the colors. I think it's blending those colors quite nicely. Art cars are something special though, aren't they, Lewis?
I mean, I've always said, like, with unique liveries or one-off liveries, I am all for them 110%. Even if I look at it and I think that it looks as ugly as sin, it doesn't matter, because I like a unique livery, something different for a rally. Obviously, we have this in Formula 1, and everyone had it with the Golf livery at Monaco, and they're like, oh, that should become the McLaren's proper livery. I'm like, no, it shouldn't. I like the idea that it's a one-off. Right, it's a special livery that makes that, and seeing it at the time, and in 10 years' time, you'll think back to it and be like, do you remember that special livery where they had that little touch? I also quite like the way that B, I don't know if they still do it, where they add...
No, they don't.
I didn't think they did. They used to change very small parts and liveries for basically every track where they were racing. You'd have like palm trees when they're racing in Miami and stuff. Like those kind of things. I really like those little touches which make something a little bit more special than just having it as a generic livery.
Yeah, I know what you mean with the Bila stuff as well. I love those little details that they added. You know, stars and stripes when they went to America, kangaroos, I think when they went to Australia, peaches when they went to the peach date for the Petit Le Mans here on iRacing. Just a lovely little touch. Are you saying you don't like this livery though, Lewis?
No, actually, I don't mind. I'm not in love with it. I like the colours, but it does, when you're at a distance, right, like here, I'm like, oh, it's a rust bucket. And then you look closer and you think, oh, actually, no, it's a livery. Gotcha.
That's so savage, man.
Yeah, no, it's the design, you know?
Lewis is not getting a Christmas card from Porsche. It's funny that you do mention that McLaren Formula One Monaco livery, by the way, because it's like McLaren saw that and they're like, okay, how can we make this worse? Okay, we're going to take it and put it on our Indy cars, and then for the Indy 500, we're going to put green on the car. God. Like, come on, wake up, guys.
Yeah, but to be fair, with the IndyCar one, I'm certainly not getting a Christmas card from that bunch either, because they've obviously got two slightly different liveries. There's one with a little bit more blue, and it looks horrible.
Oh, it's horrible. That specific blue.
Both of them are bad. Both of them are bad.
No, but have you seen the Indy 500 specific liveries, Lewis, where they're just like, okay, we own the color olive green, so we're going to add it to the car.
Oh, hold on, I need to go and look this up.
No, you don't. You don't want to upshot.
Yeah, you really don't want to have your eyes bleeding right of the monitor, man. It's that bad.
The only good thing about the car is the person who's going to be driving it, which is Juan Pablo Montoya, and one wonders if Juan will be number one when all things are done.
Nice.
You see, I've got those references in store as well.
Nice
work. You're actually you're quite good at that. I think most people get to the first Juan and then it's like, right, I have no idea what to say now. You need to go and get me a photograph of this car. I don't want to look it up in case I see anything that's just like...
I'll find it. Okay, let me try and read the full quote if I can. I have one question for Juan, just a hypothetical one. As the Wonder Kid, the rising number one wonders, should Juan win only one in 1 year? Would Juan want to have won that one in round one?
Now...
Legendary question.
I did chat with Juan Pablo Montoya in Paris in January, and that was the only thing that was going through my mind. Is like, how can I work this into the conversation?
I'm sure. Did you work it in though?
No, of course not.
Good, because I would have thought that he'd have quite a temper when you brought that up.
I didn't want to get punched. That was the thing.
Right before you were on camera as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He did have a bit of a temper. I do remember that cameraman that, let's just say, got in his way.
He's Colombian.
And broke his head with some other words in there as well.
He's passionate. That's what he is.
Love Juan Pablo Montoya.
He's Latino. He's a Latino.
Such a quick driver as well.
And no matter what you put him in as well, I think that's why I love Juan. Put him in an IndyCar, put him in a Formula One. I still think he is underrated when people look back on his Formula One career.
Yeah, he still had the fastest lap of the history of F1 until not too long ago, which is crazy to think about. In the best sounding car of history. So really bring back the V10s. Yeah.
TCR battle continues to go on as that's close with the GT4 car with MSI Carbon SimSport, and here's the momentum from Team Hoisingveld. So checked up was the Carbon SimSport car that opened the door for the 148 to come back. We also saw working through the shot was that battle for second in GT3 BS competition, very much being hunted down by the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. Porsche Sport in our YouTube chat does also say one of the best liveries we've got today in this race is the Spider-Man Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car. They said on social media they went from Batman to Spider-Man, and I very much see that resemblance, but I do love myself a little bit of that blue and red action going on, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I like that livery from T75 Bernard. Like I said, I think I said prior to that, I prefer the old livery than this one. But just a quick go off script here. Corey is bidding.
Core is pitting, you're right. So 992 pit stops are underway again. It's about a 50-minute stop, and Carl Janssen out, Oskari Rene in. So we'll see if Richard Burns' rally is the best base for going fast in a 992 car. Of course, there's the Biela machine that had its moment through Blanchimont, as getting word that there may have been an incident out on track for Alvar Gomez. Not sure. He's in the Aztec Simsport Volante 404. Not sure exactly where that was. Now, you'd expect you expect full service from Core Sim Racing. What does Altus Esports do? Caruso looks like he's staying in the car. Does he take 2 tires? Does he take 4 tires? He's been there for 30-odd seconds and continues to be in the box. I think he's up on the jacks. I think he's taking another full service.
Which is odd. Like, clearly, I don't know why their tires would be chopped through this aggressively. Like we said, it is not particularly hot out there on circuit. It's 17 degrees air, 29 degrees track temperature. I don't understand why tires wouldn't be able to do a double stint around here. Like, it's really not that bad.
As we now look at the part of a track that's getting a bit darker, and that Team 75 Bernard car, 2 tires, I think, for Altus Esports. Jordan Caruso stationary for 42.8 seconds to the much longer 55.5 seconds stationary for the Core Sim Racing car. So 2 versus 4 tires is now what we'll see as we look back at the, as Joshua Chin called it, the Paul car, which is, as Porsche Sport does point out as well, running on the real world track in DTM as well. Our own Hugo Luis got to build, I should say, a display of this livery as they announced it here on iRacing as to what it was going to be the future in 2022 of the team. See how things fare for them over the course of the year. First, cars get a warning for track limits. We're not even through hour 2. And they're already halfway through to getting a penalty as Maniti back up to the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car, excuse me, back up to 2nd spot here, Lorenzo. These cars now 10 seconds off your leader.
Yeah, still not far behind, and really good pace from them at the end of the day. They're still battling going through Lacombe, and all said and done, you know, still a very winnable race for them early on, but I kind of expected that 25 incident limit to be reached by then now. So I'm not surprised the warning's coming out. It's a track that, despite everything, I saw that one, despite everything that is happening, is a track that, with the new track limits, well, I'm surprised to see some warnings coming out.
That's a bit of a snake back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Bram Van Putten obviously not happy at all to the Marla car. Going around the outside of No Name, which is an off-cambered left-hander, which is not easy. I don't think he was particularly happy towards the Marla car, but I also think that he might not have given fully enough room, and it wasn't the wisest idea to try and go around the outside there. But either way, it was a great little attempt. He is lucky not to be in the wall, though.
Altus Esports have the lead in 992, getting past Core Sim Racing, and there's the mistake. Was it cold tires? Was it pressure from Oskari Rene? Well, it doesn't matter. The end result is Jordan Caruso leads again for Logitech G Altus Esports. Here's the look again, though, at that battle for, what's it, 4th place in GT3. Dominic Stave, Bram Van Putten, hammer and tongs, the two of them really pushing each other neck and neck, and temper starting to intensify as they continue to build towards another cycle of pit stops. Remember, 55 odd minutes was the delta or the stint length in hour 1 as GT4 pit stops begin to get underway as well. Only about 5 to 10 minutes away from seeing GT3's boxing as well, I'd say, Lewis.
It's, you're saying about like tempers flaring and stuff, obviously drivers being in the car for a couple of hours and such, kind of at the point where you'd kind of think, actually, maybe we should switch drivers to calm things down, as they're still going to remain side by side. Core, Logitech Giautas out of No Name down towards Puon once again. Jordan Caruso in that Logitech Giautas. Oh, this is going to be a brave one around the outside. I don't know if he's going to make this one stick.
He's got the momentum, and you'll have the inside as they get onto the anchors for Piff Paff. Oh, pushes wide over the raised curb, and Rene's not done just yet. Outside leads to the inside as continue to fight side by side. Great battle, not just for the lead of the race, but of course for the championship win. Still 10 hours and 15 minutes to go. It's Core Sim Racing that punched their way back to the front. Super racing. What respect. Like we've, when it comes to side-by-side racing, we see it time and time again where people just sort of like, actually, I'm just going to open up the steering wheel and push you off just because hashtag banter or something rubbish like that, and that's apparently racing. That is racing. Great example. Side-by-side, respect between two competitors. Space was given, and no one was giving up. It was quality stuff, and it is nowhere near over. Again, 10 hours and 15 minutes to go. Unfortunately, when it comes to the championship situation, the gap coming into this one was 14 points. Oh, there's contact. The tempers flared and they bubbled over. It's not just one that went around, but two cars off into the kitty litter. And I think the Mahler racing car might have got the worst of it, unless it takes a while for them to rejoin. Yeah, they're still trying to do it safely. They've lost a whole bunch of ground there.
I think they need to learn from the other two Porsches crashing, and then two Porsches battling side by side cleanly, going through Brussels. Antithesis. I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say. The reality is I couldn't say it either right there. 14 points was the gap coming into this race between these two cars. With double points, a victory is worth 50 points. A second place is worth 40 points. So even if Core Sim Racing wins this race, they need Altus to slip up to allow them to work themselves into the championship fold. I think third might be enough for Altus, although, again, never trust a commentator's math. It is as simple as that. GT4 pit stops continue to cycle on through. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC and Jürgen Frank down this time by Lewis.
Well, what were you trying to say?
What was I trying to say?
I don't know. What word were you two trying to say? Was it antithesis?
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right.
I think Lorenzo got it too.
I got it like in the nick of time.
I mean, it's not exactly the easiest word to say, so yeah, it's fine. Also, it's early for you two, so I'll allow it. Maybe.
Thank you.
No, to be fair, I want to bring it up a few times. I want you to say it again.
Antithesis. I got it now.
Nice.
I needed someone to just poke my memory.
What a broadcast this is.
This is why RaceSpotTV is a Simi Award winner.
Yeah, and you both are Simi Award winners.
Hashtag quality content on VCO Esports and on RaceSpotTV. I think what this means is once the GT3 cycle finishes, we'll step aside for a RaceSpotTV fan immersion. We'll let people enjoy the sounds of the engines rather than the nonsense that's going on in the comms booth, because there's plenty of it right now. Great viewpoint on board with Jordan Caruso. It's early for me. I wonder what time it is for Jordan Caruso, because it is 9:55 p.m. I think for him right now.
9 p.m.
Not too bad, but by the time this race finishes, Lorenzo, it will be a lot worse. Now, who is his teammate? That's the question that I've got right now.
Simone.
So, he's got the feisty Italian on his side.
Yeah, he's got the regards on his side. The great Simone, one of the best interviewees we can actually get on the RaceSpot broadcast. I want to interview Simone once again. But interesting to see that I think the one who's going to get the worst, it might not be Jordan, it might be David Haynes.
David Haynes signs up for it. He knows what he's getting into. But here's that toe. Here's the run through Radion that's given Caruso a chance, but he backs out of that one, saves the fuel for the time being. I tell you what, you talk about interviews, and in the nick of time, we're going to be joined by Carl Jansen in that 959 car. Carl, you got a copy with us?
Hello.
Hello. Well, first question I've got to ask, because Iku Merikala told me I've got to ask you, is, well, this is your goodbye race from Core Sim Racing. What does it mean for you? You know, been with this team for a while, you've grown with this team as well. What does it mean to now be saying goodbye?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tough situation. I really enjoy every moment that I've been with the team, and it's been a great journey. And yeah, hopefully we can end it on a high with a win here and possibly take the championship as well.
From your perspective, what was the preparation like for a longer race, 12 hours, where double points was on the line as well? What changed from the first 5 races of the season?
Well, we've kind of prepared as we usually do. I mean, it's still the same thing as a 6-hour race, just that it's the double as long. So I mean, the prep is the same in that regard, but I think that it's a bit more taking care of the tires, since it will be hot and then it will get down cold again. And I think the first stint really showed that we've done a good job on that. So yeah, I think the first 2 stints here was really good. Saved tires in the beginning behind Jordan, and then I passed him and kept on saving tires, and yeah, it really paid off in the end of that second stint. So great to see, and hopefully we can keep the momentum up now. I think Altus are on 2 tires and we're on 4, so yeah, it will be interesting to see how it unfolds over the race here.
Now, that leads me into my next question, which was, in terms of tires, were you surprised that Altus took 4 tires in the first pit stop of the race?
Not really, because I kind of saw him losing the rear a lot after the or out of the slow turns, while I had great traction. I was more surprised over our tire wear, that it was so good, or as good as it was, because it really enabled us to go on 2 tires, or go on no tires, I mean. And it was, we had 4 tires on, came into the pits, had a look, and then we saw that, yeah, tires are actually really good, so we took the tires off and then went out again. So it was a bit unplanned, but yeah.
Joshua Chin has asked me to ask you, are you driving a truck later today?
Not today, but tomorrow we are doing some Atlanta truck driving.
Nice, I love it. Final question and we'll let you go, Carl. Circling back to what I said, what we were asking at the start. What's next for you? A bit of a break, I guess, from, you know, this grind of sim racing before you take the next step to your hopefully a new team.
Yeah, we'll see a bit. Obviously next month on iRacing is quite calm as well. So we'll see a bit where it goes. But yeah, I have a new team on the line there, and it would be great to start working with those guys. Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything right now, but we'll be starting to see things in the next few days, I think.
Well, we'll try and figure this out over the course of the day. Congratulations on the new team, Carl, and best of luck for the rest of this race, and hopefully you can finish out your stint with Core Sim Racing on top, although I do think it's going to require Altus to slip up for you guys to be champions here.
Yeah, for sure. It's looking a bit... I mean, obviously it's going to be a big battle here with Altus, and for us to be champions, they have to be 4th or 3rd, I think, and us to win, so we'll keep on fighting and then see where it takes us.
It's Carl Jansen in the 959 car joining us there. Always great to have a chat as pit stops underway. The 46 Luca Kita car for the GT3s onto pit lane. There's a moment for the Carbon Sim Sport car that we caught at the back of our shot as well. You got to watch the rejoin here as about 5 different cars get on through before he can spin that one around. But BS competition up past T3 Motorsports Lorenzo, and well, it's an early stop again from this race leading car that's looking for the championship.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing basically very early pit stops. I think maybe a lap or 2 or even 3 laps before than everybody else in the grid pit. So not surprised to see that 46 car basically going the only way they can actually see it going for them. Go full flat out and see where it leads them at the end of the race, as they're doing a driver swap. Patrick Heinrich now taking over from Luca Kita. Let's see what the number 2 driver in the car will do.
Yeah, impressive pace from Kita to now have to follow on from for Patrick Heinrich, but full service going on there. TCR train for second on... Oh, wait, not second on back. This is first on back. The cycle of pit stops has seen Corentin Gunes be caught up by the rest of the pack, and that's partially because he spent a little bit longer in the pit box itself, almost 36 seconds, 32 seconds for Team Hoisingfeld. So we're back to a 3-car fight at the front of the field. Impulse Racing, I think, might have done a longer service though, Lewis. They've spent 53 seconds, excuse me. They're not in this leading group anymore.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, different teams will approach this in different ways. It's not necessarily a bad thing to get what we would classify as off strategy or off kilter with some of the other teams, to go your own little route. Because take, for example, in the GT3 category with our race leaders, Bieler, another team's doing this something slightly different. Rather than actually overtaking that Bieler car, they might be brought onto a similar part where they can go racing with them later on in the race, just by doing something different on strategy. Where did that MSI car come from? Wow, see your Team Hoisingfeld straight off into Blanchimont. That was a little bit unnecessary with how much that MSI car squeezed, if I'm honest.
And he's going to come down onto pit. Oh, German Sim Racing cutting it very close. You gotta be a bit more proactive, if you ask me, when you're coming down to pit, and try and hug the inside through that final corner before you try and chop the nose off of anyone there. A couple of dicey moments in this TCR train. Hoisingfeld straight back into the thick of the draft, which is good for them. To quote Fleetwood Mac, when it comes to the strategy, you can go your own way. We'll figure out how things end up at the end of this next 10 or so hours. I know you love that one, Lewis.
That was a good one. Yeah, no, I was going to see if there was any other Fleetwood Mac ones you can get on there, like the chain and stuff, but no, you just sort of dropped it.
One at a time.
Your own way. Okay,
one at a time. We've got 2 more hours now, and I got 4 hours later to break out the funds.
I'm expecting big things from you later on, then. As
you should be expecting big things from me for AHU. It's 3 wide for TCRs. Core is going to be bundled down to 3rd. Hoisingfeld now leads.
Yeah, that was just from nowhere. I mean, I think there might have been a little bit of fuel saving or something, but the momentum that the Hoisingfeld car had coming up into Les Combes was mad. How much faster it was going than the other two, but I'll take it. That was a very, very solid move, and after being squeezed off not 5-6 corners ago, suddenly now leads. All right, fair enough. Classic TCRs.
Classic TCRs indeed. Grabbing a look at the results of the season as well for Hoisingfeld. I mean, a 2nd, a 1st, a 4th, a 3rd, a 3rd. I mean, consistency wins championships. It's just, I mean, Lorenzo, when one team wins 5 of the 6 races, it's hard to get more consistent than that.
Yeah, very, very hard to be, you know, inconsistent with that kind of result, as we're going to see the massive move from Team Hoisingfeld going to Les Combes, and I know both TCRs got prejudiced by traffic going to La Source, but nevertheless, to think that Stigman got shoved aside on Blanchimont and now into P1, nice to see it.
So to the top of another hour we go. Vlad Kimichev yet to come down pit lane for the R8G car. So, and as I say that, here he comes. Bram Van Putten, the only one able to extend further, but it's what, about a 2:15 lap? He's right on that precipice of being able to go to the end. It's so close. I don't think he's on the right side of the equation just yet. In 992, it's still Core Sim Racing that leads there. Jordan Caruso following nicely in the tire tracks for the time being with those 2 tires that he took as compared to the 4 tires. GT4, well, it's, again, one car that's dominating after the undercut racing team's penalty and then subsequent big contact, which saw them stay in pit lane for about 11 minutes getting some repairs. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Jürgen Frank almost 18 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Not even 2 hours into this race, Lewis.
I mean, that's how you want to start your race, you know, dominant fashion to basically you're taking control from the off. It's just whether they're doing something which will pay a price later on. A little bit of bump drafting here as MSI Esports start to push the Team Hoisingfeld car at the moment, just to, again, fuel save a little bit, speed up a little bit to basically guarantee their positions as 1, 2, 3, and also potentially working together just a little bit to try and keep that core car at bay, which we know is incredibly fast. Obviously, they'll all be communicating and watching what's been going on in their respective classes to see who the strongest is and how to fight them best. Again, endurance racing, playing the long game critical on a day like this. And I don't blame MSI Esports for trying to... I don't know, it's like if it's not necessarily working with the Hoisingfeld car, but you know, it's mutually beneficial.
Just trying to figure out now why Core Sim Racing is sliding backwards very slightly. Traffic's not helping them, but maybe they've got a slightly heavier car than the rest of the field. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. 43 cars took the green flag. We saw Ardennes competition immediately get turfed and into the wall before they even got up into La Source. They retired on the spot. RSR by G Performance, the other GT3 car that retired in the early stages. 10 laps later, Team Fordzilla, Pablo GoPro Lopez first had an issue through Malmedy and then a second bit of contact with the RAG Lamborghini through the bus stop chicane. That number 420 car did retire before Will Chadwick was even able to get behind the wheel. After that, Beeler Racing Team Euronics had a hellacious moment through that very corner where MSI has just had a moment with a GT3 car. Now, I was looking at the timing screen. I didn't see exactly what happened there, Lewis, but I've got to assume it was traffic management that played a factor there.
Certainly was. The Lamborghini coming through, just basically taking the apex away, the EFP racing car. We'll see it again from up above. Watch it coming from behind. We get down into Blanchimont again, just right there. Oh, that one's not an easy one, because you could argue the Lamborghini was there, but I mean, from the MSI Esports point of view, it came out of nowhere.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other, yeah, again. Like MSI, the closing speed was high enough that the Lamborghini hypothetically had enough to go, but MSI in a front-wheel drive car is always needing to turn in early. So, again, glad I'm not in race control for that one. Here's Team 75. They'll roll off a pit lane past the top of the hour, so that's an important benchmark for them to have reached. Nice little look as they drop off the Jackson roll. Where will they emerge in comparison to the rest of the field? Should be alongside, I think, with the Mahler Racing Team car. In fact, the Mahler car has already... In fact, no. Mahler car is yet to come into turn 1. There we are. On board with the new recruit to the Williams Esports camp in Josh Ladd. We tend to see this guy in prototypes, but getting up to speed with a new team and showing us his speed in the GT3s as well. 14 seconds at the front of the field. RAG has gone, I think, one tire potentially with a 49-second stop there. But the gap has really opened up because BS Competition and the T3 Motorsport by Maniti car, Lorenzo, have served their 5-second time penalty, which they incurred in the opening hour of the race.
Yeah, but if we are to look at the perspective of the race, where RAG was, they had to go for something different. So they had to take a little bit of a gamble in terms of their strategy to try to close the difference on the other cars. So it makes a little bit of a sense to see them try to go for a very risky pit stop in terms of tires and then fuel as well, and then see where it leads up to the end, to them at the end of things.
There has been a 5-second time penalty as well to the 75 car for a defensive block against the German sim racing car. Was that the moment? No, excuse me, sorry. I think there's been a bit of a swap around there potentially. Because it was the German sim racing BMW that was the one that was doing the blocking, right, Lewis? Just correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't remember.
Yeah, there's been
a fair amount that's been going on here this afternoon. And it's in through one ear and out the other.
Yes, no, I think that. Oh, I feel offended. I think that was a 15-second time penalty for the German sim racing car. There's been a subsequent thing that's happened with the 75. We'll wait for the race control decision sheet to be updated so we do get the final confirmation of what exactly happened there and why there is the penalty that's come down to them. So 2 hours in, been a fascinating race so far. And the word from RAG, by the way, is that iRacing has been an issue in pit lane. They expected and wanted to take the tires. The pit crew elected not to put them on, Lorenzo.
Have we seen this issue before?
Yes.
Yeah, this is not the first I've heard about it.
And I think that basically means championship in the hands of the 46 car, controlling their destiny for the next 10 or so hours here then, Lewis.
I mean, like I say, you've kind of got to settle yourself when things aren't going 110% correctly for whatever reason, right? Whether it's the strategy's not working out, or whether it's because you've received a penalty for whatever reason, or you've been involved in whatever it is, you've got to refocus yourself. There's still 10 hours left in this race. You can't get too set aside by what's gone on, because it's already happened now. You need to just focus forwards, focus on what is ahead, and go after it, which honestly is easier said than done, because we've all been in that boat where we needed to do that and then we still didn't. That's why I said it's so easy to have that mentality of retiring very early. Like, if you've been in an instant very early, you kind of think, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to pull out of the race. Focus, stay in it, keep your heart there, keep racing, and you never know really what's gonna happen.
Another penalty to speak of for the Williams Esports number 10. Now this was for contact with the 122, so that was the Impulse racing car. Maybe that explains the longer pit stop that we saw from that TCR machine. The penalty for the 75 car, I can tell he was for contact with the Mahler racing car, so might have been a little moment that we did see that we didn't know if it was worth the penalty, but has been adjudicated as worthy of a slap on the wrist. We're going to step aside for a moment. You'll hear less of us waffling and instead more of these wonderful engines roaring around Spa-Francorchamps. I tell you what, let's ride on board with that car that took 2 tires in the last pit stop cycle. Let's ride around with the World Championship competitor Jordan Caruso chasing down Oscar Rene for the championship in a 992 class. So a couple of laps on board with Jordan Caruso as he chases down Ascari Rene here in the final round of the 2021-2022 24-hour series Esports Championship. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV, where alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Lewis McLeod, Lorenzo Bondo, to walk you through the next couple of hours of this championship deciding race. Double points were meant to mix things up, but it's been a somewhat pedestrian run to the championship in all four of our classes. The 46 car has been dominant, coming into this race second in the points, but single digits back from the R8G car. They've looked untouchable, not just on pace, but in terms of their championship rivals as well, Lewis.
Yeah, the one where we've got the really exciting battle really is in that 992 category, where our top two in the championship, of course, we spent a little while on board there with Jordan Caruso. Top two in our championship, they are separated by 14 points, which even if Core win, and if Logitech Joust Esports are in second, then they won't actually switch on the points, because the margin would only be 10 between first and second, so that kind of doesn't really switch anything on challenge. But it is a fascinating race to watch, and you kind of wonder what can Core do to try and maybe bring someone else into the mix in this battle. It is a bit fascinating, but a lot of our championship fights, like I say, even a couple of hours into this race, they are looking a lot calmer and a lot more almost predictable as to what's going to happen in them, and then it's just about avoiding mistakes for the next 10 hours, which is easier said than done.
The last couple of races, at least in the GT3 class, have seen some incredible finishes. Monza was that strategy battle where PRT Ronin didn't take any much tires at the end, and we're trying to hang on for dear life, not able to get the victory, but at least getting the podium. And then last time out, it was a slugfest all the way to the very end, as Williams came out on top, but MSI really did push them to the very, very bitter end. 9 hours, 45 minutes in this race to go. For those who are just joining us today, we'll inform you that the windows for pit stops under an hour for all four of our classes. We are expecting splash and dashes for every single car in the field. The final hour of the race. Here's one car that is struggling. Your championship leader coming into this race. Not had the pace, not had the luck as well. An incident in the early hour pushed them back in the field, but most importantly, Lorenzo, the most recent cycle down on pit lane, when we expected full service driver changes as well for all of these teams and drivers. It was a driver change, but unfortunately, the pit crew not putting new tires on that car. Thibaut Casabon is sliding backwards in a hurry.
Which is unfortunate to see. They got hit up with something technical on their side, and Thibaut's struggling to find pace with that car, like doing averages of 218. That's basically laps like, for example, the Logitech G Altus car, which due to their fault, they had issues as well. Did it early on, and are actually doing it right now in the grid. So it's gonna be very painful for them. I don't know if they actually might have to pit even earlier, because of the fact that they might get the warning out of iRace in terms of the tire wear.
In GT3, by the way, don't count out the T3 Motorsport by Maniti number 7. Tim Matska, after taking that 5-second time penalty, is on the charge. Already has closed the gap to 11.5 seconds. Lamborghini is looking very, very good in today's race. In terms of the field right now, it's a Lamborghini 1 and 2, a BMW 3 and 4, then Porsche 5, Lamborghini 6. So a nice little healthy mix of our GT3 cars here today. As up the hill over the crest at Radion they come. You're watching on VCO Esports on RaceSpotTV. Let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. Always glad to learn more about those supporting their favorite team and drivers. And if you're trying to follow your specific team, head to racespot.wtf/endurance to follow live timing and scoring powered by our partners at Timing 71. Battle for 7th in the 992. It's your outgoing champions hunting down the 981 car, Lewis.
Yeah, like I said, the defending season for the Inertia team has not gone well, I think is the nice way of putting it. Unfortunately, those are the times you got to deal with it. You just got to roll with it and kind of enjoy the season being the champion. And yes, sometimes there are struggles like this, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. You've got to find your path be it through poor luck or even just a lack of pace comparatively, try and put on a show in the final round and show why you were champions in the previous one, as they're looking at inertia to the inside of Talk Freak there, coming into the final section. Might be a move down into the buster, but actually a little bit too close. Getting to the outside of Blanchimont, not alongside enough. I don't think this one's going to work.
I mean, you could be brave and try, but you back out for now. Does he get a good run out of the corner? He does, but forced to roll the momentum to the outside line, where we've talked about this before. You don't want to be in your back out of that one and try and set up a move as the 981 car a little bit deep into the bus stop chicane. Inertia not getting the power down in the fashion they would have wanted. You see that big McDonald's logo on the front of that Porsche 718 Cayman, making me slightly hungry right now. But up the hill in towards La Source, using gravity to get on the anchors and on the binders, nice and tightly. The 914 up into 7.
Lovely little move. And yes, every time I do see that Mackie logo, I'm instantly thinking of going out straight after this stint, if I'm perfectly honest.
Me too. I could go for a big breakfast right now.
Yeah, see, the thing is, it's breakfast for you lot. I don't know what it is. This is the thing, is that we're going to get on a completely different topic of food. I don't know what it's like in other countries, to be honest. Like, is it
I just want to grab a McFlurry.
No, that's a good question. And as someone who has experienced McDonald's in a couple of different places, UK McDonald's is not bad. American McDonald's might be the lowest that I've had so far, which is, I mean, not a huge surprise as well. That's a great place to pass someone in through Malmedy. The best is Australian McDonald's, where they use real meat for their burgers. Like, that is, it's fast food, but good fast food. Indian McDonald's is surprisingly good as well. Like, the reason as well is because it's considered a luxury. Like, most people in India aren't going to McDonald's on the regular, so it's a luxury. The McAloo Tikki is very good.
I just love how you just like traveling the world and basing it on which McDonald's you've been to.
Well, you see, and here's where I'm biased. While the best quality McDonald's might be in Australia, the single best item that McDonald's has is in Singapore, which is the McSpicy. There is no better. You know, there's this chicken sandwich fad in America right now, Popeyes, you know, whatever. Nah, go to Singapore, experience a proper McSpicy.
I'm much more of a teriyaki chicken, Mac teriyaki chicken, and also
you can get that in Singapore if you want as well.
And melon Fanta that I got in Japan.
You can't get those over here, I can tell you that for free.
Well, Fanta in the US is also not the same as Fanta anywhere else in the world because of the mixture that they use. Where Fanta in Europe, Lewis, is quite good.
Oh, is it really not very good?
It's really not very good here in America.
Classic.
Joshua Chin, who is doing the VCO content for today behind the scenes. Check out VCO Esports on social media, as well as photos.vco-esports.com to see the work that he's outputting. Says McDonald's breakfast is unbeaten, and I'm not going to dispute that. It is very good. Get some hotcakes as well.
Hotcakes?
Yeah, they're pancakes, but they don't want to call them pancakes, apparently.
Oh, right. They are just pancakes.
They are just pancakes.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, fair enough. I'm picking up what you put there. No, sorry, it's double second. Put the hash brown in there, boom. We're sorted.
See, now
it's sorted.
Now I've got the very difficult decision. Do I go to McDonald's or do I go to IHOP? Because I have an IHOP close to me as well.
See, this thing, speaking a different language to me, mate.
Have you need to come to America and experience IHOP.
I need to come to America to experience quite a lot of things, including watching the Indianapolis 500, the number one on my bucket list races to go and watch.
Yes, at the second best racetrack at the world. You've got the Nordschleife, you've got the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Don't start.
Thought I'd slip that one in there, wouldn't I?
Well,
We'll steer away and we'll go back to the topic. Will Vincent, by the way, has told me some of his stories about Indianapolis. I forget which year it was, but he was on the hot garage at Indianapolis, and he ended up next to Emma Dixon. That's not a bad place to be.
No, absolutely not.
NBC would have focused straight on that action, that's for sure.
Yeah, final lap of the race. They're going side by side for the race lead. What do you want to watch? The family.
Yes.
Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? You've got to see the emotion, not the actual racing, not the thing that you actually want to watch. You've got to see the emotion.
I mean, to be fair, you are from the country that brought to worldwide renown the WAGS culture.
The what culture?
The WAGS culture. You know all about this, football fans.
WAGS culture.
Wives and girlfriends. Come on, Lewis.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. That is not a problem in this neighbourhood. Let's just go.
Oh God!
I mean, come on. We're talking about the national football team. Which, to be clear, I am an England football fan. I support India when it comes to cricket, but growing up in the UK, it was England football for me. They're talking about the country where if the wives and girlfriends aren't appeased, the national team doesn't do so good.
There is. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there is a very slippery slope here when it comes to English football, so I think we should probably dart off of this topic.
It's coming home. It's coming home, Lewis. Come on, be confident.
I did get message instantly after the Euro final by a very good friend of mine who races for Fortilla, Gianmarco Felici, who is quite Italian, because we bonded over our love of Valentino Rossi, right? Which, let's be honest, everyone loves Valentino Rossi, right?
Yes. Except when he's missing pit stalls.
I've got a Valentino Rossi flag on my wall and everything. Well, I mean, it's that or when he's getting his knee up as well to hit people off. That's also not. That's a bit of another one. But yeah, we were bonding over that. Literally straight away after the final. Obviously, everyone in England's devastated and whatnot. He just sends me a video message saying it's coming to Rome, very loudly, which is just. And then the next 2 times I interviewed him, he literally dropped it on both broadcasts. It's like, thanks, mate.
I like this guy already.
He's in the dirty books. He's in the dirty books, that's for sure.
I love Felici. I like the Fortilla team.
Well, as long as they get a paint on their car that isn't just a white car with a Ford logo on it. Yeah. Although that was interesting in a different way. Let's be completely clear there. It is coming home. I have full faith in Gareth Southgate's ability to deliver a boring team that can deliver results. Because the reality is, the only team that beat us in the Euros was Italy. Guess who didn't Guess who lost to North Macedonia?
They did lose to North Macedonia. It was funny, yeah. It was the second consecutive World Cup they're not in. We're completely off topic here, mate.
I mean, this is what happens in endurance racing.
My half Italian is sad about that, but it's kind of like hashtag deserve for them.
It was a completely different team in my opinion. Not the players, but the way they were playing was very different to how they played in the Euros. So, I mean, I wasn't totally sure. I mean, that's the beauty of these qualifying processes, right? Is when you get these playoffs, you get these surprises. Of course, the World Cup draw is somewhat interesting. We are very off topic, yes, but we'll go with it for the time being as we ride on board with the visor cam view of Jordan Caruso still hunting down Ascari Renem. The World Cup draw. Did you watch it, Lewis? The actual draw itself?
Good lord.
Did you know Jermaine Genius was the one hosting it?
No, I did not.
He was surprisingly good.
I didn't watch it now.
I was like, wait, I recognize that face, but it can't be. It can't be Jermaine Genius. Lo and behold, Jermaine Genius is now making an appearance or making a career, not as a footballer anymore, but as a media personality.
But I guess, it's where it goes, I guess, sometimes. Yeah, why not? It's much easier on this side of things.
All I can say is surely his media personality career is going to be better than his football career.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
it's worse, sure.
that is harsh. Jermaine Genius was a totally acceptable player in his time. Acceptable being the most nice thing that I can really say about it.
I was going to say, like, is that about as much of a compliment as you can get to? This is exactly how we're going to start speaking about some F1 drivers. Yeah, we shouldn't say it right now, even though we did have a discussion before we went on broadcast. But I know certain drivers that's very popular in their second year of Formula 1 isn't that good.
Wow.
Might go down the same route. Yeah.
So we'll steer out of that. We'll steer out of that one because we don't want the.
That would irritate a few people, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No, I know. I won't say which country the fans are from, but we don't want them to come and rain down hell on you. Here's the onboard with Pearson that Tyler Hervia says he hunts down the Tim Clayson's Talk Freak racing car in front, so they come up behind the Team 75 machine through Blanchimont. Pearson's going to get a run, but there's no door. That's good driving from the Talk Free car to make sure. Oh, well, he finds a door. He forces the door. Oh, well, barge it open if you can. And, oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy there. You heard the contact. Pure Sims hold on. They continue to battle side by side as they run themselves up in towards turn number 1. Nice and tidy they go, but again, having a bit of a look, having a bit of a lunge, comes the Pure Sims car, nice and easy down the inside and working its way up into 8. Ewan O'Leary is saying that Jermaine Genus is a legend, but you can't trust a Northerner when it comes to football, I guess.
You can't trust a Northerner when it comes to many things, to be perfectly honest, but yeah, gotta love Ewan O'Leary. Well, we hear him from, you'll hear how Northern he is. Although he probably will sound slightly southern in comparison to David
Christie,
who is quite Scottish.
Quite Scottish.
Yes, he's more Scottish than Ryan Walker and Fraser Williamson, though.
Not than Fraser Williamson, no, because you can actually understand.
I was going to say it's the point where it's like, I don't need a linguistic coach to understand what's going on with David Christie. He's very easy to listen to.
Yeah, because like we have our levels of Scottish. We have Peter, we have Ryan, then up at the top we have Fraser. Like. And Peter is going to kill me after this.
True, yeah, I was going to say, you're forgetting Peter Mackay. Altus to the front of the 992 class, by the way. As course Sim Racing come in and pit. I think that's Jordan Caruso minding his tires, minding the fuel as well. That's big heads-up driving as here comes that 959 car.
Well, he was sat behind. Jordan Caruso was sat behind this car for a very long time. Went for the attack. We had a beautiful bit of side-by-side. Probably realised that there was no real way that Caruso could actually make the move cleanly and actually make it and assert himself back in the racing. So why not, instead of wasting time, why not just sit behind, save some fuel, maybe save an extra lap, that even if it doesn't save you a pit stop later on in the race, it's not even the point. The point is that it might save you time in that splash and dash 9.5 hours from now. That's the critical bit, where it's shortening that pit stop and making sure that your stationary time in pit lane is much, much shorter.
So, back onto track. Strategy game's a long way to play out with 9 hours and 30 minutes to go. I mean, we're talking about it now, but the reality is it's like the multiverse. Timelines will go out, the strategies go out, and they all converge at the very end when things are brought back into normal order. A couple more 992 cars on pit lane. They include the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Machine, the 981 Talk Free Racing car, T3 Motorsports by Maniti make a stop as well. Of course, Sim Racing emerge in 3rd spot. That's how strong their pace has been, not taking tires again. They do look as though they've got a car that's a little bit lighter on the tires than the Altus Esports car. We heard that from Carl Jansen, Lorenzo. He was noticing that in that first stint, Caruso was sliding all over the shop. Now, I do wonder if we are going to see a driver's change for Altus and maybe Simone Maria Marcheno jumping behind the wheel.
I'm curious about that as well, and yeah, there was a little bit of a push from Jordan and not only Jordan but Carl as well. So kind of a bit surprising to see that 4-tire strategy, but as Carl mentioned during the interview, it kind of makes a little bit more sense for him pushing the car, and we know that Spa is a track that can be unforgiving in the tires if you actually do push them to the extreme limit. As now Caruso is going to come into the pit lane, and we're about to see if the Sicilian God is about to come into the car.
Ooh, Sicilian God, I like that. We need more nickname for drivers. I've given a few out over my time. My favorite is Rock and Roll Rick Sheldon, and that's because he is a guitar player that's actually got music on Spotify. I also like Cool Hands Luke McHugh, and that's the fun one as well. But Jordan Caruso, don't think he's getting out of that car. Looks like he's staying in. It's going to be him for another stint then.
I think potentially might want to do, because obviously the time that it is for Caruso at the moment, might want to try and do like a triple or even a quadruple stint. No one's going to stay in the car, go full go Vankini, right, and do 10 hours. 10 and a quarter hours. But I think he might aim to do probably as close to 4 hours as he can get.
He is up on the jacks. He's taking tires again. Course Sim Racing back to the lead.
The idea would be then to hand over to Simone Maria for maybe another 4 hours, if they're going to split it like that, and then deal with the last part of the race as they get to it. Purely based on the fact of the time, is that I know that with it being this late, he'll want to do most of his driving at a reasonable time, like now, and not do too much of it at like 4 o'clock in the morning, which isn't that fun, as you'll know.
The only time I've done a race at this hour, it actually went quite well for me. Until my teammate blew an engine in a V8 Supercars race.
Oh, really?
Yeah, final lap of the race. We're on for a great finish in V8 Scops, and yeah, downshift and blew the engine.
I was supposed I did it at 4 o'clock in the morning. Someone decided to crash it a couple of times and use all our fast repairs.
Don't know who you're talking about.
Gina.
Don't know who you're talking about.
Terrible.
Here comes Caruso back out onto track then and sliding his way through Lacombe, getting those tires back up to temperature and pressure as GT4 pit stops begin. We see the Entropic 412 car down on pit lane. Jürgen Frank dominant so far as they look to make it 5 wins in 6 races. TCR team Oisingveld have pulled away to the tune of 3 full seconds. Still close between Core Sim Racing and MSI. There you see those two squabbling over second for the time being, but strategy brought them together in the last cycle. Will strategy bring them together once again? It's also close between the two Williams Esports entered cars, the Mahler Racing 55 as well as the Williams Esports number 7 for Williams Esports number 5, excuse me, in 7th spot. There we go, getting my numbers all sorts of jumbled up right there, but it's calmed down very slightly after the initial 10 minutes of craziness that we had to start this race off. The only craziness now is up here in the commentary booth with some of the topics that we managed to find ourselves going down.
We are pretty crazy. I don't know what if Lorenzo has any insane topics to also bring up that aren't food or football related.
Not really. We had the rally one.
Me, actually.
Yeah, which surprise? Well, it's early in the morning. I can actually think of something if you give me 5 minutes to take a talk about. I had the rally one, but it was brought up, and all we need to know is when the official launch is going to happen, so I can toast our Judah once again.
When are we going to do a rally together, Ardennes? You can't crash my car in a rally, so it's all right.
Are you? Oh, well, I was going to say, are you going to be reading pace notes for me or vice versa?
Oh, good lord, no, we're going to be in 2 different cars. We're going to be going head to head in those R5s, mate.
R5s? Are you too scared of a full WRC car?
Well, no, R5s. Okay, genuinely, if you drive all the cars in Richburn, R5s are that nice middle ground where
I do agree. No, I do agree.
They're just sort of. They're good to drive though, but the thing is WRCs is that by the time the pace notes have been like, right, and there's a hairpin left into the left one.
Well,
and I'm sort of like, mate, I already crashed.
You know you can adjust the pace note readouts, right?
You can adjust it very specifically if you really want to.
Yes.
And alas, at the same time, that's a lot of work.
It is, but to win this battle of the commentators, it might be worth it.
We're going to go on some stages.
Yeah.
We're going to do the that French one. I can't remember what it's called. But it's
no.
All of the tarmac.
Well,
it's very tight. It's 12 kilometers long.
I did a stream of RBR a couple of days ago, and my stream title was "Lewis told me to download this. Valtteri Alander told me to run this specific stage." So we're going to do that one. It's 35 kilometers in Finland. It's great.
Yeah,
Nice.
which is the Onnipoja stage.
Yes, there you go. I was trying not to say it because I was going to butcher the name.
Just do Mineshaft, man.
Yeah. But ask Arjuna how many attempts he actually did with resetting the card and everything to do Onnipoja yesterday.
I was just doing content there. That's close with MSI as the Impulse 992 car.
Just doing content.
Yes, I was just quality streaming. I was just producing content.
Oh my goodness. What have you become?
Not Jimmy Broadbent just yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Right, well, one day, mate. You just keep streaming away. You'll be up there with 700,000.
I need a shed. That's what I need.
Yeah, he doesn't have a shed anymore. That's all right.
Oh, that's true. He doesn't have a shed anymore. You have to start in the shed. Is what you need to do.
Yeah. Good lad, though.
Good lad indeed. Getting word, by the way, for those who are IndyCar fans, wet start to the race. So
nice.
That should be interesting.
Are you two off the broadcast when that starts, or are you back on the broadcast?
We will be back on the broadcast about halfway through the race.
Yeah.
I know, it is suboptimal, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I am definitely going to be watching that one before I do another VCO esports related broadcast.
That's a good point. I forgot that. Is that going to be? Is this going to be done before that happens?
No, definitely not. But of 10? No, definitely not.
Well, there may be a switch in programming then if you're watching on VCO Twitch, so make sure you head over to RaceSpotTV on YouTube if you want to keep watching this all the way to the championship finale, because as Williams Esports and Imala Racing Team swap around on the run-up into Le Comp, Lewis McLeod, Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger will all be watching some Formula Sim racing action. Where are you going racing today, Lewis?
For the circuit to the start, which is going to be pretty mad. We went racing there last year, and it was pretty crazy. It's round 5 of the season. We've got a tight championship fight at the top. We've got teams and stuff which we know, like Unicorns of Love, and they're excellent, very well loved team in sim racing. Less so on iRacing, because they don't really race too much, but we'll see those battling out at the top with Mitchie Hoyer and all. It's going to be good fun, and also it's a Circuit de la Sarthe, so I mean it's madness. By the way, just on a slight off topic, again going back to
wait, what has just happened with Jamie Moon in the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC car? Okay, for a moment I thought Jamie Moon was in the GT4.
Junkos car.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of cars that got mixed up here. Oh, that's not on.
That is not on.
Simple as that.
Solid no out of 10.
I like that. I'm stealing that. That is definitely a no out of 10.
Yeah, that was bad.
See, I saw on my timing screen Jamie Moon, and I'm like, wait, Jamie Moon is a Team 75 driver. Was that the GT4 car? Fortunately, it was not. Marvin Strell was behind the wheel of the 475, so they're still okay. That's a slam dunk penalty and a bit.
Yep, that one does not take a genius to work out. I mean, you're going for a gap, which it just is not there. And if gap car, no. That is not in this scenario. What I was going to say is, what we're going to have a lot of fun with is the NetRex team in the... I don't know if you've seen the driver lineup for NetRex.
Oh, I have.
They're all very, very Polish.
Oh, the names are going to be fun, aren't they?
It's just going to be horrendous. So I think I'm going to go and ask them for some coaching to say each of their names. Typically, NetRex is more of like a Spanish-based team, but their iRacing contingent are all Polish.
Yeah, you're going to have to help me out there as well. Share the love.
VCO Infinity?
Yeah.
Share the coaching,
please.
Yeah,
I saw that. I was like, yeah, thank God I'm not commentating this.
Yeah, well, maybe you'll retire from actually that doesn't work because it's not a 24-hour race. It's 24 individual races, so you can't just retire from it. But if you do give up, you'll have to join us in the commentary booth, then, won't you?
Well, I know one of these names, that's for sure, because we've commentated on him before. The rest of the names I will struggle with. On board with Josh Ladd in the Marla Racing Team car. I have noticed, by the way, that technically the deadline for submitting your rosters was yesterday. There's at least a solid 5 teams that have not submitted a roster. At least.
Nice.
Does that mean that their spots are forfeit? It does include Altus, by the way. Bo Albert is watching. Bo, go talk to Simon Feigl in the team house and make sure you do that ASAP, because bad Altus.
Who are the other teams? Who else do you want to tell us?
Oh, are we just throwing them under the bus right now?
Absolutely.
BMS, who is a NASCAR team that's going to be running with us. I'm excited to see. They actually run in the real world, so I'm excited to see how they do, assuming they put a driver roster forward. Cam Roger, if you're listening, what's happening with Burst Esports, mate? Cameron Rogers without the D. Let's make
Rogers, man.
Butler Pal Motorsports as well, not being great. E-Team Brits. Muradness E-Stars, which is basically satellite racing. No lineup from them. Simsa Esports, SRC Movano Corsa, Team Red. Ooh, Team Redline, no roster in there. That's suboptimal.
Naughty.
Ryan Walker, by the way, jumps into the chat to say Finnish names are the ones that he finds the hardest to pronounce. You know what? Surprisingly, after my IRX experience last year, Finnish names are somewhat easier for me. That's not to say that I don't struggle with names. Lewis, go ahead.
Which one?
You remember during Esports Racing World Cup, day 2?
Yeah. I mean, I can't remember. I can't remember their names now.
Oh, great. Okay, so you're not going to be able to
I know exactly who you're thinking of. I can't remember.
Okay, well, good. We're past that point. Josh Ladd in tow, but being smart. There you go, on the clutch, saving the fuel. That's smart heads-up driving from the Lad. There's a pun there. That's just not at the forefront of my mind right now. Should be getting close to the pit stop window for these GT3 cars as well, with about a quarter of an hour to go till we get to the 9-hour marker of this race. likely to see them in a lap or two. Bila Racing, of course, would be the first. And let's talk about the race very slightly again. In terms of championship in GT3, R8G, well, they're back down to 11th, which is basically net where they were before that issue on pit lane where tires did not go onto that car. Here's a look. Oh, wonderful. I love it. Live standings is what we need with Bila Racing Team clear of the field. MSI would sit second if things hold as they are. R8G would be down in third. There's the margin. It's not a small one. It's a huge one that the Bila team has at the front of the field.
Well in control right now, that's the thing. Like, there was a moment where Tim Matsker, oh my goodness, what is happening here? What is happening here?
So that's the Racing Lab 992 car. Now, who else got mixed up as a result of this? Yukos again.
Well. Yukos.
And they're just minding their business. There's nothing more they can do other than just getting off the track. It's as simple as that. Well, we were going to get a look from up above, then the trees decided, no, you're not allowed to do so. But three didn't go together there very nicely.
Well, we'll see it from... Yeah, okay, so there is an air. I don't know why the Aztec Volante car decided to get that close to the TCR car, though, regardless. Like, there is plenty of space further over. I mean, yeah. I genuinely feel so bad for the TCR car that is rough.
Yeah.
I wonder... Sorry, go ahead, Lorenzo.
No, I was gonna say I don't think that the Aztec GT4 wanted to hit that TCR. I thought he was gonna try to be in the middle line. It might have got spooked by the Racing Lab car. I don't know.
That's what I was gonna say. I think that maybe they were just worried because that Racing Lab car got off onto the grass as well. Not ideal, we'll put it that way. As through Malmedy, this battle for 5th in the GT3s continues to go on. Two newish recruits to the Williams Esports team. Sona Muto's been there since basically the start of 2022, but he does see behind him Josh Ladd, the newest of the iRacing members. They've also got on their F1 Esports side Daniel Haddad, who has just joined again up with the team. Down into Pouhon they go. Split now by the Pure Sims GT4 that's on its own little recovery drive. No 992 entry, though, for the Williams Esports camp as they focus on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. A week from now, they go to the best track in the world, the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
What layout?
That's a good if it was me, I'd just run the VLN layout, but it's not me. It's not my choice.
It's still the second best track in the world, but yeah. Lorenzo, it's the best track in the world.
For me, simple Sebring.
Sebring?
Sebring. Oh my
I love Sebring, man.
Wow.
I love Sebring in Daytona, then Nürburgring.
Wow. Daytona #2 toasted in the bin of these opinions.
There's bias on Daytona, man. There's bias on Daytona because I've been to Daytona. It's the best race, the best 24-hour race that got rained down halfway through, and I had to go back to Orlando.
Sounds great.
Again.
I have no word to your opinion, man. Like there was not many options there, and you picked all the ones that certainly weren't it.
Like, okay, I'll give you Sebring is fine, but Daytona as #2 is like
Daytona's significantly better than both Bathurst and the Nordschleife.
Like, no way.
Like I said, there's bias here, man. I've never been to the Nürburgring. I've never been to Bathurst.
I mean, I've never been to any of these tracks either. If I was going to go by tracks that I've been to, I've got Singapore and Laguna Seca, neither of which are the best tracks in the world.
I mean, I've got most of them in the UK, and I certainly wouldn't put them anywhere near them.
Your opinion, I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion.
There are underrated.
I like your neck.
There are underrated tracks in the UK, though. That's for sure.
Castle Comby.
Zach Sweeney doesn't know many of them.
Sorry, what did you say?
Is it Castle Comby or Castle Combe? I think it's Castle Combe.
It's neither of them, but yes.
Castle Combe.
It is Castle Combe. Combe. Don't say the B.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Castle Combe.
Yeah, Castle Combe.
No, I cannot say Lacombe, but I can say Castle Combe.
How I mean, the thing is with Carbon Blue, it's, I'd say it's not a very good track. It's basically a box with a little bit on the end.
Does Zach Sweeney know about that track?
No. Zach Sweeney doesn't know, but Zach Sweeney doesn't even know about Snetterton. It's just which is tragic. Again, if you're watching, let us know what your favorite tracks in the world are. Dominic Engel does say, by the way, that the Porsche Super Cup, the Esports Super Cup, usually uses the 24-hour layout, which of all the layouts is the worst of the layouts that you could use. That combines with the Nordschleife as well. Joshua Chin says that everyone's sleeping on Oran Park North. He's just asking for absolute chaos. Yeah, he's just chaos. Kim Yong Understeer says he likes Mid-Ohio. That's a place where if you have understeer, you're in for a world of hurt. And then Josh Chin also says Singapore is a banger. Singapore is not a bad track, especially now that they've removed the horrendous stain of a corner that was the Singapore sling. I don't like Singapore very much. No, not the country. Nothing against the country.
Whoa!
Nothing against the country. It's the circuit. It's the circuit. No,
I do agree.
Don't like it very much. I think it's.
I think
it's not a street circuit. Well, it's a street circuit, but it's just like such a boring.
I was like, what are you talking about? It's a street circuit.
Yeah, but when you compare it to like Monaco or Long Beach or somewhere like where they take the character of whereas Singapore is basically like two squares or two rectangles.
Oh no, I agree.
With each other and been like, that'll do.
You want to know something? I was actually there during 2008 for Crashgate. Now I was actually on the straight where the crash happened, so just out of Padang corner at turn 9 before the Singapore sling. However, because of where I was sitting, I couldn't see the crash. Pain. I was literally on the middle of the straight. My first impression of a Formula 1 car was, crikey, I can't see them. They're moving that quickly.
Nice. I've never seen a Formula 1 driving around actually.
Really?
I'm gonna see that in November when I go to Sao Paulo watching Interlagos.
Nice.
First time ever.
Actually, that's not true. The first time I've ever seen a Formula 1 car, there's a picture. If you're friends with me on Facebook and you go and scour through my history, you'll see a very young and very small Arjuna standing next to a McLaren Formula 1 car when I think it was Mika Hakkinen that came to do a couple of demo runs when they were publicizing the Grand Prix. Given that Mika Hakkinen was one of my heroes, that was a very special moment. It's Patrick Heinrich in pit lane, by the way, for the 46 car. We'll talk about that later on. But we were having a discussion in our IndyCar community yesterday, iRacing IndyCar community, about cheap trips to go and watch Formula 1. And the cheapest that we initially thought was Hungary. But then I said, well, why would you want to go see a race at Hungary other than turn 1 chaos? Generally doesn't tend to be very good, and so we settled as either Austria, the Red Bull Ring is one of the cheaper trips, or Suzuka. The only problem with Suzuka is the massive travel that you've got to go and do.
A lot of British fans, they will go and completely ruin Spa. So Spa was always like high on the list because it was much cheaper than going to Silverstone, including the ferry and getting to Spa. It's always cheap to get to Spa and watch the races there. Austria is another one in that list. I'm pretty sure Cam Rogers is going to the Red Bull Ring to go on.
Really?
Yeah, I think he is with his family.
Nice. Well, the ticket sold out there because I think that's such good value for money. There goes your race leader. It is a nice place, let's be honest. Although the only thing that's not pretty about it is the fact that Red Bull are likely to continue their dominance there unless something surprising happens.
I guess a Red Bull fan.
Well, I'm not I like actual competition. The reason I don't like Red Bull is what happened with Charles Leclerc. I'm going to be honest. That one moment is what kind of spoiled me.
Well, it's Karen Horner, man. Well, that's what gets me Red Bull.
8 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Still waiting for Plenty of GT3 fits. I'm steering away from that one. Very, very firmly away from that one. This, if you're watching, award-winning RaceSpotTV. We won awards, yes, by being very professional. Ryan Walker says, what about Valencia street circuit? Now, controversial hot take here. I think that was an underrated layout.
I agree. I actually preferred Valencia over Singapore.
I do. I agree.
As a drive.
I don't think that's a controversial opinion, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only
controversial opinion, in my opinion.
There you go. I was going to say, surely.
The only thing we could actually see in Valencia, I think the biggest highlight of the season was kind of like a little bit of highlight of sorts was Mark Webber saying that he wanted to fly like an eagle to the sea.
Yeah, 2010, when he went over the back of that Lotus.
I thought someone was going to bring up Hamilton and Maldonado.
2012, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a moment. Michael Schumacher's final podium in Formula One as well. It was, the thing is with Valencia is that the real issue is that it was never given like a particularly good race. Like all the races there were really bad except for 2012. Like they were very bad races. Singapore had the night gimmick, and then kind of through the temperature stuff, it did get objectively better races or more wacky results, shall we say, and that's where Valencia just fell by the wayside. Also, I did hear quite a few people telling me that the area around the Valencia street circuit is
Suboptimal.
Yeah.
Well, you say that. I mean, Long Beach, for example, now it's a very nice place. But, you know, when the Long Beach Grand Prix first started, it was the same sort of thing. The track became the fixture of the uplifting nature of what happened around that place. So, I mean, I can maybe appreciate it, but I also say that if you have a race there for a little bit longer, it tends to bring stuff up. Tim Matska's out of pit lane, fuel only for him, and continues to run. Now 9 seconds, in fact, back from Bila Racing Team Euronics. It was an identical, basically, time on pit lane, but that car's starting to make some ground on the leader at the front of the field. Underrated track, Josh Chin, Korea, agree.
The worst pit entry, though.
Yes.
Like, a hilariously dangerous pit entry.
I mean,
braking on a
similar to
flat-out
Baku.
right-hander that's blind.
It's similar to Baku in terms of the actual pit lane entry itself, but I know what you mean, the actual getting onto the entry of the lane.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's going around a blind that's going to be a problem there. At least Baku, you're on a straight. I mean, still not. It's still it's not the worst pit entry in the world, which does hands down go to the Red Bull Ring, which is just so dumb. It actually it pains me. Awful pit entry.
To be very honest, I think the biggest problem with the Korean track was basically it was in a bad spot. From what I heard, it was like very hard to access, and there was nothing like interesting to do.
I mean, that's a lot of tracks, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
You know what? Sorry, I'm going to completely cut off to go in another direction. Another underrated track, the Indian Grand Prix one.
I never liked it.
You never liked it?
No,
I never liked it.
A little bit too just tight in the middle. I just never really got the vibe. But the thing you say about like to go back to the out in the middle of nowhere, it always spooks me as to why some places like I mean, there's one circuit which is well used, at least on motorbikes and stuff, which is really hard to get to. That I've heard from so many people is Aragon. Yet it's still used by quite a lot, but apparently it is a proper pain to get to that track.
Interesting. Rocker says Mosport and VIR, both very, very good tracks. VIR, less good now that the tree no longer exists at Oak Tree Corner.
Precisely.
That's what's
I actually want to bring two things. One is a question to you both, and another thing is talking about street tracks. These all street tracks nowadays, in my opinion, they're better than a certain French street track, that I refuse to call its name because it is a very bad word in Portuguese, so I'm gonna refrain from using that. You guys probably know what track I'm talking about.
No.
Secondly, do you rate Korea and India better than the current Miami track? I can see the French track later.
How can we know?
Yeah,
how can we know?
Just mean looking from the outside the layout.
You can't know until you've actually seen cars racing it, though. That's the reality. Like,
okay, fair.
I would love to bash on it, but you can't because we've not seen cars. I think Jeddah, for example, I was not a fan of it initially, and I still don't like it for a couple of safety aspects. But there's a reason why Valtteri Bottas, after that first session that he did there, was like, man, this is awesome, with a couple more expletive words in there.
It looks like, say, someone puts an error actually like really good. But then to counter that from the other one, where if you look at it on a track map, the supercar, as we go, Team Hoisingfeld getting to the inside. We'll focus a little bit on what's going on in the race, don't worry, but not getting part of Esports there. Newcastle in V8 supercars. That looked boring as sin. The racing around there, it's not been on the calendar for a little while. I think they're going back there end of this year or maybe next year. I'm so excited because I think racing around there was so good. It was such an enjoyable thing. The flow really worked. The climate, the sense, it was sick. But if you look at it on track, you wouldn't really be able to see it. You need to see the actual racing and stuff around there first.
Yeah, no, yeah, and that's my point with Miami. I think yeah. We'll see. I mean, we're only a week away. That's the reality of the situation. Question from Ivo De Breuer in our YouTube chat as well. Name 3 tracks that we need to see in iRacing before the end of 2022. Now, I'm not going to say end of 22 because it takes time to scan, it takes time to build up a track, but I like that concept, and it's something I bring up a lot. Dominic Engel says Autopolis, The Bend. I think The Bend is a very, very good choice there in the Sashin ring.
Autopolis, please.
Kim Jong Understeer says Portimao, another one echoing the Sashin ring, as well as a random American track that is like Mid-Ohio. To be honest, we got most of the good American road courses, in my opinion. Now, street circuits is a place that we could get. Toronto, St. Pete, some of those IndyCar ones are options. Joshua Chin says Portimao, yes. Norris Ring, yes. Portland, no. Portland, get in the bin of all these quasi-street tracks that we're going to get. Let's not get that one.
Arjuna, if you say modern day Portland, I will agree 100% with you. If we bring back the old days from kart, that when they used to run at Portland, then I'm going to say bring the OG Portland, not the modern Portland. Even though the layout is basically the same thing.
Toronto's good, St. Pete's good.
I want Toronto and iRacing like stat.
I go for either of those. If I'm still going to street circuits, I'm generally going I go Townsville or Newcastle.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say Albert Park, and I was going to ask what your opinions are on the new Albert Park.
Don't like. I actually, I am in what feels like a very small. I always thought that it was a general opinion.
Sorry, wait.
We'll
come back to that. Someone just said the Nashville Street Circuit. I'm sorry, my friend.
Whoa.
No. That is an abomination of a track, and the sad part is there were some alternate layouts. Again, part of the iRacing IndyCar community, we had this discussion during the Music City Grand Prix. There are layouts that you could have done that would have been good. The one that they decided on, just not good.
Yeah, no, it was not pretty. I would not want to drive that at all, to be perfectly honest. I was just trying to think. Albert Park, to go back to that topic. I actually liked Albert Park before.
Yes,
no problem with it. And when they announced the changes to speed up and stuff, I was kind of a bit excited. And then I saw it, and I'm like, it feels so much more generic. So much more like the backstretch going into what was 11 and 12. I have no idea what corners they are now. Just looks so much like a Baku or something else clone. It's boring.
So this is, focus on the race just for a moment. This is the EFP Racing Lamborghini, a car that's gone past the top of the hour, so maybe a car that doesn't need a splash and dash. Storyline to be following through the day. Quick update on the race. Let's just quickly run you through the standings. 8 seconds split Spieler Racing and T3 Motorsports at the front of the field. Tim Matska closing 10th by 10th, lap by lap. He is really on the charge right now. 992 sees 18.5 second split Core Sim Racing and a 959 from the 943 Altus Esports, but as it stands in the championship, still going the way of the Altus Esports car. GT4 wave goodbye to Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, on course for another dominant run in that Porsche 718 Cayman. We're seeing a battle for 9th as the Vendaval car gets on past German Sim Racing, 2 BMWs. TCR, it's closed up again. Core Sim Racing, MSI are neck and neck, as well as Team Hoisingfeld. Word from pit road was that Impulse got involved in a moment with Williams Esports that did see a penalty go the way of Williams, and Impulse as a result had a slightly longer pit stop and have dropped 30 seconds off the battle for lead in class. So back to this conversation that we were having. Albert Park, old Albert Park is better. The person that mentioned the Nashville Street Circuit says that he wants to see redemption for Colton Herta. Can very much understand that because, well, he was flying in the closing stage of that race until he was flying off into the tires.
How are you going to switch that one?
You like that one though, didn't you?
Yeah, I like it. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of IndyCar stuff for a second, I just got to say I'm sad that Belle Isle, we're going to abandon what is a fantastic circuit and a circuit that produced some fantastic racing over the last couple of years for another nondescript street circuit, just because it's now going to be on the downtown Detroit portion of the city. But
this is kind of where, yes, as much as we do, at least we do have it rather than just built by someone looking at some old video clips, trying to piece it together and hope for the best. We've got a laser scanned version, right? So it's kind of, this is one of the beautiful things with sim racing, is that almost like a museum, we have versions of those circuits from those eras that we can go back to and race, and like I say, it lives on, which is important, to be able to sort of keep them in check and keep them usable. Like Oran Park, for example, people still use it on this. Oran Park is a housing estate and has been for like 10 years.
Not a bad place to live. RAG, apparently, according to the guys at Race Control, they got the meatball flag. We talked about the issue that they had during their prior pit stop where the crew, the iRacing team, unable to get tires onto that car, and they had to limp around for a triple stint in effect on the tires. Well, the tire gave out. They're running 13th, almost a full lap down right now. I mean, any chance of the championship has gone away. And Lorenzo, I mean, what a season they had at the, well, what a start to the season they had, right? Second, third, and first podiums in 2021. 2022 has not been so kind to them.
No, not at all. That's a little bit unfortunate to see them the championship go down the drain just like that. But I'm gonna be honest, after that not mistake, but that issue they had on the pit lane, I kind of called it when I said that the tires could be a concern. They could get a flat spot or something. Not a flat spot, but a puncture at the end of their stint. I call that a very major problem. So unfortunate to see that happen, man.
Getting word as well, by the way, from the team at VCO that if you're watching on the VCO Twitch, you'll be with us live to the checkered flag of this championship finale. If you want to watch the Formula Sim Racing World Championship race later today, make sure you follow on YouTube for the action there. 8 hours and 55 minutes to go. Carbon SimSport have just spun again. It's not been an easy day for them. It's been a big old struggle, I tell you, but they're pounding around the laps looking to grab what they can in their battle to maybe get up into 5th position inside of the championship. But the Entropit car that sits in second is going to get some good points. The best hope for Carbon is the fact that Team Fordzilla will not be scoring points here today. So 54 minutes before the three of us will take a breath and we get to pass things over to Ewan O'Leary, David Haynes, and David Christie. I don't know how they're going to follow us, Lewis. It's been fantastic. We've just been completely bantering here.
I mean, to be fair, to be fair, DC's up for some good. I just did a 7-hour broadcast with Christie yesterday. We had some good banter in there, so I'm sure there'll be some banter. If you want anyone that's pretty harsh on driving standards, though, DC he'll tear someone's throat out. So I
like it. I like him already. I've never worked with him, but I like him.
We'll wait and see that. I mean, there's a certain Russian driver, Igor Rodnikov, who we've commentated on, of course, in some of the
showing
stuff.
off with these names.
Thank you. But yeah, he's ripped his throat out a few times. That is unacceptable. Go on, DC. You say it, so I'm not in trouble. We're okay.
Yeah, I've gotten in trouble for my views on driving before. Not recently, to be fair. I was pretty harsh during Sports Car Open a couple of
Justified, though.
Yeah, that was justified. I just got so frustrated. Prototypes being absolutely ridiculously impatient. Like, there's a give and take, and prototypes are more take than give, at least in that particular race. Still watching TCR three-way fight for the race lead. We talked about this earlier again. Remember, 12 hours of Spa just happened here in the real world for the 24-hour series. Again, that was split over 2 days. The way that the 24-hour series works, it's a cost-effective way for people to enter these cars and race anything from a GT3 to a TCR and everything in between as well. And part of what goes towards that and the cost-effective nature of the series is that it's not just about the way they split the races up, but the way that they do things in pit lane as well. Hot pit lane is not the same as it is in most sports car championships. If you want to fill fuel, you go to the pumps like you would in the real world. And talking to Tyler Maxton after his experience during the 24 hours of Dubai to kick off 2022, he was saying that it can get quite nerve-wracking when you're in line, you're losing time, you're waiting for things to be happening. Kim Jong Understeer says, I'd like Adelaide. Adelaide is a good shout, that's for sure.
OG Adelaide, OG Adelaide.
Okay, here's another controversial opinion. OG Adelaide or current Adelaide? Yay or nay? Which one?
OG.
Current.
Current races great in a supercar, doesn't it?
It's for me, the thing is that it's the same with, like, it's the changes to Silverstone, right? It's not, yes, that you remove some classic corners, but if it makes one corner substantially better, then I'm all for it, right? So in Silverstone, I'm actually okay with how current Silverstone is because of the run into Brooklands, right? I think that has made that a substantially better corner. I don't care. I'm standing by it. The same thing with Adelaide is the removal of what is the Grand Prix loop and bringing it back. Turn 7, after you've come up the staircase and then gone right and then down the hill and then back up, has made turn 8 such a good corner. Like, it's so much better than going onto the backstretch on the original Adelaide by a country mile. It is way better. It's just the speed you attack it is just right. That, for me, current Adelaide is it.
Sorry, Lewis, but I agree with you that Brooklands, the entry to Brooklands, is a much better corner now. But losing Abbey, it hurts.
It does. Yeah. But anyone who was like Bridge was a fantastic corner. The corner immediately followed Bridge was Priory, was all right. And I always found Brooklands to be a terrible corner.
No, it was the way that you approached the corner. Yes,
was awful.
I agree.
And so what we've done is we've created awful corners just elsewhere. It's just slightly different. But I will stand by that current Silverstone has similar issues to old Silverstone.
Yes.
In the sense that there are the same percentage of corners that are awkward and garbage. But people just go, yeah, but Bridge and Abbey were really good. And I'm like, yeah, but those Brooklands now, and it makes Luffield actually an interesting corner. So whatever.
Well, I think Luffield wasn't the problem, to be honest. I think it was Brooklands itself. The way that you entered Brooklands, the speed at which you entered.
It was horrendous.
No, I agree. It was pretty horrendous. I can't say I'm a fan of current turn 1. I think the current turn 1 is not great. I think the final corner, it works for a standing start, but you and I, Lewis, we've seen what happens with a rolling start.
Yeah, the final. I mean, I'd always kind of be like when I go bit silver. This is why I'm looking forward every time. I'm pretty sure it is with us. When doing racing stuff there in real life, we're doing the national, what was called the national pit lanes, the old pit lanes, so Cops in turn 1. Vastly superior start finish rate. It just is. The opening corner, the way that you attack it straight into Magnus Becker's Chapel, that is a much better place to start the race than where we started now.
I still remember BMW Sim Live 2021, Lewis and I on commentary on another platform, and I got so confused about where we were starting, and I kept calling what is really turn 1 when Cops was actually turn 1 because we were using the older layout. Not confusing at all. MSI closes through the TCR traffic as it tries to get on past. I was talking with Danny Elgubay. They're down on top speed. Oh, and that's the long way around. Oh, and there's contact with Core Sim Racing. They just about hold on to that one. We'll focus on the action for now. How did MSI save that one? Core Sim Racing front wheel drive. Mash on the throttle. You can get it back in control, but that was dramatic.
I mean, you're going around the outside of a TCR car around that part of the track. I don't know where you're expecting the TCR car to go because it's always going to understeer. It's all understand the other classes. You're absolutely right. That is a classic front-wheel drive save of just pin the throttle. Just keep that absolutely pinned.
Oh, now is there contact on that TCR? Now we saw, remember, with Pure Sims, it was a light brush through the final corner that broke the rear suspension. I think that sim racing car, Lorenzo, just about looks okay.
It looks okay. The steering wheel is all straight up and everything. I'm still surprised how they kept it on track. Oh my god.
The core sim racing car actually helps the pendulum momentum of that MSI car swing back onto the straight and narrow there. That was perpendicular to the track surface before it was I want to say saved, but I think that wasn't saved. That was just the god smiling down on who was behind the wheel there. Christian Lamella in that 74 car. My word.
That logic. We'll see it on board with the other MSI Esports car. Like, that is a gap. That is a gap that's always going to close every single day of the week, because you're pinned from this point. The TCR car, for one, there was no overlap until really the exit of the corner. The core, at least in my opinion, that core racing car is keeping it pinned from that point, because flat out corner in that lot, and you're onto the back stretch. Yeah, that was never going to work in my opinion. So top tier effort. Thankfully they both survived. We're okay, but still, that was just not the wisest move that I've seen that MSI car do.
Yeah, I wonder, Lorenzo, if they're driving frustrated. I was mentioning, right, down on top speed. I mean, they've got to do everything they can. I mean, the championship is very much an outside chance right now. They're in fourth. They need Bila to run into some trouble. Maybe driving a bit angry. Here's the look on board with Lamella.
Yeah. And he did everything right. Had he gone a little bit to the left, yeah, how that car is still on track, it still baffles my mind that car is on track. If that's me,
It was a great save.
or either us three, we would have been toasted into the wall, race done, park it, and go back to the pits. Maybe if Hugo was driving this car, he's a producer, the car probably would have been okay, because Hugo's a world champion.
He's pretty good, that Hugo guy.
Yeah, that Hugo guy is pretty good. But us three, that would have been day done.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, to be fair, if I was in the car would have been out of the race 3 hours and 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So,
that's what I was going to say. I wouldn't have made it this far. But yeah, that's bold. But yeah, I wonder if that's going to be reported to the stewards, and if the stewards will take a dim view of that. I
don't think they will. I think it's just racing instant. Well, they were close.
I mean, again, if you're trying to pass a TCR, you always have to go to the inside. If you go to the outside of a TCR car, especially through a high-speed corner, you're asking for trouble. As someone in the chat said, TCR is understeer city.
Yeah. You're always going to this is the whole thing though of like, yes, obviously 4 different classes and stuff, but regardless of which class you're in, especially if you're in a GT3 though, you have to understand the limitations of the cars lapping you. For anyone who's done any sort of endurance racing in like an LMP1 for example, it is critical to know what like the braking capacity is of a GT, because I've seen it time and time again on the certain French circuit that's a lot of straights and chicanes, which is on the straight line, an LMP1 or an LMP2 will go past GTE, will pull back in front of it into a braking zone, which is just like, you're an idiot. Because you know what's going to happen there. Like, the car, they don't have the same level of brake that you do, and so they're going to drive straight into the back of you. Not a good call, and that's kind of why you need to understand, right, is that car good understeer? Do they have enough grip? Should I go around the outside, or would it be better to wait maybe half a second and go underneath?
Yeah, I concur with everything that you have just said. There's that art car, by the way. Love it. Where Lewis
the rust machine.
Yeah, you called it the rust machine. I disagree.
Was it patina, isn't it?
Ooh, what are we talking about now? Sorry.
Isn't that when like a rusty car is? I don't know. There's
I don't know either.
Yeah, don't either.
So
Lorenzo, help.
He can't, clearly.
I'm not gonna help you both.
So, surviving that moment, it's still a 3-car fight, but Gabby Montoro for MSI in that 111 now leads. Of course, your newly minted Hyundai NE Global Festival. What a series name that is. A total mouthful. Champion is Kieran Harrison. Dominant fashion to close off the season, winning both of the races that we had yesterday. Will he go defensive as Team Hoisingfeld looks to get on past as Marcel Tai has a bit of a look. No, he will back out of that one for now. Of course, Sim Racing, probably the best team in terms of TCR competition right now. You see that fourth car at the train, that's the AC Motorsports Esports 188 that's making its debut, not for track position. He is 1 lap down and using the tow to be pulled around this almost 7-kilometer facility. We talked about Circuit de la Sarthe earlier for you know, the Formula Sim Racing race that's going to happen there in a couple of hours time. I still don't understand truly why we're doing this, but the iRacing IndyCar Open Championship is going there next season, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Arjuna, can I tell you a story? And this is about this. So, one of my teammates, because yes, Arjuna, I do have a team here in Brazil. Believe it or not, I am shocked in that as well. And one of my teammates decided to vote on the open season because it did, I think, round 1 or round 2. He voted for memes on that track.
Yeah,
and it was 1 vote. I nearly threw him out of our WhatsApp group.
Well, to be fair, I forget what the other options were, but I'll go.
Suzuka.
I will say, just to clarify, when it comes to that circuit, as much as we associate it with endurance racing, as a sprint racing track, it is very entertaining. Not skillful. Not skillful, because Slipstream does 90% of the work, but it is entertaining. So there is that.
So what I say to that is the bike track is the best layout of the circuit.
Oh, yeah, yes. 100%. The Bugatti layout, 100%. I would. It's why I'm so disappointed. You know, every time that I've seen that, like, oh, we've got a laser scan version of the circuit on the side, I'm like, oh, is there the Bugatti version? Is there the Bugatti? And no one has it. No one has a laser scan version of it. It's like, I want to drive it though. It's a great touring car track.
Yep.
Also, okay.
No, I was going to say Core Sim Racing's down on pit lane. Looks like a driver change, as it's their 3rd driver of the day so far. It's the Irishman Oscar Mangan. All 3 drivers competing in that car today, leaving the team after today. So it's a good send-off for them. They want to end on a high note. Might not be the championship, but Carl Jansen has already said that he's going to potentially reveal his new team tomorrow. I'm trying to get him to spill it to me in private.
Can't believe we went to the blockchain. It's too easy. So oh dear.
It was right there.
You guys are not going to let me go with this one, right?
No, we're not. It's too funny. What would be hilarious, though, is if they did announce that we're actually going to
if it happens.
That would be
if it happens.
Great.
I'm going to be preaching if it happens, because if it does...
No, you can't preach. You can't preach because your source of information
is still bad.
It's still bad.
It's
but
like
if it happens,
it's like claiming that you got the answer to a math question correct, even though I don't even know where I'm going with this analogy. But you're wrong.
No.
But you're wrong. It's as simple
as that. Just giving up halfway through saying it. That was so good.
It's still too early in the morning for my brain to be truly engaged right now.
But if it ever happens, if that ever happens, I swear on little Jesus, Sim Racing Jesus, I will not leave you two in peace.
Oh, here we go. Feisty. Yeah, hoisting belts. MSI has been saving a lot of fuel. I've noticed this. Yeah. They really have, especially on that run into Lacombe. A couple of times when they were behind Core, who were leading the train, they would really back out. And I wonder now if Hoisting Velt's going to try and break away again like they did through the prior cycle that we had. And I tell you what, that 188 car, remember, not on the same lap. That's a little bit feisty, but that MSI car, that 111, really slowing down.
I will say...
Slow down penalty, maybe, I wonder.
Maybe. It's Thomas Robin behind the wheel. Could have been a slow down penalty, you're absolutely right. In that AC Motorsports car that was the 4th car in line. Looking at it, I get it, because was trying to sort of think, okay, maybe there's some damage or something on the MSI Esports car, and I don't want to be held up by it too much. So went for it, and then realised, oh, actually, no, they're fine. So kind of tried to back out of it. Obviously lost the MSI Esports car time, but it's kind of tough if you're going to back off like that. Now the hoisting belt hits the front, which, by the way, when we were speaking of liveries earlier, I've always said it.
Hoisting belt is nice.
Absolutely love that livery. I think it looks so good. I'm always I'm happy with an asymmetrical design, but when you get the materials to work like that, ooh,
and the little details that they've got as well through the spec map as well. It's
so good.
It's a nice one. iLiveries again, knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, I genuinely think it is one of the prettiest liveries that we've got on this grid.
Pit stops in 992, sorry. It is a driver change for Altus Esports. Out gets Jordan Caruso, who's been in that car now for, what, 3.5 odd hours. The Italian Stallion, as Lorenzo called him. Simone
Sicilian God.
Oh, Sicilian God, that's what
The
I call
Italian Stallion is something very different, mate.
Oh God, no! That's hard steer away from that one. Simone Marcheno behind the wheel. He should emerge behind. Now he is off of pit lane. The course sim racing has already taken back the lead of the race. What will the margin be? That's the more important factor. It's up to or down to. It was bouncing back and forth. About 5-6 seconds, so it's not insignificant. That's for sure. Now Marcheno, clearly that car is burning through the tires a little bit more. You've got some work to do to try and challenge Oscar Mangan up the front. Course sim racing right on the tail of Hoisingveld as they come over the crest of Radion and in the tow. I think they will have to make a decision. Do they go? Do they back out of it? They're going for it.
And they were more trying to get out of the way of the Logitech Gialtas Esports car. They'll get straight back into the slipstream of pushing. It was just trying to get out of the way of some of this lap traffic that's just coming through. So they weren't actually going for an overtake. More than happy to sit just behind right now. But it was just kind of just keeping out of the way. That Porsche was coming pretty quick. Made sense just to bail, at least from that, just to clear him. It does mean, though, that I think that MSI Esports car is closing right back in.
He is. You'll see closing probably 5 car lengths between Core and MSI right now. This is, of course, the corner where there's a new layout for the bikes. It's a much earlier entry to the corner. Interested to see how that races, as I think FIM is coming here later on in 2022. Maybe MotoGP in the future as well. Could you imagine? God, that would be incredible. Absolutely fantastic.
I would be fearful.
I am. Obviously, the changes and stuff have been made to make the bike racing at least possible here. It'd be a little bit weird, so obviously with Radion. I have seen bike racing happen around here. It was like stage 3, I think, on the tour. You know how I like my cycling. Stage 3 on the Tour de France, 2015, 2016. They did a lap of Spa.
Yeah.
Which I was just like, yeah, I was that really makes you understand how steep the drop is down the hill and then back up over. Like you were like, wow, okay, it's like they were doing like 90k going down the hill. It's just like, right, so it's pretty steep then.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of elevation changes here. MSI, well, they looked to the inside and then disappeared.
What was that for?
Well,
disconnection or
no, it's not. It can't be a disqualification. I know where your mind was going.
Yeah, it couldn't have
Gabby Montoro has not come back just yet. Now, this could help decide the championship. Gabby Montoro is still connected to this race server for the time being, but the longer he has disappeared from our vantage point, the worse it will be. He is...
Not good.
Yeah. Now, we have seen on occasion, I've seen this recently as well, cars, disappearing for upwards of 30 seconds before they blink back into existence, but suboptimal.
I'm going to say that is a no, Arjun. I think that car is sorted. That's rough. All I am watching is I'm watching the chat box right now just to see when we're going to see that Gabby Montoro has disconnected and whatnot. I think it's done.
I would agree, but give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe there's a surprise.
He's out.
He's gone. Yep. Well, that's heartbreak. That is absolute gut-wrenching heartbreak.
At least they weren't a million miles away from the pit lane, because Mark Perez is already in the car and is already leaving pit lane.
Yeah, right? I mean...
I know they've lost a lot of time. I know. But at least it happened there. Because if it had happened one corner later, they'd still be in pit lane right now.
I think what we need is a steward's decision to tell Hoisingveld and Core, wait up, let MSI catch up, let Impulse catch up as well. We'll reset. We still got 8 hours and 33 minutes to go.
Would be a bit of fun, wouldn't it?
It would be banter, wouldn't it?
I'm just going to go, by the way, onto, you know how I said patina earlier?
Yes.
Just to to give you a definition as to what patina is, it's a green or brown film on the surface of a bronze or similar metals produced by oxidization over a long period, which is why rust, right? Or
Gotcha.
that's why I kind of, because I know there's a lot of people that because on cars and stuff, and old like 50s cars, that green with a little bit of rust in it. There's people that really like that, which every time I see it, I'm just like, the car needs to be fixed. But people want it on their cars.
Right. So, sorry, to go back to the MSI car, I'm trying to do the math. 43 plus 31 is 74 or something like that. So he's 74 seconds behind. He's lost half a lap because these cars do 230 lap times.
Yeah.
Something like it, yeah.
So he's still on the lead lap. That's important. But as it sits right now, Core Sim Racing, who came into this race, 13 points clear of MSI, and then a further 6 points clear of Hoisingveld. So they were 19 points clear of Hoisingveld. I mean, it's a small class anyway. They basically, as long as they got classified, were looking somewhat comfortable to make sure they were championship winners at the end of the race. They just gotta be patient. I think if you're Harrison, you do not fight too much. As GT4 leader into pit lane, Marvin Strell out, Jürgen Frank back in for that Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Machine. As things settle down in TCR now. They settle down in all four of our classes, to be completely honest. Been watching the lap times for the 992s, where Simona Maria Marcheno last time by 4/10 quicker than Oscar Mang in the 959, but the gap still 6 seconds. I think when you know that your tires are burning at a rate of knots compared to those that you're fighting, Lorenzo, it makes you nervous in a race like this where strategy is so important, as they're side by side. Lamborghini and BMW, Williams Esports. Outside line usually wins, and outside line does win.
Yeah, good move. Textbook maneuver from that Williams car, and so Tamuto Verixon's going to try to fight back that one, going through Brussels, not quite. And but yeah, this is a track, especially as the track temperature is getting now into very hot temperatures, but not scorching hot. 35 degrees on track is something to be concerned about. You really don't want to be skidding your tires way too much, and where it goes immediately.
Love this roar of the Lamborghini. We mentioned it. The Lamborghini has been quite strong today. That Biela Racing Team car, the strongest of them all. At one point, the gap between first and second was down to about 7 seconds. It's opened up to 11 seconds again now. So Patrick Heinrich, similar speed and similar consistency to what we saw from Luca Kita in the opening hours of this race. Would expect a driver change again, and potentially Luca Kita back into that car for another couple of hours behind the wheel here. So 30 minutes to go until the top of the hour, and we'll be 4 hours done, 8 hours to go. A third of the race done. Onto the clutch as Daniel Ferguson saving some fuel. He rolls down through the gears into the bus stop chicane. Right, well, I think things have calmed down a little bit. Let's get back to the nonsense, shouldn't we?
I mean, well, what are we gonna talk about now? Which track? We're still not on the.
I got a good one. Good one. Here we go. I don't know if IndyCars ever ran that layout back then. I know F1 I think did. I was watching the video, like a vintage video. Old school Long Beach or new school or current Long Beach?
Old school. It's not even a question.
I know some people who like the current layout.
I still don't mind the current layout.
Current layout's not bad, don't get me wrong.
But old school.
Yeah. Okay, tell you what, we'll put the nonsense on hold for the time being. We're joined again by a Core Sim Racing driver being very generous with their time today. Oskari Rene jumps into the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Oskari, do you have a copy with us?
Yes. Hello.
Well, we talked to your teammate slightly earlier. Glad to have a chat with you as well. We'll talk more about the future in a moment, but let's talk about the current right now. Going well for you guys in that 959 car. I want to talk about this tire strategy because it's been very interesting how you guys do seem to be a little bit lighter on the tires than Altus. What are you doing differently that you think is helping you out there?
I think we're just driving really smoothly, and maybe the setup as well is helping on that. Like, definitely we were a bit surprised to see them taking tires on the first stop, and I think that was really good really good call from us. And then, they did a good call on the second stop, taking only 2 tires, so they got my draft. And well, with this draft model, it's pretty much impossible to get away. So now I think Simone is catching Oscar maybe a bit, so I think it will be a good fight. But our tire definitely seems a bit better.
I know you were hard at work preparing for this race, so hard that you had time to go and do some Richard Burns rally, huh?
Yes.
Good preparation. I'm sure they're very similar cars, very similar characteristics of how you roll through the corners.
I mean, you cannot. If you only do this, you will burn out. So you have to do something fun in between. Well, I mean, this is fun as well, but like it's different.
Yeah, this is serious. I mean, at the end of the day, the championship's on the line, right? So I agree, and I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying your sim racing as well, because I think that's important. And it kind of leads me then to ask you about the future. I guess, you know, being with Core Sim Racing for a couple of years now, you've grown with the team, and you know, you leave with teammates that you've worked with, Oscar Mangan as well as Carl Jansen. I'm sure the next step for you then is about, again, making sure you're having fun and continuing to find places that you can continue to get quicker and continue to grow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think next week maybe we'll hear something.
And I mean, before we let you go, I want to ask you about the rest of this race. In terms of track temperatures and conditions, what do you expect to really see? Because it's been cold today. I mean, that was something that I was somewhat surprised at, how cold it was when we started this race. It's gone up more than 10 degrees Celsius since then, and should continue to climb. Is that going to favor you guys, given how you're, you know, conserving those tires?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so, maybe. But yeah, definitely the track temp is kinda, it's weird because it's not going up. Like my stint, what I just had, it was right on the edge of like double, because at the end, like last 3 laps, I was really struggling. But still, it was worth it, clearly, because we built like a 8-second gap to Altus. So yeah, I mean, if it stays like this, the track will get rubbered, and it should favor us. But still, over 8 hours to go, so can't say nothing yet.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race, Oscari, and we're looking forward to hearing your announcement about joining Veloce Esports.
Yeah, thanks.
Oscari Rene jumps into the RaceSpotTV comms booth to have a chat with us. Always good to talk to the teams and to the drivers. You can also hear he's having fun. I think that's important, right, Lewis? The fact that, you know, at this level of sim racing, you put in so many hours, you put in so much mental commitment that sometimes you just get swallowed in by the black hole sometimes that is sim racing. But you need to make sure you decompress, and decompressing is important.
Can't believe he's joining Veloce. I 100%. I think this is, you need to be able to find a way of actually enjoying some racing, because whilst, you know, if you're doing this even as a job, right? Even if you're one of the lucky minority where this is actually, you're being paid fairly consistently to do some racing, you still have to understand that whilst that's an amazing job to have, to be able to play a game in a sense, if you really want to dumb it down that far, and earn money, right? That's great, but it is very stressful. It can be very, very difficult to even get to that point when you think of how much work you have to do, like how many laps of Spa some of these drivers have driven. Like, honestly, in the 9 years that I've done sim racing, I am terrified to count the amount of laps of some circuits like Spa that I would have done, because it comes up so often. You tend to have to do you know, hundreds and hundreds of laps of practice for each one, and then, you know, it's just like, great, so you do thousands of laps at least of Spa every single year. That's not fun. Sometimes you need it removes the majesty of racing at such a brilliant venue.
Yes.
Sometimes you need to turn it down and find something which is enjoyable, whether that is playing an arcadey game, whether it's playing, you know, something like, you know, just getting away and playing like Forza Horizon or Gran Turismo or whatever, or whether it is downloading an old classic and just driving by yourself like Richard. But you need to have that time where you can still drive, which we all love doing, but decompress from all the very serious, very aggressive racing that we always do.
It's why I don't like that my VRS data reminds me of some of the laps and the lap counts that I put in at certain tracks. Because I agree with you, the fact that Spa is such a staple for some official iRacing series. I don't mean these private leagues, I mean the official week-to-week grind of iRacing. does remove some of the magic of this wonderful facility. Very much one of my favorites growing up. To be completely honest, not one of my favorites anymore, partially as a result of it being such a overused in some ways track. The word as well from the Bila Racing camp is that it's possible that we're seeing management in terms of the off tracks. We did mention there was a team that already had gotten a warning a while ago for the off-track number, and maybe there's teams managing the risk of how hard they push now versus how hard they push later on in the race. So do watch out for that one. And I will also note that if you're following on with live timing and scoring, you might have noticed a familiar name that's just jumped into the Porsche Sport car as the Mahler Racing team and the MSI Esports Lamborghini, Porsche, and BMW. Too bad I managed to pick the one GT3 that's not involved in this fight at all. Lauren Heinrich, the Coanda SimSport driver, who is also a Porsche Junior, official Porsche Junior factory driver competing in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup, has jumped behind the wheel there. That's a superstar for sure in that lineup, and a good addition to the camp, Lorenzo, as they make their series debut.
Yeah, that's a good lineup, even though he's probably going to be driving all by himself, unfortunately. He's a full minute behind the next car, which is the Robin Oborg and the Aztec Sim Sports Volante 992, but still having a very, very good driver in Lauren Heinrich in the car. Someone that has real-life pedigree, Rookie of the Year, if I'm not mistaken, is something to be proud of.
There is that Porsche Sport car. What was it, Lewis? What are we calling it?
The rust bucket. Okay, I'm just going to clarify. I still don't. It's not that I dislike the car. I think it's fine. I love an art car. Not for me, but I do love an art car. Doesn't look ugly. I have seen some art cars being honestly horrible.
You know the best art car in the world? Jeremy Clarkson's BMW.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Do you remember which one I'm talking about though, Lewis? Because your wow does not indicate that you do.
No, I don't think I do.
Do you not remember the episode where they did a car exhibition at, what was it, the Middlesbrough Art something?
Somewhere that's up down Kell Street. But
I was going to say maybe Ewan O'Leary as well.
No, see, Ewan O'Leary is the other side. Also, he'll be sat there being like, "No, I'm from the Midlands." No, you're not from the North.
Wow,
Middlesbrough is DK territory.
Okay.
But no, I don't remember. I mean, this was a long time ago. Clearly.
It was a long. We're talking like what, season 16 or something like that.
Which is probably after I'd gone off Top Gear, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
They had started to drop
Quality
off
was
at
faltering.
that point. Yeah, but it was still enjoyable. That is for sure. So, 8 hours, 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes from now, the three of us step aside. You'll be treated to the dulcet tones of Ewan O'Leary, David Christie, as well as David Haynes.
North, and very south.
Yes. Well, north, more north, and very south.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, was that impulse getting a bit loose? I don't just about survived, but splits the difference between the Mahler and the MSI BMW. You'll notice that BMW rear wing could use with a change. Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's the damage they got very early in the race.
Yes.
That is damage they've been dealing with literally for the last 3 hours and 40 minutes, basically. They have had that on the car for a long time. I think they probably got used to it by now.
Oh,
anyway.
Yeah, I was like, wait, how used to it? That's the line that they ran when they had that contact with the Corsa Racing TCR car, for being completely honest. TCR has broken up very considerably through another pit stop cycle. Now 3.5 second splits Corsa Sim Racing and Team Hoisingfeld, of course. MSI, by virtue of their disconnection for that 111, unfortunately have dropped back in the running order, but now only 33 seconds away from the cars in front. Although it's hard to know if they took fuel when they had that disconnection, so maybe the strategy has put them slightly backwards. GT3 lead has come down again. I think the traffic is giving, the traffic is taking. It's 8 seconds that splits those two cars. Same thing with Core and Altus, where it's now 6 seconds between the 959 and the 943. To have that chat with Oscari Rene in that 959 camp. Again, we're just waiting for him to give us the word that he's going to Veloce, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to Veloce.
He's going to Veloce, people. The analysis coming on their Twitter on Monday. I'm gonna get that post ready for you guys to be entertained. But now, talking about our cars, I need to come back to that. Arjuna, I thought you were more of a lover of the Arjuna appreciation livery.
Oh, that is the best. That is the second best livery in the world. The best livery is the one that Tyler Maxson ran in the World Touring Car Series, where it was legitimately just my face.
Wow. I mean, that's a classic. I don't think we didn't sneak anyone's face onto our onto the Artifact livery that we used.
No, the Aurora Artifact Calamity FTF powered by RaceSpot.
Yeah,
HPD ARX 01 AC.
And what does FTF stand for? Because I'm pretty sure we had the entire... No, did we have FTF or did we have the whole thing?
No, I think we had FTF because we couldn't go... Yeah. Well, no, iRacing team name limitations came. We were trying to break the RaceSpot graphics quite successfully, I might add. But yes, iRacing was only lets you go so far.
It was unreadable.
By the way, Lewis, do you want a Lulu appreciation livery for the Detroit race in the Open Series?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I'm gonna make one.
No one should appreciate me at all. I'm gonna focus on one thing, by the way, in this race, because there is a gap that's come down 3 seconds. As apparently we should focus on this race ahead. Tim Matska has closed in 3 seconds. And obviously it's a bit through traffic.
I just said that.
Did you?
Yes.
You did.
I don't listen to you, Arjuna.
You don't listen to anything we say, apparently.
No, I listen to Lorenzo.
It's not the first time it happened.
No, it's not. It's the second time it's happened on this broadcast.
And the previous time you didn't listen to Lorenzo, who literally commentated over a replay that we were watching.
Who's Lorenzo?
Good question.
Yeah, but it's come down 3 seconds, though.
I just said it would come down to 8 seconds.
I've now said it again, so now that everyone can understand that it's come down 3 seconds, really important.
Wow. I see how it is.
He's played the game.
Which game?
The game.
Seven iRacing's a game.
No, I didn't say iRacing's a game. We're not going to go into that.
I've just got to say that the next 3 commentators, they've got a really low bar to
so low.
It is very, very low. But
it was low to begin with.
It's endurance racing. It's what happens. I mean, I did 4 hours with Nick Damon during the 24 hours of the iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Well, I mean, not yet. But literally, I don't think we talked much about the actual race. We ended up talking about stories about, was it Danny Minogue or Kylie Minogue? I can't exactly remember which one it was off the top of my head. I believe it was Danny Minogue.
All I remember is poor Zach Swing had to deal with a 2-hour shift where I got disconnected.
And you also continually threw him under the bus.
Yeah, of course, because there's no race circuit.
I mean, he's a Drive to Survive fan, so yeah.
He is a Drive to Survive fan.
I was a Drive to Survive fan in Season 1. I mean, I loved what it did for the sport. The most recent season, I have not actually been able to finish it.
I haven't even been able to start it.
I think I watched half
the last season.
Wow, really? Okay, interesting.
No, I couldn't.
I'm just a Günther Steiner fan. I just have to admit.
It's just a solid no for me. Although I did try watching the MotoGP version and then quickly didn't.
Really?
We need an IndyCar one.
Lamella. Oh, that's close to Josh Ladd, I tell you.
Yeah, he's very cuddly.
Yeah.
Down into the I will say, is this Josh Ladd's first race for Williams?
What race did I do previously that I saw that I commentated on? That's a good question.
BMW Sim Cup?
Yeah, did we see him? I think we did, didn't we, Lewis? I think we did.
I didn't watch. I'm just guessing here.
Well, it was a race that I've done recently, and out of the things that I've done recently, only BMW Sim GT Cup is likely to have seen him race.
Yeah, see, I think because we were talking more specifically of the debut of Josh Thompson in the Red Car more so. We didn't really bring up Josh Ladd, so I don't know if I don't know if he
no, he did, and you know why I remember, because he was racing on a different account. On one that had a middle initial, if you get it.
Josh and Ladd.
Right, yeah, probably why it went straight over my head.
Yes. Well, many things go straight over your head.
That is true. He did come from Veloce, though.
Did he?
Well, it was
He
Yassi,
came from.
Well, yes, he was Yassi. That's
Veloce, same thing.
So he came from Veloce. He's the one that's opened the seat for all these core drivers.
See?
Hashtag the drama continues.
Just to clarify, by the way, this driver's. I did see it in chat. Ex-driver is going to Veloce.
It is just a meme.
It is a meme that's only happened in this broadcast. Really,
It only happened because of Lorenzo. Let's make sure we blame the proper person. Let's make sure we do
I am
that.
a meme. What do you want?
Oh dear.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, Team Redline not racing today, but of course they were entered into this championship to start off, excuse me. But new colors for them, new sponsors as well. Interesting to see what the future for Redline holds now that they've got Josh Bosch Thompson as well. Pit stop for the 46 car. Here comes Patrick Heinrich. Oh, that's an aggressive pit entry. I like that assertiveness as he rolls himself into the lane. Out of the car he gets. In comes, guess who? The man that put it on pole and has run away at the start of the race. Luke Kikita back into that car.
Well, I wonder where they're going to... Is this going to find them a little bit more time? Are they going to look a little bit stronger from this point of view? Because I will say that stint, as much as it wasn't bad, it certainly wasn't exactly a negative stint there from Patrick Heinrich. Luke Keita was so strong at the start of the race, you kind of wonder if this might sort of end the charge that T3 Motorsport have been on. But again, we do have to remember that this car is drinking fuel, or having shorter stints rather, than everyone else in the GT3 category, which might bite them a little bit later on because they're going to have a longer splash comparatively, or maybe even an extra stop.
So, to give a bit of context here, 2 hours, no off tracks for Patrick Heinrich.
That's not bad.
It's about banking those as well. So if it does get close at the end of the race, banking those off tracks to be able to push. Remember, not the endurance pit layout, so you're not trundling down the hill in towards Eau Rouge and Radion, where, to be completely honest, the pit exit rejoin is somewhat unsafe in a lot of ways. I think, what was the incident? Was it 2016, 2017, when I think it was a Porsche was rejoining? I forget who was behind the wheel, but they got unfairly blamed, in my opinion. The car that's exiting pit lane it has to be up to speed. There's no choice. He can't stop on the exit of pit exit and wait for people to pass. He got unfairly blamed. I think that endurance pit exit is somewhat dangerous as we go back to this battle between the Mala and MSI cars. Do you know what I'm talking about, guys, that moment?
No.
Lorenzo.
I don't think so.
Now, let me see if I can...
Let me Google that for you.
Yeah, it was a big one. I mean, we're not talking about a small one. I'm pretty sure it red flagged the race.
Yeah, no, I don't know which one. I'm trying to like really go through my memory here, and I don't have anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Mala on the defense. Now, are they indicating they're coming to pit lane as the T3 Motorsport by Maniti number 7 has come in? Yeah, here they come. That's the... You remember, was it the MSI car that cut aggressively across some of the GT4 cars when they were...
Oh, it was TCRs, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, they were cutting through the TCR cars, and yeah, that was much more tidy. That was indicating they're coming and executing that properly.
I think we need to get actual indicators to work. I think they need to be able to use it. I've seen it, elsewhere in sim racing. I like the idea of it. Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine
how many more buttons you need to have as well?
Not just that, but the fact that there's driver change going on. Dominic Stay back in, Danny Elgabe back in. Yep, Danny Elgabe back in. But can you imagine? We talk about headlight etiquette. Can you imagine talking about indicator etiquette? Yeah.
I can't believe he's just sat behind him, indicating him, telling him that he needs to go to the right side. This is unacceptable. Oh.
Well, and I'd also argue to some degree, if you need the indicators to, for lack of a better word, indicate which side of the track that you're going to, especially when you're dealing with lap traffic, you're not doing it right. Body language is so important. The car attitude is so important as well.
You guys say the body indicators. Sometimes whenever you don't have indicators, real life people just put their arms out. Imagine they're putting their arms out and just saying where they want to go in while you're still doing the corner. Like, oh, hey, I'm going right, but can you see my arm up top? that I'm going to the right side and go to the pit lane.
Yeah, but this is the thing, like in this kind, if your indicators fail for whatever reason, you've got to stick your arm out the window and then do like circles with your arm out the window, which is hilarious.
Sorry, going back to the nonsense, because we've got 8 minutes of nonsense before we have to give it over to people that were hopefully more professional. Danny Yokobe wins the wins the race off of pit road. Yeah, I agree with you though. A Sebring pit exit might actually be the worst in the world. Yes, agreed.
Sebring pit exit is pretty bad. To be fair, as much as we brought it up earlier, South Korea also that is a bad pit exit.
It's just bad pits in general.
It's just a bad pit lane. Yeah.
Can I say a pit lane that I really don't like? Interlagos pit exit. Because
now, do you hate the actual exit of pit lane itself, or do you hate the I think we're more specifically talking about the merge more than anything.
It's a little bit of both, because here's the thing.
Merge is fine.
The merge is fine.
No, it depends on the circumstance. There are some lower tiers.
Perfect.
There are some lower tiers of racing that happen here in Brazil, where the driving standards of the merge itself and battling are suboptimal. Really suboptimal.
Driving standards do not dictate whether the merge itself is designed well. Yeah.
Because the thing is, the merge there at Interlagos, it's very clear. The racing line is on the right, or on the right-hand side of the track, and the merge is very, very clear on the left-hand side. So they get to dictate when they can rejoin the actual racing line, rather than some circuits where you're essentially, like for example Sebring, where you exit track and you're on the racing line whether you like it or not. You're in the firing line. That's kind of like that's the problem, and that's why I think Interlagos is fine.
I know another bad one. New Silverstone pit exit.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's real bad.
Bad.
Yeah.
The pit entry is okay, although it's just too tight. But
well, the pit entry, I think the only thing that's somewhat dangerous about it is the fact that it's so easy to blow past the braking zone there. Like
so easy. Yeah.
And I mean, on iRacing, it used to be a 50 km/h pit lane speed limit. Has been bumped up to 80, so maybe it's a little bit less bad. As that's close. Junkos car's been through the wars already, and that was almost again a moment with a Team 75 car. I'm trying to think.
It's really like foul.
Right, yeah, I'm really racking my brain right now and trying to think. If you've got,
what about Barber?
No, Barber's okay, because you join on the outside, and the only danger at Barber is cold tires, to be honest, on the merge back.
Albert Park's entry.
Not good.
The entry's sort of a bit rubbish. The exit isn't that great. The only reason why is because as much as it doesn't join onto the racing line, the pit lane line is almost all the way down to the apex of turn 1, which is just like, okay, that is not ideal. Then again, where else are you going to do it? Street circuit, you've got a lot more limitation there. Adelaide, there is a bad pit exit.
Yeah,
that is an awful one.
One of the worst ones, probably.
The worst pit entry's bad there as well.
Well, I'm now just thinking about Formula 1.
Adelaide's pit entry is terrible. Yeah, okay.
Is it worse than Bathurst? Is it worse than Bathurst?
Bathurst is fine.
Both
totally fine.
Inside, outside, both is fine.
Yeah.
It's because it's the greatest racetrack on the planet.
At best, 4th. I've changed my tune here.
4th?
Yeah.
Have you put Sebring above it now or something?
No! Nürburgring, Indianapolis, Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta! Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my.
Tuna.
Atlanta is a giga track. Like certifiable GOAT track.
Oh man.
I will send you to Zach Campbell. I will send you to Zach Campbell.
Sorry, I'm dying a little bit inside here. I love Road Atlanta.
I got another one.
But wow.
Zandvoort. That is a suboptimal pit exit.
Less so now.
Agree. Less so now.
A lot less so now because you go around turn 1 first and then rejoin.
I got a bad. I don't know if we could define a bad pit exit. Paul Ricard.
Paul Ricard's a bad track.
Yeah, bad track, but it's not that bad either because you can do it safely. Like, to the same, like Monza is similar to Paul Ricard in the pit exit, but it's still okay because you can get through there safely.
Problem is the Paul Ricard pit exit does drop you onto the racing line in the braking zone of T1.
Right.
That's where it's a little bit.
Canada's not great because you merge back onto
The real issue with Canada is the pit entry, because the braking zone for the pit entry is so much later than it is for the chicane, which is just like, wow, that is so dangerous on so many levels.
Ryan Walker says Long Beach pit exit. Long Beach pit exit is actually okay in my opinion, because you are required to stay to the right before you get to a certain point, at which point most cars have already turned in and committed to the corner.
Yeah, it's not great, but there are worse. It's kind of like
Singapore is not good either, because you merge
spat straight out onto the apex of T3. Yeah,
right. Oh, Brad's Hatch. Yes, Brad's Hatch is awful.
Awful. One of the worst. The entry as well is pretty bad, because you've come through Clearways, the final corner, and then you're slowing it down whilst everyone's trying to accelerate, and then the pit exit is just bad.
Actually, this brings me to a question for you,
Brands Hatch
Lewis.
is really bad. Yeah.
Brands Hatch, which series used the pit entry which has the chicane?
Pretty sure BTCC does.
Okay, there we go. I thought it was BTCC, but I haven't watched in a long time.
Pretty sure. Does GT World Challenge not?
I don't think so. I think GT World Challenge uses a regular one.
I thought most used that chicane coming in.
Well, that's a terrible chicane.
GT World Challenge uses the straight one.
The only reason why that chicane exists is because the pit lane is extremely narrow there. And when it's quite busy and stuff, you want to make sure, like, what they're doing is they're creating something which is making sure that the car is doing pit lane speed, so they can't just, obviously Clearways is such a fast corner, so just blasting over it by a long margin.
Because we're running out of time.
We should probably, fix it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Zandvoort's another one with a terrible... No, it's not Zandvoort, sorry. Zolder is another one with a terrible pit entry. Because same thing that we were talking about before with
You're slowing down on the track.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, I tell you what, 90 seconds before we hand over, let's give you a quick rundown of how things stand right now. Starting with GT3s. Leading the championship fight is the 46. MSI in 5th. Not really in the fight. RHG very much not in the fight either. They're up there, but they've just come down pit road. They will cycle back. So, for now, this is the car that has one hand on the championship, not just by virtue of track position, but by pace as well. Luca Kita back in that car, watch for them. 992, it's a fun fight between Core Sim Racing and Altus Esports. No Williams to throw into the mix here today, but Altus just need to survive. If things hold as they are, they will be looking very, very good for the championship. And no, that is not the 992 Altus Esports car, that is the GT3 car. They are still separated by 6 seconds on the road. GT4, well, it's been the season of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Looking to make it 5 wins in 6 races. They have a remarkable 56-second gap with 4 hours done, 8 to run. Will they lap the field? Well, we'll find out. TCR very quickly. It was looking like a really fun, almost 4-way fight, but now Core Sim Racing stretching their legs. Another team looking to make it 5 wins in 6 races with 8 hours to go. Been a fun 4 hours alongside Lewis McLean and Lorenzo Bonder. My name is Arjuna Kangipati. We'll leave you in the very capable hands of Ewan O'Leary, David Christie, and David Haynes. Low bar being set. Ewan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Arjuna. We'll be hearing a bit more from Arjuna and Lorenzo a little bit later on. They'll be joined by David Haynes, who's with us now, along with David Christie, as you have heard. So, yeah, good to have you all here. Good to see everybody as well watching in from home. Good to have you along for the ride. The final race of the 24H Series Esports Championship for 2021 and 2022 at Spa. We've just gone through where we're standing in terms of the race, in terms of this championship, and so we can settle in to the rhythm of this race. And David, it's good to be here. The final race of this championship, double the length of all the others, double the points, and so far there's been quite a lot of drama out there as well.
Well, not to jump the gun, Ewan, but which one? Because you're going to have to get that one sorted straight away with both myself and Mr. Haynes here in the comms box. I'm going to jump on that one first. Firstly, I'm super grateful to Arjuna and to Lewis for setting such a low bar earlier on, because I'm here now, and it means that I get to take the bar even lower as well. But what a privilege it is to be here for the final rounds of the 24H Series here at Spa. What a treat we were having earlier on. I joined into the coverage when we saw the Porsches almost coming to blows with each other, and we saw that incredible moment where the two of them side by side for like 6 corners. Just amazing stuff. Some of the battles have calmed down a little bit, but I do think once we get the pit stops done, we will see plenty of more action. But this is kind of a chance even for the drivers to enjoy themselves. They've done all the hard work, or most of the hard work this season. It's now about kind of crossing the T's and dotting the I's.
Yeah, it's certainly at the moment. So yeah, enjoying ourselves is what we're all here for. And yeah,
that was a good start. That was more eloquent than anything I had in response to that question. So thank you so much, DC.
Yeah, yes, we'll probably go with that throughout the broadcast today. My life not being made easy by whoever makes these damn schedules. But anyway, that's a discussion.
I think that's almost Arjuna's fault there again. Can we get another hashtag blame Arjuna?
I reckon it's yeah. I'm down for that. I'm down. Yeah, I'll go with that.
You'd never get this happening at Veloci. That's all I'm gonna say.
Let's not go there. Let's not dig up that dead body. We'll leave that for the moment. But yes, just under 8 hours to go. We'll be with you for the next 4, and so looking forward to getting into this one. Just want to have a little bit of a word on the race as well, because I know we've been talking about many different things here today. Interesting to see the lack of fuel fuel efficiency, I should say, especially for some of these GT3s here, DC, because they've not been making an hour, which you'd expect them to do, but they haven't been able to. I guess that's what happens at a circuit like Spa.
Yeah, and it plays havoc with the strategy, because you'd think, they'll definitely be able to wring the neck out of an hour, but the fact is that they're having to pit much earlier than that. The other issue with that, though, is that it's not really going to cause them too many problems in the terms of, Lewis and Arjuna were talking about that, how many laps they put in practice. Now, it's something I can't comprehend, because I never put in any practice whatsoever, hence why I'm incredibly slow, but they'll already have the stint times all dialed in. It does make it a very, very interesting concept, because they obviously know the numbers, and we're left kind of guessing unless either David, you do it yourself, or well, I know you and you don't actually partake in endurance racing or sim racing in general. We still have to sort that out. We have to get you set up with SimRig, get the whole VR kit and caboodle. We're going to get you out on the grid.
I'm very confident actually that during 2022 I've not driven on a game of any kind, whether that be arcade or a simulator. So yeah, it's a bit. I'm very much removed from that now. So yeah, well, maybe I'll get on it at some point, but it's unlikely. But yeah, I mean, GT3 at the moment looking pretty good. Got 9 seconds in this gap for the lead right now. Biella Racing Team Euronics ahead of T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Biella, of course, are the ones set to take the championship. Here, David, only 4 points behind coming into today, and things are going very smoothly for them right now. Long way to go, but they are in control of their own destiny now.
Yeah, well, we've got still 8 hours to go in this one. It's 2 p.m. local time, so once that darkness sets in, I don't think you take anything for granted here. You're almost, well, no, we've not been short of action up until this point, but you're almost trying to just make sure you get to that end of the race, and then things become mighty challenging. I know, talking about that GT3 fuel consumption, that just as we came on air in this segment, EFP Racing by TCE had just stopped, so they've gone a couple laps longer than everyone else there. And then of course, battle here in GT3, we're expecting those 992 pit stops in not too long.
Yes, we are indeed. The 992, of course, can't go as long on fuel as the old Porsche Cup car we had when it first got introduced to iRacing all those years ago. In fact, to go longer than GT3s even, but this new one slightly different, you would say, in many ways, really. As we've got a spin at the bus stops again, or at least a half spin for one of those 992 cars we were just talking about.
Talk freak. Oh, there's a problem there almost. They've locked up. They've gone past the first apex of the bus stop, and then it hasn't recovered very cleanly either.
No. trying to get away very quickly, almost too quickly, sliding all the way in there. Wow, that was a very long slide indeed, and then tries to get the power down on the AstroTurf and over the sausage curb. Not a great idea either there, DC, but
they had a nibble of the sausage curb and then had a pretty big bite of that sausage.
yes, it was not particularly helpful for them either. So they were spinning on half spin.
I was just about to say, you, and thing is with that as well is that when you spin a car in an endurance race, there is nothing worse than that feeling, because you know your team's watching you. You've got all that extra pressure on, and that's all that's happened there. He's just a little bit too eager, a little bit too keen to get back on that loud pedal, and you can see it was that second bit where he went over the sausage curb to get back onto the track. Car hadn't settled down properly. As soon as he lit up those rear tyres, it was just always going to spin him. I think he'll get away with that, but yeah, definitely a little bit of damaged ego and damaged pride there.
Yeah, certainly. There would be. Yeah, just looking at GT4 as well at the moment. We haven't mentioned them so far, but it's nearly a minute's worth of a lead at the moment for Jürgen Frank. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC leading that category by a very, very big margin indeed. With SimRC's most reliable driver, you could argue, or one of, in the form of Jürgen Frank at the wheel at the moment, as he has been for much of the first part of this race. I'd hesitate to say all of it, but I think he might well have been in that car for the entire time.
Now, I've been around for enough years of the history of this championship and going back all the way into Neo Endurance Series, and look, Jürgen Frank might be up there for the most races entered across all of the seasons to this point. I think we're in the third 24-hour series Esports, and there was at least 3 or 4 seasons of Neo before that. And Jürgen Frank and SimRC have been around for basically all of them. They've driven many, many kinds of machinery from GT1, GT2, GT3, GTE, I think. Prototypes potentially, and now they're in GT4 and TCR cars, and whatever the vehicle, they love some endurance racing, and Jürgen Frank has been a long time racer in this style of racing.
Certainly has. I remember their Aston Martin GT1 back in the day when we used to have those back in what was it? What would that have been? Season 1 or 2, I'd imagine.
Now, they also didn't mind a Corvette GT1 from time to time as well.
Yes, the famous Corvette. I actually prefer the Aston Martin, but it's a bit like Pepsi and Coke, really, isn't it? Which one do you prefer? It's 50-50.
Pepsi.
Well, there we are. It's a pretty 50-50 split on both of those arguments, it has to be said. But I was always a fan of the Aston Martin, I've got to be honest. So there we are. I'll just throw that one out there. Interestingly, you are right. I certainly agree. This is, if you combine it all together, this would be the 8th season.
992 litre pitting.
As we do see our 9.2 leaders pitting on schedule. But yeah, this will be the 7th race in Neo or 24H. 8th in Neo or 24H Esports competition. SimRC have never won here before under whatever name they've had, which is a somewhat remarkable stat. In any category they haven't won, so maybe today is finally going to be their day. We will wait and see. But pit stops happening in the 992 category, but only for Core Sim Racing, doing all they can at the moment here in this race, DC, by leading, but a 14-point disadvantage to the championship leaders coming into today. Still isn't enough for them to just win. They need other results to go their way, and they need Logitech GRT Esports to drop down, something which is not happening at the moment.
Yeah, and isn't that a problem? Because, I mean, it's so frustrating when you come into the final round in a position like that where you're doing everything but kitchen sink to try and get that championship, and you leave yourself in the position where you need fate, you need other things to fall into your fortune. Arguably, this is why the rest of the season is so important, so you're not in this position at the end. But it looks, from all intents and purposes, if what we saw about an hour and a half ago with them going toe-to-toe has been how it has been all season, Ewan. And again, you and David will be in a much better position than myself to talk about that. But if that is how it's been, then it's going to have been incredibly difficult to have picked the winner out of the two of them, because it's just been very, very little between them.
Yeah, certainly. No victories yet this season for Core Sim Racing, interestingly. A couple of second places and a load of outrageously consistent results. They've not been outside of the top 4, I reckon. Looking at their results at the moment, no, they haven't. Only been off the podium once, but never been on the top step, which is just hurting them a little bit. Of course, double points might help them slightly, but it's still only 10 from first to second, and they need 14 at the moment. We'll wait for all those pit stops to shake out, but I do just want to touch on that double points business briefly here, David. Are you a fan of that or not? Because I know it's a contentious issue for some people. Some people don't like the fact that the last race is worth more. I guess it makes especially good sense in this championship because this race is double the length, so double the points. Why not?
Yeah, if this was a 6-hour race, I'd say I'm not a fan of, double points for a season finale for no good reason. But this is double the amount of racing as all of the 6-hour races that preceded it. So if there's any excuse that you can find for double points for the season finale, it's because there's twice as much racing. So how's the meme go? I'll allow it.
I'm a big fan, I've got to be honest, of this of double points. I'll say big fan, but
Officer ahead. Officer gone that 2 tyres again.
Right, yes, it's
Call with 4 seconds ahead at the start of that round of pit stops. Oscar Mangan stayed in when full fuel and 4 tyres, it looked like. We saw part of that stop. Now we've just caught the end of Altus Esports stop, and it was quicker. The Flying Sicilian stays on board. Simone Maria Marcheno is going to cycle through into the lead of the race, and we'll watch across this stint with relatively warm track temperatures and rising track temperatures as we go, what that grip differential is between the tyre strats.
Absolutely, it's become a real thing recently here. I'll come to you again on this, David, because 2 tyres and 4 tyres, or even odd numbers of tyres, has become a little bit of a trend on iRacing recently. There's a lot of it going around now. Could you really put it down to a particular reason as to why that is, or is it just something that's kind of evolved almost naturally as people are trying, obviously, to find the best way to get from A to B as quickly as possible?
Well, no matter how balanced you try to make the car, no matter how you try to drive it, there's always some tyres that are going to wear out before the others, depending on the track, depending on the car. You're either going to be wearing your rear tyres more than your front tyres, or the other way around on that, or some circuits, wearing your left sides more than your right. So every time, you come to pit, there's going to be some tyres on the car that are in worse shape than others. And so the temptation there is only change the worst ones, try to get that track position, balance it out, and then even out the wear by the end of the next stint. You're going to replace your shoes that have got holes in them before the ones that don't.
Yes, that's a very
hopefully
good analogy. Well, if you that's the plan anyway. I take your point, certainly. So it's very interesting. I have to say, absolutely fascinating the new kind of trends in iRacing at the moment with the 2 tyre, 4 tyre, whatever amount of tyres that you're going to take. So it's very interesting indeed, and not more so than in the 992 category, where we see Logitech the Ardennes Esports retake the lead ahead, of course, in racing. 7.5 seconds between them at the moment. Title on the line as well, of course. Oscar Mangan trying to chase down that Porsche just up in front at the moment to try and turns in this race once more. But it's a very interesting race in that category in particular. I think the GT4 one at the moment is the only category that's, I don't want to say decided so early on here with 7 3/4 to go DC, but all the others less than 10 seconds just about. GT3 10 seconds, and that's the biggest apart from GT4, so we're very nicely poised.
The thing with GT4, unlike some of the other classes, is that I think they are maybe affected more by the momentum shift, the loss of speed that you get when you're overtaking or you're trying to make a move up. I mean, we've seen the TCRs, we've seen the Porsche Cup cars, the 992s, and the GT3s. They're all fairly handy on the allowed pedal on the accelerator. GT4s not so much. They're going to be a much calmer affair. They're going to be a much more I think strategy is going to be a huge thing for them as well, and when you're going to see shifts in pace and shifts in time. There are going to be big shifts in time. So you're going to see the likes of first and second place. That could still swap, but it's going to be a monumental shift that's going to allow that. It's going to be a change of strategy. It's going to be something significant that has to happen with that. Whereas with every other class that we've got here, the GT3s, 992s and the TCR, that could be anything that changes that. I mean, you've got like TCR 7 seconds, and again 7 seconds for the 992s and under 10 seconds for the GT3s. We've seen that before. That could be traffic, that could be a slowdown penalty, that could be just going too wide into a corner, that could be anything that really brings that into effect. And yes, on paper it does look like the GT4s is a kind of over and done with already, but I get the feeling that it's going to be a lot closer given a little bit of time. Let us get down to about 3-4 hours to go. I think it'll be a completely different kettle of fish with the GT4s. But I have to remind you as well, Ewan, as well, and our viewers as well, I saw something that I've never seen in my life. The luckiest ever, I'm positive it was a GT3, trying to make babies with a TCR cars that went around the outside at campus, and somehow full on sideways, yet it still actually survived. Did you see that?
Yes, I did catch that a little bit early on. In case you weren't watching, one of the BMW, I think it was MSI Esports, going around the outside at whatever you want to call turn to 16, whether you want that to be Stabilo, Campus, Kerpel, Fred, choose any of the above, or something else, make it up if you want. But coming through that corner around the outside of the TCRs, which are obviously on the limit of grip a little bit more than the GT3s around there. Unfortunately, a little bit of contact made and an outrageously good save from the driver at the wheel at the time. I can't remember who it was, sorry about that. But it was a very good save, and everybody got away with it, thankfully. But it very easily could have gone wrong. What are we going to call the turn 16, by the way? I'll get your votes in, because
anything but a numerical.
Anything but a numerical. Oh my.
Yeah, anything but turn 16.
Well, that's the only thing that we can agree on,
is it?
Like, the numbers are the only. Well, since there's no Americans here, we can agree on what number it is, I suppose. Because their corner numbers are a bit mad. But the names are just.
Turn 4 at Road America. I mean, come on.
I know, exactly. There's even more of a kink of it later on, and that isn't corner names, which is even funnier. So I've given up with Road America. It's spent a lot of time thinking about that. It's a bit weird. But anyway, yeah, get your votes in, because I've no idea what we're going to call it. We'll probably just change between the three. Why not? We'll just go for it. Alexander Bird, we're on board with him at the moment in this battle for 8th position. Trying to chase down Bram Van Putten at the moment in the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Porsche. Nice livery up in front, I have to say. I'm a big fan of that Porsche. They're getting chased down at the moment. We saw this a little bit earlier on in GT3's day. Do you want to get through, or would you rather stick behind and save fuel? Well, I think even if Bird wanted to get through at the moment, he's not quite getting close enough right now. He's there, but not close enough.
I think you've got a little bit more cornering out of the Porsche in places, but you saw the effect of the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight as we were riding on board for that a little earlier. And not really a problem at the moment. I think the car in front is catching the next car in front. Pure Sims is 5.5 seconds further along. So, if you're Alexander Bird, so long as the car in front of you is catching the next car in front of that, now here's a critical decision point. Big call made by the TCR to put on the brakes pretty early there and just say, I want no part of that.
Yes, probably the right choice as well, looking at the way that was going. We've seen a number of dives.
The right choice with 8 hours left to go, yes.
Exactly, well, this is true. Up into Lecom again. A tiny bit of clutch in there from the BMW driver, but nothing too substantial. But just doing what he can at this stage, really, to save those little bits of fuel. Always helpful in a race of this distance. Do you want to just talk about, we're going to head into Eau Rouge there? Obviously, big decision made by the TCR, which is probably better at this end of the day. But a lot of changes at Eau Rouge, of course, at GT recently, in light of recent events over the last few years, where we've seen a number of huge accidents, unfortunately. What have you made of the new look Spa that we saw a few weeks ago at the 24H series in real life when they went racing for 12 hours a couple of weeks ago, maybe last weekend actually, wasn't it?
I think it's a cat and mouse thing, isn't it? Because the safer that they make the tracks, the faster the cars are going to go. It's a simple thing. It's the problem is, right, you're going to be racing around in essentially 4 wheels and an engine that is exploding constantly, thousands of times a second, either in front of you or behind you. With that, there always comes some sort of inherent risk. And obviously, the changes at Spa were specifically to tailor the issues with Illusion Radion. The problem is that, you know, it doesn't matter. I didn't mind them too much. Obviously, yes, it's a massive change to an iconic look at the circuit. Did it make all that much difference? Not really. It was barely noticeable, if you ask me. I think that we get so held up to how things were, and it doesn't mean that they always have to stay that way. The great thing is with sim racing, we can always have that old layout whenever we like, but you'll more than likely find a lot of the drivers will just run straight to the new one.
I ran some number crunching here. I'm pretty sure at Redline, Porsche 911 GT3 engine is only making 200 explosions per second, not thousands of explosions.
Right, I immediately retract that statement then. Clearly I've misled the audience there. But
and
yeah,
I'm here to incredibly nitpick something no one ever worried about before. You're welcome.
I've got to admit, at least I'm glad that I've finally got somebody that can call me out on my lines that I've got here. I've not ever had that privilege before, David, so I get the feeling we're going to have a very good relationship working together.
I think we're counting thousands of RPM of engine crank. I think I've miscounted on the 4-stroke thing here, and there'll be 1 explosion per cylinder for every 2 turns of the crank, right?
I'm so
the
far out of my depth.
The silence is absolutely
okay, well, I think
in here.
I think the answer's 400.
I'm so far out of my depth, I feel like I'm swimming alone in the middle of the Atlantic, to be honest with you. That's how far out of my depth I am.
I'm no mathematician or engineer or mechanic, to be honest with you, so...
You seem to know a lot more than me, I've got to be honest, although that isn't exactly a difficult achievement to get. Anyway, yes, it's... I did wonder where you were going there when you started mentioning Redline and whatever, because I was like, well, where are they? They're not even in this race. But anyway, that's another story. So yes, there we are. A few pit stops being cleaned up at the moment in the 992 category. They've been going on for a little while. The guys up towards the front have pitted quite a long time ago now, but Aztec Simsports Volante are just in at the moment, running a little bit behind schedule compared to everybody else. Robin Noberg makes his way out of the pit lane, and he'll be back out in 9th position by the looks of things. Further down the Porsche 992 category, only 7.7. It's 7.5 roughly seconds at the front of that category at the moment. David, is that closing as quickly as you were expecting? Is it staying? Is that Is it? Are you surprised by the way it's developing at the moment, or is this more or less expected for this time in the race?
That elevator is going up floors faster than I would have expected. There was a second lap difference on the last lap between your leader, Logitech G-Altus Esports, Simone Maria Marcheno, on some slightly older tyres to Oscar Mangan Core Sim Racing. Now, of course, there's traffic, which, as we all know, giveth and occasionally taketh. Especially around a big lap like here, but there's no denying the number. Last time was a full second. You'd hope to keep that closer to 2/10, 3/10 of a second per lap across this stint for the strategy play to pay off for Altus. So they can't afford that to happen every lap. I don't think I'm going to keep talking all the way to the finish line on this lap, but I'll be curious to see what the number is next time it updates the timing.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on it.
Aztec Volante from that category around.
They've just come out the pit lane. Robin Noberg is on his first lap out of the pit lane, and it looks like he has gone around somewhere out there on the circuit. Could also be, let's not forget, that 1 second margin could also be down to the traffic. rather than the tyres or how fast we're seeing Simone Maria Machino go.
And that's why I want this extra data point, because the realistic performance difference could have been 2/10, but traffic got in the way somewhere for Maria Machino. So this time, what's his lap? A lot closer to what I would have expected, and on this lap there's only 2/10 in it, which is about what you'd expect and what you'd hope for.
Yes, much more where you'd expect it to be. As I mentioned, there are still 37 cars running in this race right now, and 13 of them are GT3s. So obviously they're going to be a problem coming through. There's plenty of GT4s and touring cars, TCR cars I should say, left as well. So here's the spin for Robin Nürburg. Not the best outlap for him, unfortunately, DC. And it looks like there's been a bit of damage to the front of that car as well. Not sure when that was picked up, probably earlier actually. But either way, it's not a good start to a stint.
Front right's looking a little bit wonky, but yeah, with the constant updates to the tyre models, it's super important that you get a couple of steady outlaps to gently bring up the tyres to temperature, and that is not a gentle way of warming the tyres up. So I think he will start feeling that in about sort of 10-15 laps or so, when he really needs to be able to start pushing on those tyres. Again, the issue being is that I feel awkward saying that, because it's exactly the sort of thing you and I would do on an outlap. Just immediately try and carry it out of the first couple of corners and then end up backwards into the nearest wall. So very, very easy to do, especially coming up to a halfway point in the race here. Pressure's on a little bit to try and make some moves, try and get some positions up and try and get some real estate on the track, and that you're not going to do it that way, but in real terms I don't think he's going to lose too much out of that little spin there.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. We as commentators do often talk about all of these things like they are easy, but it's a very, very difficult task for everyone today. 12 hours, a lot of pressure, the championship finale as well for some teams. So we can't forget that in GT3, 9 teams came in today with a chance of winning the title. And obviously a very realistic chance is not with probably those bottom 6. We're outlining the top 3 really as realistic championship contenders in the form of RHG, Biella Racing Team, Euronics 2 and MSI Esports. But 46 team have really taken control of that, it's fair to say. This is the battle for 8th position at the moment, just under 6 seconds up to Alexander Davidson in 7th. So Alexander Bird is not losing that much time being stuck behind this Porsche. He might just be happy to stay here for the moment, but he is still quite close. And we can't be too far away from seeing the GT3s in once again here, David.
That's almost half an hour still, isn't it? 10 more laps at 2 minutes 22 10 more laps. Minutes.
I didn't quite realise it was 10 more laps. I thought it would be a little bit less. It's just because we've not been making it to the hour.
There's a couple where it's more like 7 or 8, so you're looking at maybe 18 minutes, but it's
miscalculation.
The other thing that's going to be positive for Alexander Bird to not force the issue too much just here yet is this whole time you've seen that other BMW of German sim racing, Punkt.de, just out of the slipstream behind these guys. Team traffic here, and if they're not going to want to let that other team catch up to the slipstream here, and it might happen because that wasn't as tidy as you might have hoped.
Well, it kind of depends where we see that German sim racing car catch the GT4 itself here. So let's see, although it's quite nice really on the exit of Pouhon, and now they are indeed a lot closer. It's a good point though. Two of them trying to stay away from the BMW looming large in the background. Catching up at the moment. Took a few temps out of them on the last lap there, with a fairly nice lap time in the low 16s. So very much on here, very much could become a free car battle, which is not what you want to see. If you're a slower class car, you'd imagine, DC, it'd be a bit of a nightmare seeing free battling GT3s in your rearview mirror. I wouldn't like that personally.
Well, that's if they start battling. We've not certainly seen that just now from Alexander Bird. He seems quite happy to sit behind Bram van Putten, but Fabio, you're absolutely right. Fabio could get up to the back of that little battle there. The issue that they've got is that then the Pure Sims Esports Neo car of Alexander Davidson, he's starting to pull away a little bit, and of course, just as I say that, he then goes 0.7 of a second slower than the two cars behind him. But the other thing that kind of surprises me as well is we're seeing Alexander Bird happy to stay behind there, but the two of them, it's not like they're going slowly. The two of them are absolutely on it pace-wise. They're maybe 2-3 of a second behind where they should
now
be.
Now
here's
still a TCR
pace.
car holding its line and not giving it away, not being cooperative. Oh!
My word. And they're absolutely furious as well with Alexander Bird there, flashing the lights as the BMW go through over the top at Radion there.
Flashing the bird, if you will.
Oh, nice.
Ah, see, I like that, yeah. Can we keep this guy? He's awesome.
Yeah, there we go. Well, yes. It's a that's a nice one, man. I don't know how to carry on though. Yeah, no, it was a risky move at the top of Radion, it has to be said. And I don't think Alexander Bird was particularly pleased with the TCR for pulling in front of him on the way into Eau Rouge, really. It was Martin Asher of Impulse Racing, I think. Looked like one of the Impulse Racing cars, and yeah, Bird had to stay behind up the hill there. Thankfully, everybody got away with that, but we saw the TCR, David, getting all out of shape. Could have been a lot worse. There were a lot of cars around there.
It's just awkward timing, isn't it? If the GT3's a tenth closer, they comfortably get down the inside. If they're a tenth further back, they're not in range to try that. And you're at that decision point where the TCR have got to either make sure they really hold their time, like they have that time, or, you know, tap on the brakes earlier, give up a bit of their own time to just not tempt fate. I'd be interested to see, you know, an onboard from either car, just to get an idea of that perception of speed and the perception of the closing speed from either party.
It was a scary moment, but thankfully everybody got away with it. Two TCRs in front of this battle now that very much does involve German sim racing, although this is not a battle happening at the moment in TCR, unfortunately. It is one car a lap ahead of the other, I'm afraid, so that's not something to keep an eye on, unfortunately, but battle in GT3 certainly is. Coming out of La Source at the moment and up the hill. Is Bird going to be under a little bit of pressure here? Quite possible. German sim racing BMW is very close. Running up the hill.
It's a different conversation that we were having last lap, because we thought Bird was comfortable on the tail end of Van Putten, and now he's under all sorts of pressure right now. A little bit of bump drafting.
It looks like they're opting to bump draft instead of overtake. Well, we've seen it time and time again in iRacing now. The bump drafting really becoming a thing there, David. And yeah, it looks like they want to get back to the Team 75 by Bernard Sim RC car. Really,
ever since
rather than overtake.
iRacing Daytona 24,
Yeah.
this year GT bump drafting is on the menu apparently.
We saw LMP2 bump drafting as well, which
when did
really
that become a thing? When did LMP2 start bump drafting? I feel like I'd missed a couple of years, and then suddenly it's now a thing.
I don't know personally. Maybe David's got some more a better understanding of when it came around.
That was before the tweak to I'm not going to say the dirty word. No, yeah, whatever. Front to rear netcode calculation. I think that's track limits there for ISPS Vendaval. So again, we'll talk more about that later on in this race. I'm sure something you've got to be just careful of only abuse a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Was there at some point just a little tweak to the way damage gets calculated, and now you can kind of, you know, get away with it without too much risk? I'm not sure. Did the stakes just become so high that everyone went, yeah, okay, I guess we're going to bump draft now?
A risk that you would normally not be willing to take under any circumstances. Now, to keep up with the pace, you've kind of got to now. Yeah, I've certainly first rocked into my consciousness at the Daytona 24. especially in the early part of the race. There was a lot of it going on, and then covering another fairly lengthy race at Daytona a few months ago, and it was still very much around. So here to stay, I think, is the memo really about bump drafting. We might see a little bit more of it up the Camel Straight once again here, because it's like we're seeing a replay, to be quite honest. German sim racing very close, and this time they do pull to the outside line. Are they going to just swap these cars over really more than anything else, or are they going to fight? It does look like Alexander Bird not really willing to fight this one too hard, and so slots in for now. Very unlikely we're going to see side-by-side battling like we had with those two Porsches in 992 earlier, DC. 6-7 corners side-by-side. Not really a sensible thing to do, though, especially for these guys at the moment.
Yeah, it really isn't. And listen, these two have got their heads switched on. They know exactly what's going on here. The reason that Unverdrus couldn't go into the back because the closing speed was just way too high coming up the top of that hill there, had to pull it to the side and instead take it in turns. I don't know if they're communicating with each other here, but this is certainly the right thing to do. Even if it is a case of that German Sim Racing.de by ACV car is faster, that's fine. It's still 7 hours 20 minutes left to go in this race. You have to I remember me and Lewis were talking about this on a different race yesterday. You have to pick your battles. You have to know where you are in the relative terms of the race, and if you're needing to fight for this position, if you absolutely need this position, then absolutely go for it. But if it's a case of letting that car in front go through and using them to your advantage, maybe that's the better play to have. Maybe that's the better thing to do. Are they on a different pit stop strategy? All these things are having to be worked out by the driver. Not only that, they'll have their team in the ear letting them know whether or not this is a fight to actually take, or whether or not they're actually an ally temporarily.
At the moment, they're helping each other along just a little bit, which is good to see. So you see here, speaking about traffic and how difficult it is for the GT3s, I feel like the pace of the 992 Porsche Cup cars these days does make things a little bit difficult for them, because look at the way that 992 car is staying so close to Brad Van Putten. You're just looking at it in the distance here. Porsches are very quick these days, Cup cars. Now getting out of the way. Admittedly, that is the Core Sim Racing one, which is of course running second at the moment and very quick normally anyway. Yeah, these Porsche Cup cars are no joke, David, and proper bits of kit can keep up with the GT3s for maybe longer than they could in the past.
Yeah, I've been asking Santa for one for a while, and still haven't got it. But yeah, by comparison's sake, last lap for the overall GT3 leader, 2:15.5. Last lap for your leading 992, 2:16.7. Sorry, no, 2:19.5. So 4 seconds a lap there in racing conditions. But when it comes to qualifying conditions or hot lapping conditions, I think that new generation Cup car is even closer to the GT3s. It's, with their, that's also track limits there for torque press. With their, more downforce, ABS, traction control, etc. GT3s do look after their tyres a little bit nicer, and therefore have got a little bit more race pace. The drop-off qualifying pace to race pace less severe for GT3s than it is for Cup cars without their driver aids, and with more downforce than the Cup cars ever had before, but still not to a GT3 spec.
Yeah, I remember the last spec Porsche Cup car that we had in iRacing was very quick down the straights, I have to say. Remember the Nürburgring 24, it was almost a slipstreaming battle between the GT3s and the Porsche Cup cars. It was very close between them, but through the corners, not to say they were hopeless, because they were still good, but nowhere near as good as this new generation are in terms of downforce, as you just mentioned. There's a lot more of it on this new car. It's much closer to a GT3 than it used to be. Less than 3 seconds from the bottom of GT3 to the top of the 992 category in terms of lap times at the moment, which is a bit of a problem for some of the GT3s on occasion when trying to lap those slower cars, in inverted commas of course. very nice to see though these days, DC. It's only a few years ago, when Porsches weren't anywhere in sim racing. They were just not allowed. But now we've got loads in this race, and it's fantastic, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a real boon to have them embrace the sim racing world as much as they have. I think a lot of manufacturers have realised that this is an excellent opportunity to engage a brand new audience that maybe they've never had access to before, because obviously, Porsche have always regarded themselves as an luxurious brand, and they've maybe been very cautious about how they adopt themselves into sim racing. It was interesting to hear your thoughts on the 992, and again, from the limited running that I've had in it, I actually still prefer the old Cup car. I find the 992, don't get me wrong, is very fast, but for me it's like it almost reflects the kind of class structure that we've got here in terms of drivability and grip. You've got the GT3s where everything's on point, you've got the 992 where it's fast but it's a little bit lazier on the steering. You've got GT4 where you're waiting for about 2 weeks to get any grip and understeer, and then TCRs, which is just like turn it and just hope that it goes the way that you're actually going to. If I wasn't going to be in a GT3 car, I'd quite like to actually give a TCR car a go, because they're just absolutely wild fun. But back to what you were saying about Porsche coming in, I think it works both ways. They're a little bit more open to bringing themselves into the sim racing world. Obviously we had the GT3, then we had the GT4 variant, and now we've got this brand new 992 coming out as well. So I think they're enjoying what that brings in terms of their audience, in terms of the credibility, and in terms of like how much brand loyalty it's also driving as well. Because let's not forget, they're getting a lot of bringing this to services like iRacing as well.
Yeah, I have to say, I see a lot of Porsches around in my commentary these days. It's kind of wild to think about 6 years ago they were absolutely nowhere. There were no Porsches anywhere, you couldn't find them.
0 to 100 almost as fast as
exactly.
the new Porsche Taycan Turbo S.
Very good.
That is fast, that thing.
Yes, my God. Very exciting times.
My father has a Toyota Prius, and I keep saying I'm going to drag him to our local Porsche dealership to test drive a Taycan, because it's basically the same thing.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you could sell it like that, I suppose, yeah. One way to get a shock, my goodness. I'm very excited.
I've got offended everyone with that, I'm sure.
Just very quickly, actually, on about to your point as well, Ewan, about the fact that like a couple of years ago there was no Porsches. Whatever happened to the rough? Whatever happened to the old faithful rough, the old yellow birds that was, our closest thing that we could get to? I think they still do official series on that, don't they?
There's a rough inverted commas GT3 fixed official series that gets around. But that's Roth got so much good marketing out of the fact that Porsche wouldn't license to anyone, because all of a sudden all of these games, like, did no one ever heard about Roth other than being like, what the hell is this brand in this video game? Oh, they're kind of like Porsches, okay. And for years, so many sim racing and video gaming titles had that, and that was just the way it had to be. You had to take the rough with the smooth.
Oh my God, this guy is just full of the puns.
I've heard that on more than one occasion, but I do enjoy it every time, to be fair.
You'll have to forgive me though, being brand new to RaceSpot and brand new to David Haynes. I am absolutely drinking this in. This is brilliant stuff.
Expect more puns. We're only 45 minutes in. Let's stop.
Well, that's the first hour's quota done.
We'll just lay off them for the next quarter of an hour and then straight back on it again on the top of the hour. 7 hours 15 to go here at Spa. 12 hours of Spa, the championship finale in the 24H Series Esports, season 2021/22. It's been a very good season so far, very good race so far as well, and we're homing in on halfway in just over an hour's time. But still, unlike all of the other races this season, we're doing it all over again, going for another 6 hours afterwards. So looking forward to that and seeing how a longer race can maybe change this. Overall, it's still Racing Team Euronics leading, but they won't be for too much longer because they're coming into the pit lane as we speak. So we'll do a bit of a rundown after the pit stops in GT3 because we haven't done that for a little while. But this is pretty much on schedule for you, David. Is this anything to worry about?
Fuel only? No, it looks like it's been 25 lap stints all the way so far in this lap. This is the end of the 25th lap for race leader number 46. Just wondering, Luca Kita definitely appears to be staying, and this could be a fuel only or a 2 tyres or something kind of stop. That's what I want to see. Of course, fueling for these cars, some leaders, takes just shy of 40 seconds, 30 to 40 seconds, so we're going to know pretty soon what's up. You can see BS with their split turner livery in the background also joining on the pit lane, and the next 3, 4, 5 laps is going to see majority, the big bulk of the GT3 runners come down this pit lane, and that is fuel only.
It certainly is. 41.6 in the box there, just around about a minute in the lane. And Biella Racing Team Euronics back out there again. Luca Kita going to be retaking the lead, you would imagine, from Ruben Bonga once everybody comes in. Still got to see plenty of them to come in just yet, so that will take a little while to shake through. You did see that split livery in the background there, DC. What are your thoughts on that BS Turner kind of split thing? Because normally I don't like split liveries, I've got to be honest with you, but that one's fantastic. I've got to be honest, it's amazing livery.
I do like the livery that you were on about there. It is, the thing is it goes back into the conversation, doesn't it, that poor Lewis was trying to get across earlier on. He was trying to go on about, and I can't for the life of me get it there. It is gorgeous. I just, it's like the two sides of the two sides of the team, isn't it? It's just gorgeous. So Lewis was making a point earlier on about there was the art card that was looking like it was had been intentionally rusted up, and it is actually a thing. It comes from and for the life of me I cannot remember the name of it, but it is a culture that comes over from Japan where they will literally rub like salt and water and beer onto the or maybe that was just the Mighty Car Mods episode that I watched, but anyway they deliberately rust up the car to make it as old and as banged up and as unique as they possibly can. So it is genuinely a thing, and he is speaking the truth on that one. But again, it comes back to that whole thing of like brand awareness and a lot of these
that's not how to take these drivers.
Yeah.
That was very wide, wasn't it? Just almost sort of flying across the screen there. But just to finish that point off, a lot of these teams now with professional backing, with big teams, big sponsors behind them, having to keep all of the sponsors happy, and that's what you can see here with the BMW, Turner Motorsport on the one side, and Dazen on the other side as well.
Yes, it's very
I like how
nice.
it's got half of the H&R logo.
Yes, I've noticed that.
The back, the rear has the H and the front has the R.
Yeah, just an H on the. There's the R on the front. There you are. Dear me, it's a very clever idea. No, I really do like this car. I know a lot of people are not a fan of split liveries like this one though. So I can't remember. It might be Lewis McLean. He does complain a lot. It's about one of the. Sorry, I hope he's not listening. One of the F1. I can't. Is it an F1 car maybe that was released? Yes.
That was not well done.
This is the argument I hear from people who don't like the split liveries. They bring up this the BAR car. Go and look it up if you've not seen it at home. But that is a state. Okay. I will agree on that. But as a general rule, they are pretty all right. I can't remember any others outrageous ones. I'm not going to go this, but my memory's not great. On the subject of the art car as well, DC, I know Arjuna was bringing up the Top Gear BMW. I was more thinking of, remember that BMW that went to the Daytona 24 as a kind of art livery? It was very strange. It had strange shapes on it.
Was that the one that was sponsored by Larson Biscuits?
Or was that was the
one that was at Nürburgring, wasn't it? That they competed in.
I don't know.
My favourite all-time BMW art car livery isn't one of the colourful ones. It's the one where they had the BMW M6 GTLM, and on one door they had a picture of a BMW M6 GTLM, but it wasn't recursive. And on the other door they just had the word "fast."
Yes, this is the livery I'm on about.
Block letters, and there was like a dot, just a giant red dot or something.
Yeah. There
like
were a
from
number
a
of
kid's art
weird
set or
shapes.
something. Yeah, you know what? I really liked that because it wasn't like, oh, you know, it's an art car like in the style of Jackson Pollock or something, where we've got lots of bright and brash colours and dynamic strokes across the car. It's like, no, we've made it weird.
Yeah.
We've been drinking the weird juice today.
It was especially weird. It really was. That is
But there's been so many of them as well. I mean, in real life, it reminds me of, was it not Peppa Man and the ladies in the Lamborghini Huracan, the GT3 pop art car? That was absolutely stunning. And then if you're talking about liveries, Rebellion as well, they are like the OGs outrageously beautiful liveries.
I do enjoy a good Rebellion livery as well. I've got to be honest, it's very nice indeed. But yeah, that's the BMW I was about David referring to there at Daytona. It's a very strange art car.
Like, these days, every professional motorsports livery is some kind of art. So for your art car to be art, I want it to be weird.
Art is pretty weird, to be fair. So sorry, any art fans out there, but it is what it is. No, I see your point, but I still don't like it. In all honesty, it's not. It didn't do it for me, but there we are. Certainly something different. Meanwhile, this is the battle for 10th now. Alexander Bird still staring at the back
for all these guys.
German Sim Racing. Yeah, I was going to say they've clearly dropped down outside of the top 10 because of pit stops being made. Still waiting for one or two cars to come in at this stage. RHE Esports being one of them, I think.
And Team 75 Bernhard, that Porsche that was right with this group, is still 2 laps from pitting. So.
Yeah, Bram Van Putten is all the way up in 4th position at the moment, ever so briefly, but will not be staying there, you wouldn't imagine. In a sea of 992 cars at the moment. Alexander Bird coming up over route, and once again illustrating the point of that they're really not slow. If you didn't look too closely, if you didn't have your glasses on, you wouldn't be able to tell that they're not GT3s, to be honest. They're very quick indeed, and you see with the slipstream there, the T3 motorsport by Maniti Porsche, right up the back of the German sim racing BMW. And then once they get into the corners, things do get a little bit more difficult. Alexander Bird going to make his dive down the inside at Malmedy and make his way through. So, Bram Van Putten stays out there for, a very long time here, David. Is it in the realms of possibility that they can save a pit stop by eventually getting to the hour and doing this race on 11 stops rather than 12, which is what looks like most people are going to have to do?
Look, RHE Esports could definitely do that. They've still got 3 more laps on their stint. That'll take them to the top of the hour. Team 75 by Bernhard had just done 25 laps on this stint. They're just entering pit lane now. So again, assuming that they leave Bram Van Putten in and go fuel only, this is a car that will rejoin. Oh, is that the penalty box? That's the penalty box.
Certainly is. This, in case you don't know, is it's a bit of a 24H series staple, really. It has been for a number of years.
The naughty corner.
Yeah, the naughty corner, yes. Instead of serving a penalty in your pit box, as you might do in other series, there is a designated area to take your penalty, separate from where you get service. So that's why you may have seen throughout the broadcast today a number of cars stopping in that kind of blue, I don't really know what you call it, it's kind of blue paint on the floor. Where the penalty
bay, something.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, that's the penalty box, and Team 75 by Bernhard having to Team 75 Bernhard by SimLC, I should say, having to stay there for a few seconds. Not entirely sure what for, but clearly some kind of infringement has been made there. And yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of quite what happened. It's another unique thing about the 24H Series Esports Championship, and indeed the 24H Series in real life as well, which is exactly what we like to see. So 992 pit stops might be a pause as well, because T3 Motorsport by Maniti are in at the moment. They were running in third with Tristan Iglesias. now going to be dropping it down the order because of this pit stop here.
Was for 10 seconds for making contact with car 136. TCR car, which is Wood Cross Racing Sports, while attempting an overtake into turn 13.
They've gone for the numbers. Yeah, the pith of the path. The pith part.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the first part of that chicane, it looks like that was where that happened. Although I could be wrong, I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the incident.
It's around there. It's in the middle sector of the lap.
It certainly is. Because I do remember a car sending it down the inside through the second part here, which was on a TCR. I wonder if that was maybe the one.
That would check out. That would check out.
Maybe, but I don't remember the cars involved. But I guess putting 2 and 2 together, it kind of has to be. As we go back to GT4 for the first time in a little while, because Carbon Sim Sport are trying to hold off Pure Sims Esports at the moment, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to for very long, I'm afraid. Straight away on the outside line into Blanchimont, although the pass isn't quite done just yet. Carbon Sim Racing, Sim Sport, I should say, just back off going into their DC, and that's probably the smart idea. We mentioned not battling as being a good idea. Side by side through Blanchimont under any circumstances is not the brightest thing to do.
Yeah, and you're asking me about it, and that's exactly the sort of boneheaded move that I'd try and pull as well. But yeah, obviously seeing better of it, and that Carbon Sim Sport machine, just basically taking the measure of it. Sometimes you just have to let go. You just have to let the car in front make the move, let the car behind make the move and let it go. Sometimes you're not fighting them on track, and it's the hardest thing for any type of driver to be able to do, let alone the 469 that we're watching here. But the thing with the GT4s as well is they must be getting quite lonely there, because most of them are kind of driving by themselves. Obviously with the exception of the 481 and the 404 who are together on track. But yeah, that's 469 of Peter Matuskic. I think he just has to let that car go and think better of it. Just keep to your stint, keep to your delta times, think about the bigger plan. We're still not even halfway into this race here, Ewan. There's a bigger picture here.
I'd have to say as well, Ashley Finch is a lot quicker at the moment. 1.2 seconds very nearly is the margin that's already been pulled out here, despite the traffic having to be negotiated. Now that Carbon Sim Sport will have to do as well. But you're absolutely right. Gap from first to second, 107 at the moment. Gap to from second to third, 105. From fourth to fifth, 111. 3 over 1 minute gaps in that class, which is somewhat remarkable. But a couple of close battles as well. David Barraclough trying to hold on from Alvar Gomez at the moment. That's the battle for third in the GT4 category. Not much distance between them at all. Gomez really did get very close a couple of moments ago. I think they were coming up to Lecombe there. And the slipstream down the Kemmel Straight, or up the Kemmel Straight I should say, that really did affect that battle a lot. In 992, we have a very important pit stop here, David, because Oscar Mangan is into the pit lane and he's getting out for Carl Janssen for Core Sim Racing there.
Yeah, so tyre strategy there, probably going to be another 4, I guess. But you've got another lap to go on the stint for Simone Maria Marcheno, and we'll see if that means that Altus have cycled their way through to the lead of that category. Carl spoke to us on broadcast in the first segment. One of the first guests we had on, I think.
Yeah, we have had a few. Don't forget, if you are a driver, by the way, you can come join us. We'll have a chat after your stint or whatever. See how the race is going. Love to hear from some of the drivers out there, especially in such a long race. It's good to get a bit of an insight as to what is actually going on out there, because we can talk about it until the cows come home, but we're not actually out there in the race. So it'd be good to hear from a driver or two.
Oh, yeah, slightly less than 4 more seconds. Car drops down and away.
There he goes.
It's kind of short. Got to use second gear in the pit lane.
Yes, I did notice that. I did wonder, running out of breath slightly on the way towards the pit exit. But anyway, there we are. Carl Janssen out the pit lane now and back out there. Going to need to be on it straight away, as always, of course. Can't afford to have a couple of laps to settle in. got to immediately just be on it for Core Sim Racing as they try and overhaul this margin. As I said earlier, they've not finished lower than 4th all season long. They've only been off the podium once, but they haven't got a race victory, and they've got a 14-point deficit coming into today. Even beating Logitech Esports with the 2 finishing 1 and 2 is not enough for this team, unfortunately. So, as we said earlier, matters really not in their hands. But I think it's best at a time like this, DC, to just not think about that. Just run your own race and try and win it, because that is, after all they can do.
100%. That literally is the only thing that's within your possibility. Like I said earlier, the problem is you don't want to get it to this stage because it's so demoralising for the team to be in this position where they're like, right, we can still go for it. It's different if it's like a last charge, as you see around the outside going the Euronics Lamborghini. But again, getting to this stage in the championship where it all comes down and it's so close into this final round, when you've got a car that is so obviously very, very strong and you're equal, if not better, to come in and think, yeah, we could actually go away with this, because they're throwing everything they can at this race, and as it stands at the moment, it's still not enough. However, we've seen this from so many different races, so many different championships, so many different platforms. It's such a cliche to say, oh, it's not over until it's over, but that legitimately is the case. I've seen championships where the championship leader, who's been dominant for the entire race, is disconnected with 10 minutes left to go and handed it on silver platter to the car in second place. So it can happen. I've seen it happen way too often. So that's all they can do, Ewan, is just knuckle down, do their best possible performance, and see what happens, and enjoy it. At the end of the day, coming second in a championship like that's not a bad consolation prize.
Oh my goodness, this is very close into Le Com. Wow, 3 wide very nearly into there. Just quickly as well, before we get into an interview here, David, we've seen Simone Maria Marcheno go a little bit longer on this stint by the looks of things.
Yeah, the last handful of stints for that car have been 21 lap runs. Well, they're just coming to the end of, I think, 22 laps on this. They've gone 1 lap longer for Altus Esports, and I wonder with 56 to 55 minutes left on the clock, if they're thinking they can get to the halfway point of the race after this stint. So what would they be? Trying to do 7 stints in 6 hours for 14 total in the race, compared to others look like they might have to do 15 stints, if I'm roughing the maths there. So here does come your leader to pit lane, and they have just extended the fuel a little bit further than on some previous runs.
They certainly have, but now finally have to surrender to the inevitable almost, the fact that they will be running out of fuel, and they just have done. So, into the pit lane.
Simone stay?
Well, I can imagine. Well, he's been in there for a little while, but it looks like he's comfortable to stay on a little bit further. So we'll continue on in that car. We'll just stay with this for a moment before we get this interview. We'll see what the gap is going to be between themselves and Core Sim Racing here. And it also kind of depends here how many tyres they're going to take. That will dramatically affect this gap, but they are going up on the jacks.
Well, Core took 4. I'd be surprised if it's not 4 here for Altus. That'd be getting quite aggressive with it.
We do nearly have 7 hours to go, so and reserve that aggression for a little bit later, I think. Looks like they will be doing that. Just staying up on the jacks for long enough here for them to be taking 4 tyres, you'd imagine. We're briefly going to see a new leader in the form of Marcos Nunez, but it won't last for too long. Finally dropped down on the jacks for Marcheno. Is Cole Janssen going to be anywhere near?
Nunez never pitted in the background there, so he actually never got to the lead.
No, Nunez is leading briefly at the moment, so yeah, he is right now, but it won't go for too long, I would imagine. Marcelo does get out, and it's only what, 1.5 seconds, very close.
I reckon if you're Cole Janssen, you've got to make an impact right now. You've got warm tyres, you've been in the seat for an out lap and then a flying lap, and you should be at your best right now. Meanwhile, Simone, well, he's in his rhythm, he's entering the 3rd stint here, I think. relatively shorter stints, sub 1 hour stints, but his tyres are only just coming in for him, and the gap is, I eyeball it at 2 seconds or whatever.
Very close indeed. Nail-biting stuff in 992 at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that, of course, but let's finally take on this long-awaited interview. We are going to have a bit of a chat with Ian Gagnon-Renaud of Pure Sims Esports, their GT4 car, of course. Ian, good to have you here. Glad that you could join us for a little bit of a chit-chat. You guys running around in 6th position at the moment in the GT4 category. How would you assess that first 5 hours of the race? Are you happy with how things have gone, or are you maybe a little bit disappointed to be down in 6th?
Well, obviously we're not very happy with what happened at the start, but we're trying to get the pace back and maybe try to finish where we are right now in the championship, P3, so we'll keep fighting back and hopefully we'll get there by the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, that early setback for you has put you a long way down. But there are, thankfully for you, the race is double the length of all of the others this season. Where do you think you can get to in the remaining 7 hours? What's a realistic target for you guys?
I think P3 right now is looking kind of good. We look at the incidents right now where I think Acetec got 25x 2 hours into the race. I think Torque Freak as well. So I'm pretty sure you're going to get a penalty for off track towards the end. So we'll try to keep the car clean, try to keep the off track to not get the 50x's, and keep the pace up and try to catch them before the end of the 12 hours.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously this race double the length of all of the others. Here at Spa as well, of course, championship finale, all add in the pressure, of course. What have you made of this? Is this race does it feel particularly different to you guys as a 12-hour compared to a 6-hour? Are you approaching it any different? Do you maybe prefer the longer distance?
No, I think we approach it the same as always, but I guess it still feels the same feeling we had all season. The lack of luck that we've been having for all season is not being toward us. So we're just gonna make what we can make of this race, and try next season have more luck on our side. Maybe finish P1 in championship. It's been 2 years. We're just short of P1, so. Yeah, we're just going to try to get the best result and look toward next year.
Absolutely. We look forward to it. Just one final question for you on the season as a whole, because it has been a decent one for you guys. As you said, not on the top step, unfortunately, but third coming into today, looking to preserve that here in this race. Are you pleased with third? Obviously, you said there you would have liked it a little bit more, but realistically, do you think you could have got more out of this season? Are you a bit frustrated with the position you found yourself in?
Yeah, I think in Red Bull Ring I just got taken out for no reason. I think that happened again in Sebring. I think Alkenheim I put in the wall, so that's my fault. And obviously Barcelona, where we got 2 pit penalties, didn't help. So I think it's good where we'd end up, but I think we could have been fighting for P1. I think we understand the car halfway to, setup wise, halfway to the season as well. So we've really been on pace with some RC, with the last 3 or 4 races. So just a shame that every time we have been fighting them pretty good, it's just something that happened and they just go alone and win without any pressure from behind. So I wish if they come back to GT4 next year, we can put up a fight with them.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing it for you guys, and we look forward to seeing you guys out there, obviously, for the remainder of this race. Ian, though, we'll let you go now back to your team and concentrate on the race once more. But thanks very much for coming to join us, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thanks very much. There we have it. Joining us there, Ian Gagnon-Renaud of Pure Sims Esports GT4 Porsche, as you can see, running around in 6th position at the moment. Recently taken 6th position, indeed, that we have just seen. A little bit dejected sounding, it has to be said, DC, although after issues in a lot of the races this season, I guess you can understand the slight bit of frustration that they seem to be feeling at the end of this season. Not sure what's happened to David's mic, because I can't hear him.
Maybe the entirety of Scotland has been...
No, that was... we'll just pretend that didn't actually happen. What was the way to say is that the reason he sounds so dejected, Ewan, is the fact that you know from speaking to all of these teams how much effort that they put into these races and to these championships. They, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps of practice go in, only to be, in his words, taken out by another car. That tells a part of the story. Obviously, the context of it might be very different, or what actually happened might be very different. But that's what they remember. The problem is that negativity that then seeps in, and then you start going into your further races, and before you even know it, you're looking for other things to be going wrong subconsciously. So you need to try and keep that positivity going. Yes, if your championship's done and dusted and you've got no chance of, say, getting in top 3 or whatever, I can understand that. But if you're still in with a shout of having a decent result, and let's face it, this final round for double points, you can make up a lot of places in the championship with a round like this. You just have to give it your all, but it's difficult. I mean, we're all human. We all don't like experiencing things that are not our fault or are not our problem. It's just something that we tend to hear quite a lot with sim racers, because they put their heart and soul into it. It's a thankless task, and sometimes, more often than not, it just doesn't pay off for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously a bit of bad luck this season, David, but already expressing their desire to come back to GT4 next season in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship and try and win the championship once again. So do you think that's a realistic target for them to win next season? I personally don't see why not, I suppose.
Well, they're on a bit of form, second place in the last 2 races. Their best results have been the last 2 races. I think the way that they're running right now, they're going to take second place in that championship away from Undercut Racing Team. And again, the points lead that Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC have in this category and how they're running at the moment, a mathematical possibility, but a realistic, very, very long shot at that GT4 championship. That aforementioned Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC GT4 Porsche Cayman has just left the pit lane and still holds the lead, so a lot of time in their pocket.
By the way, on the amount of laps you have to do to get classified, because that could become important in the next few moments if a particularly leading championship car does go out of the race, which hasn't happened yet, really. But if you're not counting Fordzilla of GT4, because once again, mathematical possibility, but not a realistic one. They are out of the race, unfortunately, and some others as well may be. But in terms of getting classified, you need to complete 60% of the class leaders or the class winners amount of laps. So what would 60% of the race be in time? That's quite difficult in maths there. But if they do about 7 or 8 hours, then they should get those laps and get classified. And then, in GT4, for example, you can only really fall to 7th now. About 7th, 8th position maybe you can only fall to. Luckily for everybody, that's 16 points still. Would lose quite a lot, obviously, on a race winner, but it's still a few points. 7.2 hours, there we are. 7 hours, 12 minutes. Roughly,
that's how normal people would express it.
7.2. Well,
no, you're right. I'm just reading what the calculator says rather than giving human sensible units.
You did sound a bit computerised for a moment there, but yes. I know what you meant. Don't worry about it. Yes, we'll be looking to get to that point in a little while. And then some of these championship leaders will start to feel a bit more comfortable about themselves. But the GT3 field, I'm thinking about in particular, is so big that falling all the way down the order is not really is really going to damage championship aspirations, and that is why the job Luca Kita is doing at the front of this field at the moment is so impressive. BLO Racing Team Euronics still leading this race by nearly 17 seconds and leading the championship as well here. We've talked about the unpredictability of endurance racing and what can go on, but we can't exactly give them the championship just yet. Still a long way to go. Meanwhile, David, looks like RHG, the championship leaders coming into today, have had even more issues to add to their woes already.
Yeah, just seeing them down there in that number 88 machine, they did do a pit stop and swapped over. So they've now got another driver in the same Fazoi into the cockpit of that one as well. So I think they will be trying to pull back, but if I'm right in saying that's them already gone a lap down with less than half of the race done. That is not a great position to be in. It's not impossible, but I mean it's kind of stretching their luck, I think, to think they're going to get anything like a decent result out of that. I just wanted to pick up on something that David said earlier on as well, as we saw both the 943 and the 959 after a pit run. Core Sim Racing, they had that chance. They were about a second to a second and a half behind that Logitech G Altus 943. But that gap is now it did start to go up. It's come down very, very slightly just now. But given that they've not looked like in any position to attack David, do you think that's them lost that advantage, or do you think they'll be able to get even closer on the next lot of pit stops?
Well, I think with how close Core are right now, it makes it more difficult for Altus to do that fuel saving that they tried in their last stint, because they'd be very focused on managing that gap to not let their rival headed again to their slipstream there. With how important that can be here through Eau Rouge and then all the way down the Kemmel Straight, not to mention other places like the run towards Blanchimont. Might get an idea of what the slipstream is like Porsche to Porsche as we ride on board with Inertia Mega Auto, flying fins.
Nice Porsche 992 battle going on. The art car making its way through. We saw it going down into the pith of Pith Path. Or the Campus chicane, whatever you want.
2 or 3 extra kilometres an hour for Inertia Mega Auto here. So not the biggest slipstream. You get more GT3 to GT3 down the Dodinghua, for example. But it's enough that all other things being equal, you stay right there, and it's worth something to you. And I think all these cars got just a little bit of crinkle to some of the body panels. You can see it on the rear of Inertia, who's pointed it out on the front right of Aztec Esports. Valente here, didn't we? It was quite noticeable on the front right, more so from the off-board camera.
Vince Peters has certainly arrived.
Search of an apex a bit there. Matthew Navarra.
Slightly missed and slightly wide through the exit of Pouan there as well, just running out onto the AstroTurf on the right hand side, but keeping things on the straight and narrow at least. Stick Sim Sports Balante we're riding on board with right now. Vince Peters drives for them very, very regularly. See him around quite often these days, and he's always doing a good job as well. Be looking to make his way through on these couple of cars over the next few laps, you would imagine, but he really has crept up on them quite quickly, really.
It's that lap, isn't it? He's just come out of the pit lane, having run just a tiny bit longer than those two in front. Everyone's on the same tyres of these 3 Porsches, you see. It's all for track position.
It's all very interesting.
I dare say Vince Peters' 7,000 I rating is more than the 2 drivers in front combined, with 3,600 Ryan Parkins and 3,000 Matthew Navarra. Just a little bit on show at this point, but it takes all sorts of drivers for a 12-hour race.
No, absolutely.
I was just about to say there, Ewan, I've got a little bit of experience actually with Vince Peters. He was in one of the championships that was commentated on earlier on this year in the Porsche, and frighteningly quick, like ridiculously quick. Now, it's a weird one because if you get him in a fight, if you get him in amongst other cars, he will struggle to try and make his way past, but once he does, he's gone. He will check out and he will be 6, 7, 8 seconds down the road. If he gets past this car that is in front of him, I've got no doubt to see that at the moment, because as we said, at the back of the pack there, or at least 9th place in class, if he gets past Ryan Parkins in that Porsche Sport Machine, yeah, guaranteed that we'll come back to him in about 15-20 minutes time. He'll be 5 or 6 seconds down the road.
He's certainly a very fast driver indeed, Belgian. And just on the back of the art car at the moment, the Porsche Sport at 992, making their way through P1 at the moment. They've already left the inertia car as well, by the looks of things, very, very quickly indeed. But these two certainly going at quite a pace at the moment. Unfortunately for Peters, the next gap is 44 seconds up to Talk Freak Racing, so it's going to be a long time until he's on the back of another car in his class, I would imagine. However, I'm sure he'll be able to bring some of that gap down once he has got through, and it does look more of a case of when, not if, at this stage. And as we mentioned earlier on, all of the cars here do look like they have been in the wars a little bit. Some bodywork not quite in the right place in a few places on both of these cars right now. A bit of traffic as well. Peters tries to take advantage down the inside of the Porsche Sport car, 3 wide into the bus stop chicane, very nearly, but expertly done. David just using the traffic to his advantage, and he's through into 8th place.
Yeah, clever there to seize that opportunity, but then also to stay in the wheel tracks of the GT4 car, not the TCR, and know that the GT4 is pretty quickly going to work its way past that TCR, and that's the way the C's are going to part and the blockage is going to open, and he gets through. So 2 positions in just a couple of laps there. Peter's skill and speed on show. I got a little bit of spicy news of your top 3 in GT3. The first to receive their warning for using up half of their off tracks is the number 89 BS Competition, running in 3rd place. So from here on out, BS Competition can't be using up those off tracks at the rate that they have up until this point.
Of course, I'll come back to you again on this because yeah, it's an interesting topic. It always has been a very contentious one. Don't I say contentious?
The 992 leader, Altus Esports, have just got the same.
Wow. Yeah, don't forget, we're not even halfway into this race yet, which is why it's so important. But yeah, just to explain that here, David. Obviously, this is one of the circuits, if not the most off-track heavy circuit on iRacing. Then certainly one of. How is it going to work in this series, and what is the limit for these drivers over the 12 hours today?
So it's 50, and that's only off tracks for the whole 12-hour race. At 25, they get a public warning, so we see that. Whenever they've used up half of it, we know. How close they are to the 50, we don't know until they cross that threshold, get a penalty, and it appears on the race control decision sheet. And the first one is time added in the pit lane in that penalty box. It's an allotted time, but the way to think about it, why seeing that warning that they've used 25 or 50, using half of it before the halfway point of the race, we're not to the intermission in this yet, and they've eaten more than half of their popcorn.
Yes, another good analogy there, actually. Yeah, we can kind of work out where they are in terms of off tracks from that warning, of course, but from here on in, we don't know how close they're going to get. It's one of those things that you've always got to keep an eye on here, DC, and Spa particularly is one of those circuits where it is near impossible to not pick up off tracks on occasion, it has to be said. And yeah, unfortunately, the leader in 992 already falling afoul of that. They've already got so many things on their mind, they don't need that as well.
They really, really don't, and that is going to be a little bit of a distraction. That's what you don't want through these 12 hours. You don't want distractions. You don't want to have to think, all right, I've got to think about fuel, I've got to think about off-tracks, I've got to think about the cars that I'm fighting, I've got to think about strategy. There's already enough going on in that cockpit, in that simulator for these drivers. It makes it so very, very difficult. And then you get an off track and then suddenly you're a bit distracted by that. Do you then miss the apex of the next corner? These things all feed into each other. What we also need to be aware of, though, is, you know, how many have they accrued, say, over the past couple of hours. Now, you could easily over the first hour of a race gather 10 to 20 incidents or you know, going wide or whatever in that first hour. But if it's a case of they've just accrued, say, like 10 in the next 3 hours, then I'd be a little bit less concerned than, say, if they'd gathered up 25 in the past 2 hours. That would suggest that they're much more likely to kind of breach that in the near future. So I'm sure the teams will be aware of it, but we're going to have to keep an eye on the timing screens to see if that changes anything in terms of like what we'll see in terms of like the pace or the driver ability. I don't think it'll make too much difference at this point, but you know yourself, there's nothing worse than getting halfway into a race or 3/4 of the way into a race and it's really tight and it's really close, and then suddenly it's all thrown away because you've got a penalty, which quite honestly could have been avoided had you decided to kind of just back off 10-15 laps earlier.
Yeah, any penalty in this bleeding battle in 992 is going to change the face of the race, you would imagine. Yeah, a class where
it's always my teammates to, you know, hand you a car with 2 hours left in the race and say, by the way, you can't get 3 incident points or we get a drive.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, of course, that's how it works in your official iRacing endurance event, special event sessions. It is different here with a dedicated and specialised race controller 24-hour series esports. So, for example, we're talking about 50 off tracks, and it is only off tracks. Car contact, spins, whatever, don't count.
So that doesn't count towards it.
50 off tracks. And only off tracks that we're counting. Race control and the dedicated team here keep their eye on that. And then again, the penalty for it isn't, you know, just a standard automated iRacing drive-through. It's a penalty that works the same as the other driving conduct penalties in this championship, where race control give you the time in the penalty box and you've got 90 minutes to serve it. You might, if you get it early enough, you know, you might serve it, you know, with one of your pit stops, or, as tends to happen and has happened before in this championship, it happens in the final stint of the race, then it's time that gets added post-race. And we get that situation similar to what Lando Norris had at the Red Bull ring, where you're saying, hey, this car in front of us has 15 seconds post-race. We need to get within 15 seconds of that next car up the road for position. A situation like that could be very possible for the final hour or so of this race. So keep that one in mind for 6 hours from now.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget, you don't have to make a special trip down pit lane just to serve a penalty, just to clear a penalty. You can let it get added on to the end of your race. Because let's not forget, you might think that's a bit of a disadvantage, but don't forget you can serve penalties on your way to do a normal pit service. So you only the 10-second penalty is literally a 10-second penalty. When you're given a 10-second stop go in other championships, and you have to come in within 3 laps, then obviously it does cost you more than 10 seconds, and so adding it to the end of your race wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be fair. It does all make sense. All very in keeping as well with real life, which is good.
Yeah, the stewards have a lot more granularity, can't they? They can actually, you know, hit teams and drivers with a feather and add just 5 seconds.
Yes.
And only 5 seconds as a penalty. And then I don't know what the biggest penalty I've ever seen in 24-hour series esports is, but, you know, up to a minute or more is also possible for repeated infractions.
To remember, and this is going, well, it's not off topic, I suppose, it's the 24/8 series race I saw a few years ago. One of the cars just decided not to take their penalty because they had such a big lead, and I think it was just over 2 hours to go, so it got doubled because in real life you've got to take it within 2 hours, or certainly did back then. You've got to take it within 2 hours or it gets doubled. But they had such a big lead they could just get away with just not serving it and getting it added, even the doubled penalty added to the end of your time, which is a little bit odd. But that was oh yes. Meanwhile, been for one of the TCR cars. Think
and not a quality rejoin either just there.
AC Motorsport by the looks of things. And we'll get another look at this one, hopefully. But just a spin at Bruxelles. Oh, I thought there was going to be contact there, but just trying to stay out of the way of everyone there, DC, and going too wide into all of the dirt and muck that's on the outside of that corner now, and unfortunately, a difficult place to rejoin as well.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing is that they obviously went really deep into that corner. It did look, thankfully, for their own pride's sake, it did look like they were just being nice and trying to let the cars pass on the other laps there. I think we all know that that's not what actually happened there. It's just a case of legit going too deep into that corner. It's such an ongoing hazard for these TCR cars because there's so much on those TCR cars that you kind of have to play with every single lap. They've already got brakes the size of spoons. They really just heat up so quickly as well, and then suddenly you've got no grip whatsoever when you never actually had any in the first place as well. But I think that's what adds to the excitement and the enjoyment with the TCR classes, the fact that they are, for want of a better word, they're absolute buckets to drive, but get plenty of them together and yeah, they are an absolute riot to have a bit of fun with. And, as I said earlier, I'd much rather have a little stint in a TCR car than particularly the GT4s. I've never really gelled with the GT4 as a class whatsoever. I've got no idea why, but it's just like one of those baked-in fundamental dislikes to something that you just cannot explain whatsoever.
I do know what you mean. I do sort of agree, yeah. In terms of the GT4, never really taken. I think it has been taken off a little bit more recently in terms of the amount of cars that are out there these days. In real life, I'm talking now. Obviously, being introduced into iRacing as well is a big step, and it's a nice category as well, I have to say, because there's a lot of different manufacturers now. It used to be too many, but now obviously we've got the Porsche, the BMW, the McLaren. I think we've got the Audi as well. So yeah, it's all very nice. It's all good to watch, but I agree on the driving aspect though.
Oh, absolutely. It all just comes down onto the driving. It's just a case of, I've seen them in real life with the GT3s at the likes of the British GT, but it's purely the driving part of it that I don't enjoy. I think it's a wonderful series and a wonderful addition to the GT3. Sorry, David.
My mind is all full of Bathurst 12-hour things on account of it's in 2 weeks and I'm going, so I have to plan my camping, etc. But there is a grand total of one GT4 car confirmed for this year's Bathurst 12-hour.
It's never been huge at the Bathurst 12-hour though. The GT4s.
No, there's just not that many for whatever reason, just not that many GT4 chassis in Australia. Plenty of TCR cars now.
Yes.
Actually plenty of GT3s around, just whether they actually get wheeled out onto track with any regularity is sort of the thing there. A lot of radicals down here as well.
There certainly are. And just briefly on the 12-hour, I'd forgotten it was in 2 weeks, obviously in a strange place in the calendar this year once again, but it's good to have it back for the first time in 2 years. It'd be nice to watch that race once again. But how do you think the race is going to work these days, Dave? I know we talked about this when we were on at Daytona together, but the race was still months away at that point. How, now that everything's kind of shaping up, is it going to feel like a normal Bathurst 12-hour despite the fact that we're 3 months late, or is it going to be noticeably different?
It's going to be darker and colder. That's for sure. Starting 30 minutes earlier, and instead of 15 minutes of racing before sunrise, it's going to be sort of 90 minutes of racing before sunrise.
How many night practice as well? Night practice for the first time.
Yeah, correct. I think there looks to be approaching 20 confirmed GT3s, so down on the 40-ish that I think they had last time it was properly run. But some good looking cars there. You got Maxi Book, Maxi Goetz, and Raffaele Marciello confirmed for a car. You've got Jules Gounon coming back to defend his win, except in a 888 run Sun Energy 1 Mercedes instead of Bentley. Engel, Danny Juncadea in a Craft Bamboo run Mercedes GT3, whole fleet of Audi R8, with every current spec Audi R8 that's in the country to be entered.
So, I'm a little bit surprised there's so many big, because there's a lot going on in that weekend as well. But a lot of big names still going to Bathurst, which is good to see. Slightly, as you say, slightly down on the entry list in terms of numbers, but I always find that the race is quite stop-start occasionally. I don't often enjoy watching it live because you have to sit through a lot of safety cars sometimes.
And a big lap, so that each safety car lap does take quite a while. But they had a very, very long green flag run, the most recent one. There was 6 hours or something that stayed green the whole way, sort of in the middle of the race. And it was like, oh, are we going for a record distance? Are we going for a record number, like few safety cars? And then that kind of didn't end up happening a bit closer towards the end of the race. But there's going to be some interesting driver lineups this year because, in years gone by, you've had your overseas teams with their, all factory drivers. And so you'd see, a Porsche and a Mercedes and an Audi or whatever with the same kind of driver lineup in them that you'd expect to see for, Daytona or the Nürburgring 24 or whatever. And now it's a bit more jumbled up with the requirement for the Pro-Am format. You're seeing quite a lot of the manufacturer factory drivers that you see in IMSA and that other one that has a license with that other simulator, etc. But now you've got Australian pro drivers with factory drivers with Australian AM drivers all in one car, and then the next car looks the same as well. You've got what do you got? Stephen Grove and Brenton Grove with Ben Barker from Britain. You've got Joey Mawson, Nick Percat, all together in an Audi. There'll be some interesting driving.
That one that you mentioned as well, though, the Sun Energy 1 racing lineup, with Jules Gounon, Martin Conrad, Lucas Stoltz and Kenny Habel, that is like proper OP. I mean, they immediately have to jump out as some favourites. But then you've got Gizzy and the Team 888 as well, with Brock Feeney and Jeffrey Abraham. I agree with what you're saying. There's nobody that goes like, oh my god, they're definitely going to win it. But it's still some strong contenders. But again, it still feels a little bit different. I think that might change. I mean, I presume, David, that the entries are still kind of open until pretty much the final couple of days.
Yeah, and there might even be some things that are, kind of a done deal, but still to be announced. So, fingers crossed on that. Definitely some interesting driver lineups, and again, Sun Energy 1, 3 really strong drivers in that one, joined by Kenny Habul. But he's a good dude, with giving a lot of support to sports car racing around the world, obviously. So I do not begrudge him having a go. And again, with the Pro-Am category being the top line this year, that car's as a chance as any other.
I'll keep with the Bathurst theme for a little bit longer here, DC. Have you ever been?
It's on the bucket list. I would absolutely love. So one of my friends is from Australia, Jake Brent. We used to do endurance races together, and he's going as well this year. He goes pretty much every year, and yeah, it's just that and the Nürburgring. I think two of the most incredible bucket list experiences for races. I think that possibly can be. They have to be on everyone's must visit list.
There was a time a previous year, and I guess it might happen again, where Le Mans 24 and the Nürburgring 24 were back-to-back weekends. And in my wildest dreams, I would love just the biggest road hog of a motorhome I could possibly rent, and as many days as possible at one, all the practice, all the qualifying and the race, and then between the week, pottle across the border and set up for the next one. I would love to go attend both and then clamp it up a little bit.
Yeah, can make it into a fortnight's holiday in Europe. Lovely. It just sound like a good idea, but I'm not sure how many people are fans really of the back-to-back Le Mans Nürburgring kind of combo really, because obviously two huge races that used to be over a month apart, but obviously they moved the Nürburgring a little bit later in the season now, so they can get a bit better weather. But ironically, the first season they did do that, it was mostly rained off. It was only about 7 hours of green flag when they first did that, and despite moving it, so.
Historically, going forward, it's Porsche factory drivers, I think, who are the most likely to be driving that back-to-back, maybe driving in one of the, outright contending GT3s one week and, driving in a GTE AM or even GTE Pro
MGH
the next. Yeah, and exactly that's what I'm saying going forward is if there's a lot of Lumdihars on the grid for Le Mans, and even customer ones that get a couple factory drivers, like happens for GTD Pro and other GT3 level sports car racing. There could be quite a demand for some Porsche factory drivers to drive behind the cage if they do end up selling some customer chassis, which I hope they do.
Yes, I certainly hope so as well. I'm sure at least one manufacturer will be doing that. I'm not sure whether Porsche will be one of those, but it would be great to see some customer teams out there as well.
Go back to in the 2000s, where sure there were some factory teams, but there'd also been privateer R8s and privateer this and that. I want to see a big grid, and I want to see some privateers and whatever in the actions going forward.
Yeah, I would.
I don't want to see iRacing scandal.
Yes, we're all very much hoping so. We can only keep our fingers crossed at this stage.
So, Ewan, have you got that in your diary for next year that we're all going to get into David's massive RV and he's taking us on a road trip for 2 weeks?
God, yeah, that would be chaos, to be honest.
I'm going to get one that's got a slide out, so you park it up and then you get more space in the living room.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, no, it's a good idea, but as I say, I'm not sure how long they're going to keep on with this back-to-back business with Nürburgring and Le Mans. Of course, Le Mans this year, well, hopefully this year, we can keep our fingers crossed. It's going to be back at its normal time in the year for the first time in 3 years now, which is good to see. Moved it again last year because of slight concerns. They mainly wanted to get the fans in, which I can understand. Back to the normal date this year, hopefully, just over a month's time.
I've got more spicy news. Next to trip the razor wire in the bank vault, that is the off-track limit. Number 24, German sim racing DE car, Fabio Unvedus, and he's involved in what's the closest battle in GT3 there, where you've got Pure Sims, German sim racing, Vendaval, Team 75, all within a pretty close, 10-15 second window. They're battling back and forth with each other, so he needs to be careful with those track limits. And of course you can see pit stops for other cars in GT3 right now, including your overall leader going for some tyres, and BS back there, who we also spilled the news on their off-tracks situation. There's a pit lane too.
Patrick Heinrich getting into the leading Biela Racing Team Euronics car with number 46. See the BS Turner BMW in the background there as well. That's Ryan Barneveld still remaining at the wheel. One of the Porsche Caymans making its way out as well. There goes Heinrich, just out in front of that GT4. It was pretty close. Barneveld goes up on the jacks, getting some tyres for himself here. So scheduled pit stops happening in GT3 all over again. Yeah, closing in on half distance. We'll get back to the race briefly here because there has been battles developing, of course, the gaps fluctuating around. Obviously, you mentioned there that got the closest battle on the circuit is all for about 6th position now. Alexander Davidson's Pure Sims Esports car is not that far ahead of the car in 10th position. Only about 15 seconds, as you say, maybe a little bit more. But that's all very close and could get all very interesting before long. Bram Van Putten has found himself in 10th. He's on the back of Alexander Bird at the moment. This is the closest battle in GT4 for 3rd place. Alvaro Gomez, not so long ago, got through on David Barrowclough, and he's got a 1.5 second margin. The closest margin, though, at DC, 1.6 seconds for the lead in the 992 category. It is relentlessly close. The pace from those two leaders is unbelievable, but they're matching each other blow for blow at the moment, and it has been astonishing to see this for the first 6 hours.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to watch, hasn't it? Because that pendulum has kind of swung both ways. When we saw that your second place in the Porsches, Karl Janssen, had that extra lap lead coming out of the pit stops. He had warmer tyres. We thought, right, this is going to be his chance to shine on this, but it didn't quite happen. But the gap went up to, I think it was about 2.7 seconds was the most that it went up to, and now starting to close back in. Now 1.5 seconds to Simone Maria Marciano, just in the lead of that Porsche 992s. And I'm going to bring it all the way to the back of the 992s because it's about the only time that I'm going to get anything right over the entire stint of my comms today here. But it's been about 15 minutes, and as I said, Vince Peters about 5 seconds ahead of Ryan Parkins. He is absolutely tearing down the road trying to catch up. I don't think they're going to make any headways on this stint, but if they keep that pace up, they could get themselves maybe up into 6th or 7th position here.
They certainly could.
Pretty quickly.
They are. 38 seconds is the margin. It sounds like a lot, but it is coming down quickly. They're trying to preserve or gain a top 3 in this championship, by the way. RS Tech Sims Wilkes Volante came in only 2 points behind Williams Esports, who I don't believe took the start today of this race. I don't believe so. So they're going to lose out on points, and so Volante may well get that 3rd place. Meanwhile, in GT3 here, David, it is all kicking off because half of the class is in the field. It is in the pit lane, excuse me.
Yeah, that damn siren that goes off every time someone enters pit lane, sometimes very useful to give you a heads up. Of course, that's a safety thing in the real world, but it has gone off like when you set alarms in the morning spaced every 5 minutes. Except those alarms are spaced a little closer, as you see a whole raft of GT3 cars are pitting now 12 minutes short at the top of the hour. The only cars that I think can possibly make it at this point is RHG Esports at Iffy and the EFP Racing by TECE. Been pretty aggressive on their fuel saving all race, but they are in 13th place. So
yeah, they're beginning to slide back. Yeah,
jacks and tyre changes happening right here as well for teams that have been sort of doing the double stint on their tyres in GT3. They're at that sort of even numbered pit stop for the day.
Yes, absolutely. We're reaching the halfway mark, or getting towards the halfway mark now. And these GT3s are all about just getting off of pit lane now. RHG Esports, of those who might be able to get to the end of the race on 11 stops rather than 12 today, already sliding down to 6th now on corrected order. And don't forget, the last pit stop of this race for the GT3s is not going to be a full service quite, I don't think, for many of them anyway. So it'll be a little bit shorter, and they'll be even further in front of RHG, who might even struggle to get a podium out, a top 10 out of this race, which is a real shame to see for them. But it's Not looking good for them, has to be said. Came in with the championship lead. Don't think they'll be leaving this race with the championship lead. Meanwhile, in GT4, Talk Freak Racing are right on the back of Aztec Sim Sports Volante in this battle for third place. David Barraclough has been applying the pressure here, DC, once again right on the back of him. It was a second and a half, not 2 laps ago, but they're right back together again. I'd imagine that's traffic, but it does mean we get to watch this battle again.
And it's brilliant to watch. It's just a shame with the GT4s that they just don't have the grunt to, you know, absolutely throw it round the outside. It's got to, what you find with GT4s is that is usually a calculated move several corners in advance, because they have to get the run. They have to either get the toe or outbrake the car in front, which doesn't tend to happen because you don't really want to try and do that game in GT4s, because you're going to end up causing a collision almost every single time. Just noticed as well that our second place Carl Janssen in the Porsche 992s into the pits and comes back out. So they've blinked first in this strategy. I'm going to be very interested to see how that resolves itself as your GT4s. Again, this is what I was saying. It's the momentum with these GT4s. It's, you know, it looks like it's this incredibly close battle, and then suddenly they end up losing about half a second because they've had to just lift off the throttle very slightly coming through one of the fastest corners on the circuit. But yet again, that fourth place car, the Torque Freak Racing TeamSpeak machine, seems to close up late on the brakes there. But I don't think they've got anything showing right now. If they can get it come down through Eau Rouge and then through Radion, maybe they'll be able to get it along the Kemmel Straight. But at the moment, it's just looking like they're there to keep that Aztec SimSport Volante car company.
They certainly are. Making their way out of turn 1 again. And down towards Eau Rouge. In terms of those around them, these two have huge gaps in front and behind. It's a minute and 3 very nearly up to the second place car, and nearly 90 seconds back to Pure Sims Esports, who are trying to make some inroads, but it's going to be very difficult for Matthew Turnbull to get anywhere further than this after their issues earlier on today. We spoke to them, one of their drivers, about that. A little bit dejected, a little bit disappointed with how this race has gone, really. Oh, as we've got Talk Freak Racing very nearly into the back of the 404 there into Lecon. Looks like a slight misjudgment more than anything there, David.
Yeah, didn't catch all of that, but I don't know what to add to it then. No,
sorry, I didn't realise you hadn't seen it.
That's fine.
So yeah, there we are. This is the joys of not being in the same place while commentating. It is tricky. But yeah, nearly going straight into the back of the Volante car there, but avoiding, although loses about a second in that fight. So the car lengths open up once more. Speaking of Talk Freak Racing, by the way, they are in the Porsche 992 category. They're into the pit lane. Kind of kick us off for some more stops there. We're bound to see that happen sooner rather than later. In fact, we already kind of are, really.
Yeah,
because Core Sim Racing are 43 seconds behind now.
Core kind of kicked it off. I'm wondering here for Altus in that 992 class, are they going to try to aim for 22 laps again? Or was the pressure in the stint that's just gone too much for them to manage the fuel saving? So exactly how spicy was Mamma Mia Simone Maria Marcheno in this stint, managing that gap? Was he also managing the fuel, or was that too many balls to juggle?
Absolutely. So as we got to pit stops in DT4 as well, the Volante car makes its way in. But yeah,
Volante might have almost been hit because they were lifting and coasting pretty aggressively on this in-lap, or not?
Oh, it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Quite desperate last apps fuel saving, has to be said, but very possible. Not entirely sure. In 992, by the way, you say they're not sure if they're going to go for the 22 laps again. I feel like even if they don't, they'll still be able to kind of make up the time to get them to the hour by the end of the race. There's still 6 hours to go, and
they're still out there on their 22nd lap.
There we are. So, is this? So, Core Sim Racing are losing a lap every time at this stage, in terms of in terms of their fuel window. They're going a lap shorter each time by the looks of things. But they haven't been doing so the entire race, so we're not ridiculously polar opposites on pit strategy at this stage just yet, but we are getting a little bit different. Let's see though, as you say, has the fuel saving taken its effect, and will Core Sim Racing be back into the lead in about a minute's time, or just over?
For that fuel saving, the track temperature is now peaked, by the way, because we started this segment of the coverage 2 hours ago. Track temp was 34 or 35. It rose a bit closer to 37. We've passed the absolute heat of the day later into the afternoon, now coming down to 30 Celsius. And what that means is cooler air, cooler track. With more grip, you get on the throttle earlier, you carry the throttle deeper towards the braking zones. Per lap, you burn more fuel when there is more grip.
Yes, able to get on the power a little bit earlier, brake a little bit later, all of that all adds to the fuel consumption in terms of making it worse, I should say. As we see RAG Esports in the pit lane at the moment, getting their bit of service. Number 88 car not having a dream day. We're hoping
I could
to
look
leave.
at a black Lamborghini all day though.
That is true. It's a very simple.
It was pointed right at us, slightly angled like a fighter jet on a carrier deck.
I'm not sure why they do angle the cars in the pit lane. It's not like you can get stuck behind anybody.
It's just to get out quicker.
You
don't accelerate with any steering lock on, so otherwise if you were pointed straight in the box, car would drop down off the jacks, you'd start accelerating, and then you'd also go steering wheel to the left to get into the fast lane. With pointed already to leave the lane, you're like, okay, the fueling's done, the tyres will be done in half a second, and just as it's about to drop down off the jacks, you can rev the engine and then drop and immediately go. Now, obviously, you're not at a worry of spinning up your rear tyres on pit lane in this car, but it can happen for the Indy cars and other things. It's just a convenience factor to be, when you're ready to go.
These are the kind of small details that you need to be at the very top. Meanwhile, this is the battle in 992, and it looks like Carl Janssen has got the best opportunity he has had for hours to retake this lead for Core Sim Racing. Not just XT to Esports, just making their pit stop, slotting in just in front of their championship rivals, and of course, rivals for this race win at the 12 Hours of Spa. We're very nearly half distance, and if this carries on for another 6 hours, it's going to be an absolute classic. Janssen right in behind, but not looking like he wants to make the move there. DC closes in, stays behind into Lecom, no move made.
I think he was thinking about it, but there's just no opportunity to do that just now. It's a case of just waiting. We say this all the time, bide your time, about being patient and waiting for your opportunity. Listen, we've seen these two side by side for 6, 7, 8 corners at a time, so we know that they are able to do it. Whether or not there's any benefit to doing that, that's debatable, because you look at the time that Janssen is taken out on those earlier pit stops. Now this is way closer than we had on the last pit stops. I think the gap was about 1.5 seconds after this. This is now down to 0.4 of a second. So all Janssen has to do is just stay in the toe of that car in front, let Marciano drag that car around behind him, save a little bit of fuel as well, and put a little bit of pressure on as well, because nobody likes having a car right in their rear view mirrors, and I'm sure that Janssen's not going to do anything silly there. But I was about to bring up a point about Tim Matske, because what has happened to that car now? That car was 11 seconds behind Patrick Heinrich and closing quite rapidly by about 8 to 9/10 of a second per lap. That last lap there, he ended up our second place in GT3 class, lost 4 seconds or 3.5 seconds to your lead car. So all of that good work that just happened there has been undone.
Just seen that there's been maybe a half spin for Matske on that last lap. That time is slower. Oh my goodness, it's a Blanchimont, and it's an oh my word, he's kept it out of the barriers as well. That is unbelievable from Matske.
Do you hear that in the background there, Ewan? I think that's the Teriyaki Boys singing. My
I wondered if you knew.
Wow. That was a save and a half from Tim Matzke to not only not let the car spin around through the first part, but then keep it out the barrier for the second part. Somehow, T3 Motorsport by Maniti are still in second place, and they do still have their car. This is the slow-mo replay you've all been waiting for. Goodness me. Quite astonishing. He keeps it on the road, and remarkably, DC, they're still in second place.
Yeah, that's epic car control there. Knew exactly what to do with that car there.
Under 18s shouldn't be allowed to watch this footage.
I know. I get the feeling it's going to be uploaded to a different kind of site with a very unusual title on it. But how he kept that tail end away from the barrier there, yeah, that is very impressive. Listen, I've got to be honest, I'm more than impressed with the fact that that only cost them 3 seconds.
And here's the onboard. Down the inside of the Torque Freak GT4 on the way in the tight line. Oh my, it doesn't get any easier to watch.
Lock to lock, I mean, the hands. And, you know, he reacted quickly and aggressively, but not so much that it snapped back the other way. It's so easy to be in that situation and go on your first instinct of, you know, snap the steering wheel all the way to the right. Didn't quite do it. He steered into it just enough, but not so much that if it did grip up, it'd send him the other direction into the wall. That's a common incident that we've seen already there at Blanchemont. You get a little bit of a slide through the middle of the corner, and then you steer into it too much, and you find that tyre barrier on the driver's right-hand side. Also, how was the weaving from Marcheno? He knows the slipstream he's giving, and he knows how much Jansen values it.
Absolutely. This battle at the front of 992 is certainly on, but we're into the second half of the race now, 6 hours down and just less than 6 to go here at Spa. It's the final round of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2021 and 2022. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside David Haynes and David Christie here for the next couple of hours. We're taking you to 4 to go in this race. Since we're at the half distance mark, let's have, and it doesn't look like this battle is going to change up on the run towards Lecom on this occasion. Let's have a quick rundown of all 4 categories, judging and looking at where we are standing before we get into the second half of this race properly. Let's start where we always do with GT3 and Biela Racing Team Euronics, who have led this race almost from the very start. They've got a 15-second lead ahead of T3 Motorsport by Maniti, who are somehow still in that position. PS Competition are rounding out the podium. MSI Esports third in the championship coming in today, only 4th in the race right now, and just over a minute back, Marla Racing Team in 5th. Williams Esports are in the 6th place ahead of Pure Sims Esports. German Sim Racing are in 8th, but not that far ahead of the next 5 cars. Team 75 Bernhardt by SimRC, R8G Esports round out the top 10. And then we've got the Venderville car just outside of the top 10. Autos Esports as well in 12th. EFP Racing by TECE are in the pit lane right now and also going a lap down. Your retirements, unfortunately, RSR by Butkicker, Biela Team Euronics 1, RSR by G Performance, and Ardennes Competition, who didn't even make it down to the very first corner of this race. Moving on to the 992 category, where the battle for the lead is as close as it ever has been. Logitech G Autos Esports currently hold it with Marceno, but he's got his hands full with Carl Janssen not far behind. T3 Motorsport by Maniti are in a world of their own in 3rd, and it's Ores Racing MRW. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC running inside the top 5. Just about on the lead lap is Pure Sims Esports in 6th. Then the first car 1 lap down is Aztec Simsports Volante. And we've got Torque Freak Racing, Porsche Sport and Inertia to round out the cars still running. Racing Lab Esports car, unfortunately, is out of this race. Moving down to GT4, the biggest margin for the lead we've got, and it's astonishingly big at the minute because we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC have been leading for a very long time, and they still are, with an absolutely huge gap, very, very nearly a lap at this stage. Entropic are currently in 2nd ahead of Torque Freak Racing. We're in that battle, of course, with Aztec Simsports Volante. You can see them in the 3rd and 4th. Pure Sims Esports are recovering from their earlier problems to 5th. Race Gear in 6th position at the moment ahead of Carbon Simsport, and the last car that's running, Undercut Racing Team, just ahead of Team Fordzilla, who crashed out after only 12 laps in this race. Finally, the slowest of the 4 categories, but nevertheless entertaining, it's the TCRs and Core Sim Racing. Championship leaders leading the race here as well, ahead of Team Huitingveld. MSI Esports the 3rd, ahead of Impulse Racing. Junkos Racing Esports are a lap down ahead of AC Motorsport, who unfortunately bringing up the rear in 6th. There are your gaps then, there are your standings with 5 hours 55 to go here, DC, and this is not getting any easier for Logitech D-Autos Esports. Look at this fight at the moment, unbelievable stuff.
It's not, is it? Marcelo, bless them, still trying to throw everything they can to get that Porsche-shaped car off their tail, and it's just not happening whatsoever. That Core Sim racing machine doing exactly everything that it needs to do right now. It just needs to keep itself within contention. The problem is that even if Core Sim Racing were to get past that G-Altus esports machine in front of them, it's still not enough by my very poor mathematical smooth brain thinking. If they were in 2nd place, it's still not enough to take the championship. So what they realistically need to do is they need to force G-Altus into making an error. They need to force him into making a really big mistake. That's not just going to cost them 1 position, that's going to cost them several. When you look at that time though as well, I mean, that becomes really difficult to see, because that's what 47 seconds, 48 seconds, Ewan, that they would have to lose another position just to try and get any sort of championship gain out of this. But you asked it earlier on, you asked it about an hour and 45 minutes, what more can they do? This is what they need to do. Getting the win is not good enough for the championship wise. If it was, that, I think they would have just tried to make the move. They would have just tried to elbow their way past, but no, they need more than that now.
Yeah, you are correct. 14 points of the gap coming into today. Only 10 between 1st and 2nd, as Kari Jansen stays behind for now. I feel though, David, as if even if this was just a pure, if we were doing a single event here at the 12 Hours of Spa, I do feel like staying behind at this stage might actually be beneficial anyway, regardless of the championship situation.
Yeah, I don't think Core are in a bad place, because realistically, I think they've still got quite a bit of fuel saving to go. They've got to match the strategy that Altus have pushed the boat out on, doing 22 lap stints. It was 3 minutes before the top of the hour when Altus left the pit lane this time around. So they'll be looking for, from then, 7 more stints, 6 more stops to get to the end. Core kind of need to be able to do the same, otherwise they're in trouble. The pitting on the same lap thing is now changed into Altus are stopping 3 laps later, currently carrying 3 laps more of fuel on board, and a 3 lap better fuel position, even though they're together on track. Ooh, I'm going to bust the calculator out again to try to work out how easy or not 7 stints from here is going to be for Core. That's what we should be popping by.
Yeah, hopefully they pop by again. But they might not reveal too much about what they're going to do.
Yeah. Maybe they're not going to give us too many secrets until that checkered flag.
Exactly. Maybe have a chat with them afterwards, of course, if they win the race. So we'll see. They're coming down back towards turn 1. You did mention the Logitech D-Autos Esports in terms of making it to the hour. They left the pit lane with about 3 minutes to the top of the hour. So yeah, with 6 hours to go, they're in a decent place. Because realistically, you'd argue you'd only need maybe 2 more laps of fuel saving in the race to get back up to that hour mark. Obviously, you'd be right on the limit there, and you'd really be hoping that the leader's in the right place and everything. That is always a risk when you're in a slower category. That they were in a decent place with only 3 minutes to the top of the hour when they left the pit lane last time around.
Best run Jansen's had in a long time, and look what he does. He just sits there. So he knows the game that's being played, the chess that's happening on the pit box and the pit lane.
exactly beneficial at the moment for them to stay behind. May not be exciting all-out battling, DC, but all very important and all intriguing at the front of the race. Really, 2 teams at the absolute top of their game, and it's remarkable that it is this close after so long.
Well, that's it, and obviously, you know, the monkey brain among us will love watching all the fighting, all the contact, and all the chaos happening. But strategy-wise, this is absolutely fascinating watching this, knowing what this means to the championship, this final round in the 24H Series Esports the championship. Core Sim Racing, they're really throwing everything that they possibly can to this, because I don't know about yourself, Ewan, but if it's me, I'm a really slow sim racer. So if I'm in this position, right, I'm going for it. I'm wanting to take that position, because I'm not thinking, oh, the championship, I could get loads of points in this, I could force them into a mistake. That's a little bit scary, right? I'm not going to lie. You kind of think, all right, I just need to get past this car. But this is really intelligent driving. I'm going to reserve actually finishing that sentence until I see how this actually pans out coming into the final chicane here. Yeah, that's costing a little bit. That's cost Jansen trying to get past that GT4 car. But this is staying behind that car, I think, is the sensible move to do. David said it there. They're not in a bad position. They're in a really good, strong position coming into the final half of this race here. They're kind of holding their cards close to their chest. You've already seen the fact that Logitech GL Esports have shown their hand. They've already committed to this strategy. They can't kind of back out of it at this late stage now. So I think that we will see in the next round of pit stop, I think we will see that Core Esports machine head over into take the lead of the race. But again, it's whether or not it's going to be enough. David was right, that last lap there, much closer, was right on the tail, could have even looked to make the move, but wasn't interested.
A little bit further back on this occasion because of the traffic, but still very close. And doing the calculation on the amount of lift and coast doing as well, over 100 metres by the looks of things for Jansen there, which obviously is going to add up if he does that for the next hour, the next 45 minutes or however long it's going to be. It's all going to add up. Marla Racing Team, by the way, the GT3 that's trying to get through these two. Dive at the inside of Puon, and they all just about make it work. My goodness, the GT3s and 992s are really not that dissimilar in terms of pace, and it takes a difficult move in the end to get through for Marla Racing Team. That's Josh Ladd at the wheel in 5th position of the GT3 category. Thankfully, everybody got away with that. In terms of other battles that are going on up and down the field, closest one in GT3s for 10th between RHE and the Vendable BMW, just on the fringes of the top 10 there. There's another one in 992 actually, in the 992 category, Aztec Simsports Volante versus Talk Freak Racing. It's just over a second at this stage, but those are really the only two other close battles out there on the circuit. It's just happened though, David, throughout an endurance race. Obviously we're a long way in now. We'd normally be done at a normal 24H Series Esports event. We'd be finished by this point, but we've still got nearly 6 hours to go, and so the strategies are about as far apart in terms of this race. They're about as far apart as you can possibly imagine. So they're all going to start closing up from here as the excitement ramps up towards the end of this race.
Okay, hear me out on this. What about, instead of double points at the end, regular championship points at halfway and regular championship points at the end?
Ooh,
I'm not saying it's an idea I necessarily agree with, but it's an idea I'm throwing out there.
Yeah. Similar sort of idea, but then again different. So, yeah. I don't know.
I like that actually, because it gives them a lot to fight for through the middle of the race in terms of like going all out to charge to get those points, kind of like in NASCAR when they have the stages, and then at the end they've also got the overall race win to go for as well.
Yeah, that's definitely not throw a yellow flag and a safety car after the halfway distance, though. That's definitely not something I want to see.
Now, 24-hour series have done endurance races where they have a scheduled overnight red flag, though.
Yes. It's a thing synonymous with the series, actually. I would say. Having 3 or 4 hours on the Friday, it normally is, or the Saturday, and then the rest of it, 8 or 9 hours on the Sunday. Happens a lot. No, it happens at Mugello. It's normally down to the noise. What's it called? They can't make too much noise past a certain amount of time. It's normally down to that. But yeah.
And hotel beds are super comfy.
It's true. They've even done a 24-hour race split into 2, actually, at the Circuit
So what about
of Americas.
the throttle into the big braking zone here for Carl Jansen?
Quite a lot of lifting. And we'll go quite again up towards Le Con as well when we get there. But yeah, there's a fair amount of fuel saving going on this course sim racing car at the moment. No intent to go through. A little bit of short shifting. No lift and coast into La Source. Trying to stay as close as possible for this run up the hill through Eau Rouge and then down the Kemmel Straight. You can see not all of the lights on the dash there getting lit up. They were a little bit gained by short shifting. Obviously the bigger gains are going to be made through the lift and coast, which we're about to hear. Let's just go quiet for a second so you can listen in. There it is. I always get the feeling, though, David,
Marciano doing it big time too.
Yes, I was about to say that. It looks like
I think he knows we're on board. I think he knows we're on board with that windscreen wiper.
Yes.
It could be just a thing of habit as well, though. If it does clear off the screen, in the open wheeler cars where, bugs and dirt and grit and grime, are on your visor and you've got the tear off button bound. You hit that every now and again. And you never realise how filthy your visor or windscreen was until you do clean it off and you're like, how was I looking through that all this time? Was it really that bad?
Yeah, no, it's quite a feeling when you get the clear view again. Through Pith Path and out towards Stavolo now. Named such because the town of Stavolo is somewhere in that direction. Circuit used to pass through the town back in the day. It used to be a lot bigger than it is today, even though at just over 7 kilometres it is still one of the longest circuits out there. Oh, it's so hard not to give each other slip string. And you saw Jansen there taking a slightly strange line because I wondered what was going on there, but one of the BMWs trying to get around the outside. This is going to split them up for a second here. And
super squirrely from Marciano there. He braked it pretty deep, I think, to try to stay in front of the GT3 and not get compromised through that technical section there that he knew would cost him a lot of time, but he didn't quite get away with it.
Let's have a look at a replay. Tristan Iglesias.
Green attack.
Dear. T3 match put by Manites 992. Getting into contact there, DC, and I can't help but feel that is going to be on Iglesias in the Porsche there at Malmedy. It's always tricky.
That's a big F, isn't it, watching that unfold? And I was surprised, actually. I know you were saying that about 992, about how it's just about as fast as the GT3s in a straight line there, but that was absolutely pegging that BMW right there. And look at Marciano waving from side to side on a GT3 that's trying to get past here. That's a little bit unusual to see, but I have to agree with what David was saying. I'm watching the way Marciano was driving this past couple of laps here. I think he's getting a little bit frustrated that Jansen's so heavy on the tail of him right now. Maybe pushing that car a little bit further than it's actually capable of right now. And that BMW just backs the Porsche in front right into the path of Jansen again.
Well, here it is. The battle in 992 for the win. Between Simone Maria Marciano and Carl Jansen. We're going to stay on board here, let you enjoy this battle, but enjoy the sights and sounds here of this Porsche Cup car. Well, we are going to step away for a few moments here and have some RaceSpotTV fan immersion. welcome back to Spa with 5 hours 35 remaining in the series finale. It's the 24H Series Esports 2021-22 season, and we have had a storming race so far. We're still just over 5.5 hours to go. You're currently watching the leading battle in 992. Logitech T Esports versus Core Sim Racing. It's still going on. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside David Haynes and David Christie. And Mr. Haynes has been very observant during the break. What have you been looking at most of all for the last 5 minutes or so?
Well, we have our first penalty for track limits. So the 914, which is inertia in the 992 category, of course, every car number that is 900 something is from this category. They've had 50 off tracks and they have a 25-second time penalty. So I guess at this stage in the race, they're going to be in the naughty corner penalty box in 25 seconds at pit entry before they're carrying on for their next pit stop. No real surprise there. They were the first team to the 25 warning, and now the first team to the 50 penalty.
Yeah, it's not a huge surprise, unfortunately. The fact that we're only just over half distance, though, is a big concern. I'm not entirely sure, though, if do you have to get another 50 to get that penalty, or is it going to be is it smaller increments from there? Because normally
it's 25. Each 25 is a penalty.
Okay, so we're halving the distance. There's very possible that they'll get another one if they continue at that rate. So they're going to have to stop with the off tracks.
Well, I don't think they're going to change their ways particularly quickly. They are inertia, after all.
Wow. There we are. It's not good for only 6.5 hours into this one, I'm afraid. So meanwhile, in 992, the battle continues. If we can call it a battle, they are just driving close to each other at the moment. I want to divert focus a little bit to the GT3 leading battle here, DC, because we've got only 8.5 seconds now for the lead. It's got a little bit closer, and so we're getting a bit of a race on here. 46 just being caught ever so slightly over the last few laps.
You've got to presume that it's fuel saving. Traffic might be an issue as well, but the rate that is coming down now, I think that the alarm bells have started to ring in that 46 camp just now, because they've upped the pace very slightly, but the gap's still coming down rather alarmingly quickly to Tim Matske in that TT Motorsport by Unity Green. Now, remember though, we are about 8 laps away from our next bout of pit stops. They last pitted on lap 150, and next pit stops will be due on lap 175. But my goodness me, this is getting a little bit tense. And what you've got to remember as well, Tim Matske had that huge moment coming through Blanchimont. You've got to wonder to yourself, would they be right on the tail of that Biela Racing Team Euronics 2 machine if it wasn't for that moment, Ewan?
Well, they did lose around 4 seconds. So I reckon the gap would certainly be halved at this stage. But obviously life is full of ifs, buts and maybes and all that, so...
Well, Alan Prost said, when you look like you're going slow, it's because you're smooth and you're going fast. For Tim Matske, when you're sideways, you look really cool, and when you look really cool, you're going fast.
It was a pretty cool moment. I mean, it wasn't at the time for Matske, has to be said, but it did look cool. Of course, got to think about their fuel at this stage. I'd imagine they'll be making the splash and dash. Really, I don't know. RHG Esports will probably be able to make it without the splash and dash.
The number 11 EFP Racing by TEC that has any hope of making a whole number of hours from here to the end.
Absolutely, and they're currently down in 13th, 2 laps down on the leaders, unfortunately. So that is the situation they find themselves in. As we go back to 992, because this is the closest battle on the circuit. GT3s stacked up behind them. All a case here, David, of how traffic is going to affect this battle, because I genuinely do get the feeling that traffic could split these two up almost for good and leave Koryanta with no slipstream if things don't fall his way, and that could be very damaging to their race, really.
I get the I get the feeling that definitely the aim of the stint for Core is 22 laps. And when I did the sums, they pitted a little bit before Altus, a little bit before the halfway through the race. Don't talk too much. Case. I think
Here it is. Sorry to cut across you. Janssen is going for the lead, is he? Down the inside into Lecombe. And we do have a change for the lead in this class, so clearly the fuel saving has been put to one side, the slipstreaming and all of that, and now he's going to be towing his rivals around for the next few moments. So don't know what that's all about, but he suddenly decided that maybe now is not quite the time.
Well, so 21 lap stints, 7 of them only gets you, tab calculator again, 345 minutes, so 15 minutes short. Hello. Little moment. Everyone's having a little bit of fun with the GT3 traffic here. Yeah, 15 minutes short of being able to, make it to the end from the halfway point of the race. So for Altus to add 1 extra lap to each 7 lap, each of the 7 to the end, I reckon they're good. But Core were 3 laps, so 7 minutes to the wrong side of that kind of dividing line on the strategy, and I think they've realised that, and you got 2 minds right now. Janssen either thinks he's saved enough in the first half of the stint to make 22 laps now pushing, or they've said, no, we're not saving it, we've just got to push, we've just somehow got to be quicker on track.
It's a tall order, but it might be the only thing that they really have left to try at this stage.
The only thing that's I actually kind of like for Core here is we're using the Grand Prix pit lane, obviously, not the full endurance pit lane or the other one. The actual cone-to-cone delta, we've got Formula 1 speed pit lane here now, is sub 20 seconds. Cone-to-cone is sub 20 seconds, so Core end up with needing a 5-second, 10-second splash of fuel at the end. You can make that up. That's really only 25 seconds or so on track. A lot of racing to still happen.
Yes, they're going to need a bigger gap than they've got right now, but it's possible. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. We'll get a clearer view once again when both of these cars come down pit lane in about 20 minutes time in the case of Core Sim Racing. And
it looks like cone to cone, including slowing down to stop in the box and accelerating from a stop in the box is 19 seconds. So a plain old drive is probably only 16 seconds. But for purposes of calculating the pit lane delta, 90 seconds cone to cone, the delta is always less because pit exit is further along the track than pit entry is. You don't teleport between those even when you're outside of the pit lane on the pit straight. It takes you time to go down the pit straight on the normal racing line. So yeah, you're probably actually looking at a pit lane delta of 17 to 18 seconds.
Also slightly depends how much fuel they need, but you can't imagine it's going to be very much fuel required.
Exactly, so you just add how many seconds of fuel they need on that pit lane delta, and that's how much time on track Core need. This sandwich is good.
I did wonder. There it is.
I knew it sounded like I had a bit of bread.
I knew but it's an endurance race, so you need to keep refueled, of course. Bit of a Core Sim Racing.
Low GI carbs.
Bit of a Core Sim Racing team photo going on there, going at the ball, curveball threat.
No carbs out on track though; they're all fuel injected.
Nice. Yeah. Nice. Another pun to add to the list. Somebody's making a compilation of these at home.
Well, to be fair, we are in another hour, so we need to ratchet up that quota and get used up. We've got, an hour and 25 minutes to absolutely drain the tank on these puns, and you better be damn sure I'm getting my money's worth out of Dave Haynes, because I'm absolutely loving this.
There are a lot of puns going in today. I'm not complaining. Anyway.
You know that at Redline, the fuel injectors would need to go off 400 times a second in one of these Porsches.
Not 4,000 then.
No. That's total in the engine, not per cylinder. Divide that by 6 for what each individual need to do.
I can't believe it's a simulation. It is something else happening again, all over again. Yeah, only half a second for the lead in 992. While this is not a fight we're likely to see much fighting in, it is one of the closer ones out there on the circuit. Another close one is for 8th in GT3. RAG Esports and German Sim Racing have been running Linus Dern for quite a long time now as well, really. We've obviously talked about the battle for 7th in 992 as well, a little bit further down, but that doesn't really look like changing either. So a lot of these battles are kind of in holding patterns, really, at DC, and we're headed towards pit stops, so it's not a huge surprise. So maybe some things will change a little bit once the next round of stops have taken place.
TCR battle seems to be squeezing up at the front as Core Sim Racing and Team Huizenfeld getting a little bit closer. That gap was about 6.5 seconds, now down to 4.8 just now, and it looks like the 148 really has the run on things, and Fabian Siegmann with that Team Huizenfeld right now. Again, just bringing that gap really, really close to being under control as we see here. Obviously, Ewan, having not had experience, well, certainly this year with the Audi, what do you think about the Audi TCR car?
Well, I guess solid enough, I suppose. Because it's been here for this is a bit unfair on the Audi, I think, from a spectator point of view, but because it's been here for so long and we've seen so many TCRs, I almost prefer looking at the others. I prefer seeing the others out there now because we've seen the Audi for such a long time.
One new spec, new model Audi RS3 in Australia, and in its second race meeting they went and wrote it off at Bathurst, so now there's none. Actually, I think they might repair it, but pretty gnarly little crash. Not many small crashes at Bathurst.
I remember actually, Ewan, that David was saying earlier on about Bathurst and about the safety cars and how they take quite a long time, and that goes in hand with the fact that there's no small crashes, as you say, at Bathurst. Each accident in Bathurst usually takes about 25 minutes to half an hour to pick up all of the pieces, and goodness me, there's certainly been some hefty ones over the years.
Adding that to the long lap as well, it does make for long safety car periods.
Bert is always very, very good.
Yes, it certainly is. We did see a bit of a moment, by the way, in 992 a couple of moments ago for Logitech G-Autos Esports, who are now getting overtaken by Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. A little bit of a touch between themselves and the RAG Esports Lamborghini there, David. Just coming to Stavolo, doesn't look like it's done any damage.
This part of the track exactly a lap ago, you just sort of caught the Lamborghini trying to outbrake down the inside here. And there was just a little touch there. And I don't think no damage done, not really any harm done, except for that it suddenly then went and put, an extra half a second between Core and Altus at a time where Core are really pushing on, trying to extend that gap. And another point to that track cooling off now at 28 Celsius. These are some of the fastest lap times we've seen in a while. Anything in the 219s was almost unreachable, even on the new tyres for these Porsche Cup cars not long ago. Now it's what Core have done last lap, not this lap just completed. Orus in third even got some 219s and Pure Sims as well, so the pace is ratcheting up, and that makes the fuel game even more difficult because your projected number of laps to the end might be increasing too.
Yes, it's always very difficult to calculate when you don't exactly know how many laps there are going to be in a race, as of course we do here. Even more difficult when you're not the leading class and you're relying on others almost in terms of how many laps there are going to be. This is the Torque Freak 992 car. 992 Porsche. Vince Peters just behind. Remember a little bit early on, I think right towards the start of our stint here DC, we saw Peters getting through on 9th and 10th, so up to 8th, and throughout our stint so far, we've been able to get into this battle for 7th as well.
Yeah, I think if I remember rightly, I think Andy Salomon still has to jump into the pits, or he might have pitted early because he was ahead of Salomon just before this latest round of pit stops, so I'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, what a pace that he's got right now. Talking of fastest laps, I noticed that Daniel Ferguson in the GT3s Pure Sims Esports Neo just did a personal best there, 2:14.814. So absolutely proving your point there, David, that this track getting very, very fast. And you were saying about management is going to become a real critical thing here. And it's almost going to evolve now lap by lap as this track rubbers in even more and gets even faster and faster.
The track just coming down. Of course, we're going to get into even dusk and sunset later on in this race. I think in terms of in-sim time, do correct me if I'm wrong, I think it ends at 10 PM in sim, this race, which is going to be in the darkness, even at this time of year. We are going to see darkness towards the very end, I believe.
Europe is in summertime now, yes?
We are, yes.
Yeah. Of course, that's in. That has an effect as you set the date and time in simulator.
It wouldn't be too far away from dark if we were in the maybe 3 months earlier. It wouldn't be too far away from darkness now. So yeah, that's a pretty.
Porsche leaders into the pits just now.
Same lap coming into the pit lane here. David, is this a surprise to you? Marcelo and Janssen lining up together on the pit lane.
It's very early. I don't know what they're doing. What are Altus doing?
They're making a driver change, we know that much. Jordan Caruso's back into the car. And the overall race leader as well, Patrick Heinrich, is into the pit lane, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. What on earth are Logitech Autos Esports deciding to do here? This is a turn up for the books. We thought we had this race planned out. We thought we were beginning to understand the strategies employed by these teams, and then once again they throw another curveball at us.
It is so bizarre that, you know, Marcheno would do so much work on the fuel saving, and you know, for a couple of stints, and then they sort of, you know, let's call him in 3 laps early, chuck Jordan Caruso in the car. Obviously, it's, you know, pit lane o'clock if you're in 992. It's a slightly shorter stop for Altus. They are going to jump ahead of core, so the stop time 4 seconds shorter, and all of that is 4 seconds of less fuel because Altus were already carrying more. They didn't have room to fit as much as a shorter stop. So Altus do go through to the lead against core sim racing, but they sort of cashed in their chips a lot earlier than I thought they would. Carry that advantage all the way through to the end, see if you can do one less stop. But they've cashed those chips. Now with 5 hours to go, as you also see, the top free car on the lane.
Yeah, but plus, I really thought that Caruso's team Logitech Autos Esports, I really thought they were saving a lot of time. They've only come out with a 1.5 second lead here.
Well, they
really
were
not very
2
much.
seconds back or so. It's just a 4 second delta in the lane, and that's, you know, they've gone from 2.5 back to 1.5 in front. The maths checks out. The accounts payable match in the ledger. It has been 11 years since I've ever had to think about it.
Yeah, I mean...
What a great 11 years I've had.
I suspected that might be the case. But it does all check out. 2 + 2 is making 4 there, so we're happy about that. And we've got a 1.5 second gap at the front of the race. I can't see it changing much in the way those two are actually going to behave with each other, though, DC, because, you know, there's still not much point in battling until the final out. Unfortunately for us, we've still got to wait for a lot of things to shake out before we really get there.
Yeah, you really do, as the GT3 leader in the pits as well. It's going to go back to the way it was before with the 992s. Janssen is just going to tuck up behind Caruso if possible, and make sure that they keep the draft, keep the tow. 1.7 seconds, a wee bit far back, going to have to do a little bit of work to get right back on. I don't doubt that they're going to be able to do that, but again, it's frustrating because it's bubbling over nicely, and, you know, none of us are, well, with the exception of David, because he's going to be on until the end. We're going to have to kind of wait and see and check in later on to see how this all pans out. But I'm right in thinking then, guys, then that with Caruso, that Logitech G Altus Esports team coming in as early as they did, that's now they've called their advantage. This is now a straight race until the end, isn't it? Because they're on the same strategy.
Yeah, I believe so. But the thing here is they're not needing full stints to the end. There is going to be a short stop somewhere. So when do you take that? Do you take slightly shorter stops throughout the rest of the race to kind of make your pit stop times shorter across the board, rather than having 4 normal ones and then 1 very short stop towards the end? You know, it's very tricky. They might not stay on the very same strategy the entire way to the end, despite the fact that they came in on the same lap that time. I mean, can you see them coming in on the same lap every single stint here, David? Is that realistic, or you think somebody's going to say, "Oh, I'll take a little bit less fuel here," and play games a little bit that way? Maybe?
I don't know. I thought I was painting the picture of the widening strategy gulf between the two, and the different ways they'd be able to, approach this back end of the race, and then they're going and pull the funny one on us. So
you thought we had it figured out?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. Does it still feel advantage Altus?
I mean, championship, yes, but in terms of race, we've known that for a little while. But in terms of race, to me, I'm really viewing this 50-50 at this stage. I really don't understand why Logitech G Altus Esports would give up their advantage like they just did. As you said earlier, Machino worked so hard for those laps of fuel. It's almost like they've just thrown them away. I mean, I know they haven't. They've got the lead back, but almost feels like they just throwed it away entirely. So I'm bamboozled a little bit, I have to say.
Just a quick question, actually, about the R8G Esports machine of Rasim Fazou, currently running up in 5th place, and I think they're out of whack with strategy and things like that. They're certainly showing 8 pit stops compared to everyone else's 9 and 10 right now, but they were down towards the back of that GT3 field. That is some effort if they've been able to take around about 4 or 5 cars there.
So they're due to pit in 3 laps. It's going to be for one of their even numbered pit stops, so fuel and tyres. That's a delta of a minute 20 or so. So you kind of got to look backwards a minute 20 from where R8G are right now. And that would put them amongst, Logitech G Altus Esports 43 points. I here Kitty powered by Vendaval. So in that 10th, 11th, 12th thing is where they'll end up, because the only cars in GT3 you've got left to pit inside your top 10 is R8G and Team 75 Bernheim.
Yeah, they're currently in 6th place, not too far behind R8G. In that Porsche, so yeah, it's R8G is struggling to make the hour here as well, like everybody else, going for a little bit more pace rather than fuel saving now, which is probably the sensible thing to do, but it just doesn't look like it's going to be their day, unfortunately. Came in with a championship lead, but not going to be leading with it, unfortunately for them. It's going to be the 46 team, surely, who are going to take it. Are they going to take the race win, though? That gap is down to only 6 seconds. Tim Matsker, is doing the work right now, but I'm not sure if whether this is Tim Matsker being fast, DC, or whether Biella are falling back, or quite what's going on, but there's no denying this gap is coming down.
Heinrich hasn't matched the speed that Luka Kita had in the same car up front. It's kind of, you look at their lap sheets, and it's going back a while. The weather was different, the conditions were different, but even on the second stint of the tyres, I think Luka Kita was doing a lot of 215s. Heinrich was taking a minute to get adjusted here. He had fresh tyres, and he was doing a lot of 216s, 217s. Track's gotten quicker since then. I mean, we're talking about some teams managing, 214s in this GT3 class. Nice from the land team in the background there. Talking about some teams doing 214s in this class. And it's a 217 flat for Heinrich. Tim Matsker, who you're looking at, crosses the line with a 216.5, so another half a second out of the leader that time around.
continues to fall for the GT3 and overall win. Only another 6 seconds, just under 7. Back to Ryan Barneveld after that for BS competition. So they're not too far away either.
Cora coming for the lead in 992. They're right with him now.
Yeah, let's divert attention again. There's a lot going on at the moment, it has to be said, and here it is, the 992 battle. Janssen applying the pressure. This is quite a rude awakening for Jordan Caruso, getting straight back into the car, and he's been dropped into a monumental battle here David. I'm not sure if it's going to be all punches thrown just yet, but he's certainly got the pressure turned up higher than he'd want at this end of his stint.
It was sort of, straight into the fire, wasn't it? They took that slightly quicker pit stop, jumped into the lead, and immediately, Caruso's leading the race, but only by 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, and they've been both trying to, manage that slipstream, manage that gap, because the car behind gets within a second. It's magnetism with how close the pace is from all of the drives we've seen across both of these two cars. Car behind gets within a second, then boom, they're right at your rear bumper. They're saving fuel, but you're not. And it's game on.
It is. Been a very, very exciting race indeed. There's been battles going on pretty much constantly throughout the nearly 7 hours. And there continues to be.
And both of them tripped their 25 off-tracks warning a little while ago, but basically did 2 laps of each other. So every conceivable metric now, tyre age, fuel in the tank, space between them on track, off-track usage, it's like, okay, so if we've been racing for almost 7 hours, and this could have been, a sprint race that started a lap ago, that's where they find themselves. Air shot, come out between them though, lap down, and did serve that 25-second penalty for being the first car to exceed the 50 off-tracks.
Janssen's going to have to find a way through here into Lecombe. And Inertia just going to lift off as soon as Janssen gets alongside there, so making life easy for Core Sim Racing to make their way through. But yeah, they do seem to be matching each other in every metric at the moment. They're driving in each other's wheel tracks basically, and they have been for nearly 7 hours now. I think he's remarkable. We've spent a lot of time focusing on this in the last hour or so, but it just deserved to be on our screens. Also reaching very nearly reaching the 7 hours 12 minutes into the race point, which is might not seem important, but it does mean that you're likely to get classified in your class if you make it to that distance. Obviously it works on laps, so we can't say for sure whether you are or not just yet, because we haven't ended the race. But yes, it's nearly the 7.2 hours mark we judged it at. 60% of the race. We're nearly there.
This is a car that Jordan Caruso should be pretty well adapted to, though, because he's been driving it in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Now your style of racing and your marks that you're trying to hit and your car setup, presumably a little different, but time in the seat of the car is time in the seat of the car.
The experience will certainly add up. There's no doubt about that. Caruso does look like he's finding his feet here. Just putting a little bit of distance into Janssen. Once again, the GT3s here, DC, having trouble getting through. That was the second place car. Tim Matsko making his way through, and even he is finding it difficult because of the way these classes are.
And that's the great thing about 992, and you've made that point a few times just now, is the fact that it's such a difficult thing to get past in a straight line, but on the corners, yeah, a little bit different as well. The other thing as well is how frustrated is Caruso going to get is having a look on the inside of the Lamborghini. That's always going to work out well, friends. But how frustrated is Caruso going to be? Because every time he gets a tiny little bit of daylight between him and Karl Janssen behind him, there's always like a GT3 car or a GT4 car or a TCR car. There's some other car that either gets past him or they've got to get past that puts him right back into the firing line of Karl Janssen. And you know, as it stands, they're doing everything that they need to do right now. Keep that car in sight and just save a little bit of fuel, because now we're on the same strategy as well. Janssen, I think Janssen has a little bit of an advantage now.
Now we know, Tim Matska there is pushing on. He's one of the quicker GT3s out there right now. But Caruso was quicker from the apex of the source to the braking zone at the end of the Kemmel Straight. That huge run there, the Porsche 992 is the quicker car for what amounts to basically a third of the lap. It's the rest of the 2/3 where suddenly, 3-4 seconds difference, the GT3 is quicker. So you almost want to defend the inside of the source from a GT3 if you're one of these 992s. Now, obviously that wasn't an opportunity here because the GT3 got past the brakes into the bus stop, I think. But it's amazing how you've got seconds per lap difference, but none of it is in Sector 1.
Yeah, it's all in Sector 2, seems to be, and Sector 3 as well is where they lose the majority of that time as well. And the thing is that some of the viewers out there, David, might be saying, oh well, he's on a different strategy, maybe he's fuel saving to the extreme. It's like, no, not a chance, not to that much. That is how good the 992 Cup car is in a straight line. It's just unfortunate that it can't carry that speed into the corners. I mean, we saw, I think it was just as we started our stint on the broadcast, or maybe it was the previous group of commentators that were on, we saw a Porsche coming into the bus stop, the final chicane, way too hot, and showed exactly what happens, why these cars can't put that much speed into it, because they just end up, the back end loops around and they end up spinning.
And the thing that's intrigued me here actually though is how much speed that these 992s are carrying through Eau Rouge Raidillon. You expect, like, for example, if it was flat for a GT3, but you had to get most of the way out of the throttle on a 992, then okay, the GT3s are able to carry more speed onto the start of the Kemmel Straight, even if they were, reaching the same ultimate VMAX. But if you see, down the hill from La Source towards Eau Rouge, the 992s start catching on a GT3, and then it's just a breathe of the throttle. They get to carry most of their momentum through Eau Rouge Raidillon. They come onto the Kemmel Straight at the same speed as the GT3, and then just keep pulling on. Every other straight, the GT3s enter the straight carrying 10 kilometers an hour more of speed. So the fact that they might be 5 slower at the end of the straight, they're still actually faster net along the whole distance of that straight. And the Kemmel Straight, by the way they lead onto it, just isn't like that.
It's very interesting to see where they make their time and so on. To give you an idea, that first sector we're talking about, by the way, our timing splits the track into 5 sectors, in case you're wondering. The first one is 39 seconds long. That is a long time to be going quite as quick as they are compared to the GT3s. But also the fact that this what makes this such a problem, David,
BS around, BS spinning right
BS
behind
around,
us.
and right in front of Core Sim Racing as well, who've lost a lot of time. BS Competition, they're 3rd in the overall race. Damage onto the back of that car now as well. We'll get a replay as to what happened. But that was a mess. A lot of cars were in that bus stop chicane, and it was an absolute
Has
brawl.
Core got damage actually, because they're dropping back considerably after that. They can't do. That was barely even a scratch, but they're already dropping like half a second per sector right now.
I would be surprised if there's any damage there, but Ryan Bonneville certainly has got some. Backed it into the wall after his spin there. He was only 7 seconds behind Tim Matska at the time. Outside shot at a race win, especially with this distance to go. But now he's 20 seconds behind, nearly half a minute down on the race lead now. Just looked all a little bit messy there, David, really, into the bus stop. It was not good, and unfortunately the BMW went around.
It's multi-class traffic interaction, isn't it? I mean, the poor TCR car there was getting sandwiched, didn't quite know what to do. They knew they had BS going around the outside, but then the GT4 there almost looked at trying to put their nose to the inside of the left-hand apex of the bus stop. Rear stability doesn't look great for BS, but maybe they're just, you have a little fall, you gotta shake it out, dust yourself off, and walk it off and settle in. Tires could still be a bit hot as well. That'll settle back in. But yeah, so the poor TCR. Okay, well, I've definitely got a BMW to my right. What's happening to my left here? I'm not sure. So they gave a bit of space there. Saw BS leave room to the inside for one car, but not for two.
Yeah.
Just a little messy coming together, and it happens right in front of that 992 lead battle. So that was... We've got 4 classes of race car in this championship, and all season long that's been a good thing, because we've got 4 lead battles to talk about, we've got 4 championships to talk about. We get to see lots of different styles and speeds of racing, and different fuel tank sizes and tyre strategies and tyre wear rates. But it also leads to some hot little moments from time to time.
Certainly does, and that was certainly one of them. 3.5 seconds at the front of 992, but we're going to go back to GT3 now, and the battle for 9th. Vendavel and Logitech GRC Esports are fighting over the finals, place inside the top 10, but we're also going to go to GT3 because we do have an interview waiting for us now from R8G Esports. Rasim Fazui, I should say, is waiting for us now, so we'll bring him in. Here we are. Welcome to the booth, Rasim. Good to have you here. R8G Esports obviously down at the moment in 12th position for you guys. Issues a little bit earlier on. How would you assess the race as it's gone so far, dropping down the order like that? Are you disappointed with the race so far?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I mean, we've had our mistakes at the beginning of the stint, which we accounted for, and we were looking forward to catching up because we were on a different strategy on field than everybody else. And then we came to the pits and the tires were ticked, and when Thibaut got in the car, the tires were unticked, so he thought that the tires were already done, but the car never got on the jacks. So in the screams of confusion, Thibaut already accelerates forward, stops. I tell him back up, but we didn't want to risk a penalty with the stewards. So yeah, unfortunately, an Irish English set us back, and now we're just racing our race and finishing where we can finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys are going quite long on fuel, and you're getting up the order as the pit stop cycle goes through. Without, obviously, you won't want to reveal everything, but what is your plan from here till the end in terms of fuel, in terms of strategy? What is the plan from here?
I mean, the plan is pretty much self-written since we had the mistake. Now we have to even out the stints, and it's just full push. We just keep on pushing.
And in terms of the championship as a whole, more broadly, obviously you came in today as the leaders. It's unfortunate the way this race has gone, but how would you assess this season overall? You obviously top of the standings after 5 rounds. You must be fairly pleased with how this season has gone, all things considered, taken out today.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun season with a lot of ups and downs and stuff outside the sim racing affecting stuff inside the sim racing, but today we had no excuses, and there's going to be a bittersweet feeling at the end of this one, but nevertheless I had a lot of fun. It's not over. We're going to get back in the car, and yeah, I'm looking forward for this season 10, to be honest.
Absolutely, as we all are indeed. We look forward to seeing you there, but for now, Rasim, we'll let you go, get back to the team and get back to the race now. Thanks very much for coming to join us, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks very much. There it is, Rasim Fazui of R8G Esports, down in 12th position at the moment in this order. DC, they've got to be so disappointed to come in with the championship lead here today, but it looks like they're going to lose it at the final race. Very disappointing for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I was getting all excited, wasn't I? It's like, oh look, they're all the way up into P5, and then realising like how badly out of contention they are with their pit stop strategy. Oh, I mean, what can you say? It is what it is. They tried so hard to bring the party, and it just didn't happen today. Yet again, another team sounding, rather downtrodden, rather downhearted. But as he said, it's not over. 4 hours and 55 minutes left to go. Still a lot of meat left on the plate in terms of what they could get out of this race, and that's all they can treat that now as, Ewan, is this is a single race. What is the best possible outcome that they can get from it? Well, given that they're 13 seconds behind 11th place right now, and realistically they've got about a minute before they get up into the top 5. Top 5 they could try and go, but I just don't think that they've got such a difference in pace with everyone else to actually make that happen. So it's an awkward one to say, and just a horrible situation nonetheless.
It is. It's very disappointing for them that they're just doing what they can at this stage. In GT3, by the way, we saw, while we're having that interview, a change for position. Logitech Giautas Esports getting up inside the top 10 now. The Vanderbilt car moves down to 11th. But this part of the order, David, is very, very closely populated. 7th, Pure Sims Esports have not got that much of a gap over these guys we're watching at the moment, really. There's some very small margins in the midfield here.
Yeah, this is the meat of the GT3 field, isn't it? It's the most populous class in today's race and has been all season long. We've got 6 TCRs, 9 GT4s, 11 Porsche 992s and 17 GT3s in session. They're not all running at the moment, but it's still a numbers game for GT3 in quantity. And so, yeah, in 7th place you have got Pure Sims, and then it's 5 seconds to Team 75, Bernhard by SimRC, still recovering after that little penalty they had. But they've got a lot of pace in this grouping of cars. And then 5 seconds behind them is German Sim Racing. 4 seconds to Logitech Giautas Esports. Number 43 you see here. And then do I need to tell you the gap between the Porsche and the BMW you can see on screen? Probably not. And 13 seconds back off this battle to RAG Esports and Vlad Kimichev driving at the moment, and Rasim Fazuri, who we heard from just moments ago. So if you've got a really, really, really long shot down the Camel Straight, you might just be able to see RAG and these two together. But it's always visual range is an important measuring stick for this. So you get on the Camel Straight. There's a little struggles with the traffic potentially here, but Altus can get onto the Camel Straight and they can see where German Sim Racing are. And when you can see someone, up in the distance, you're like, oh, okay, I come around the corner at the Camel Kink and I can just see them on the brakes turning into Lacombe Melmedy here. And then, the next lap you come around and you can see they're just a little bit closer to you. That's a huge thing. I had that just doing some rental go-karts against my buddy the other weekend. I'd come onto the pit straight and I could see him just turning into turn 1. And then, the next lap of like, ooh, he hasn't quite turned into turn 1 yet. Every time you come around to that part of the track where you've got the furthest sight line, you can tell you're just getting a bit closer to them, and that's a good feeling.
It is a good feeling. I do sometimes find, though, it's quite frustrating when you can see the car in front of you, but you're not really getting anywhere. Can't reach that
invisible hand of the slipstream, yeah. So it can be good or bad. If they're staying exactly 5-6 seconds up from you, that's frustrating, but if you are just chipping away at it, then every single lap you get to that part of the track and you feel it, and it encourages you to be clean, be consistent, and push on for another good lap.
Yeah, I agree. It's
you need that kind of little wins, little motivation, little focuses at this point of a 12-hour race like this. I mean, pull up the lap count from 2 drivers here, for example. 43.
We're just about to complete lap 185 at the minute.
Yeah, so at this point, Fenelos has done 84 laps of the race, about to be 85 laps completed when he crosses the line up here. And Matthew Stagg is in at the moment. He's also done 84 laps, so similar stints here. But no, not 84. That's at least 4 to 5 hours already they've raced in this one. No?
It's a lot of driving.
No, a little bit less than that. 3. They're into their fourth stint.
Yes, it's an awful lot though. It is an awful lot into our 8th hour of the race. On board with Stag now. He actually
This is
got
why I
caught.
use the calculator, because when I have to do numbers in my head that have 3 digits, it doesn't work.
It does go wrong. Stag did get caught up too and passed quite quickly by this Logitech GLT Esports car, but they're not getting away that quickly. Although now with a cup car
Stags are
between
used to
them.
being hunted.
Yeah, there's another one.
It's a good for DC. He's finally reached his limit. I haven't reached it.
Oh man, I haven't laughed this much in ages. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this top quality banter during mega serious sim racing work here.
You're used to commentating with just me. That's why.
It's all usually prim and proper and dead serious, and
You put a thick layer of margarine on Ewan O'Leary and he's still a little dry at times.
That is wow.
Why,
that's
Ian,
the worst insult anyone's ever
how
told
do
me,
you feel valued and appreciated right now?
Yeah, great. Yeah. Oh dear. That's going to stay with me. Anyway.
Psychological damage.
Yeah.
That's another 5 years on the counselling there, Ian.
Oh dear, therapy after that needed. Dear me. Anyway, we're still watching the battle for 10th at the moment in the overall race. Stag falling away just ever so slightly at this stage. Speaking of falling away, Tim Matskett now up to 8 seconds all over again. So don't quite know if traffic was involved, whether he's had a bit of bad luck over the last couple of laps, but below us, what was it, 6 seconds I think got as low as, maybe just dip below there DC, but it's back up to 8 again. It's an annoyingly fluctuating margin at the moment in such a tight race up front.
Yeah, and weirdly, Matskett was about 0.6 of a second faster on that last lap there, so it's not making much sense, but it's 100% it's going to be traffic, and it's going to be just strategy by this point. I mean, we're now starting to get to the point where we have to knuckle down. We start having to thinking about what position we can possibly consolidate. Now, for the top two, they're going to be going hell for leather for this final 4 hours. Both of them want to win right now. Third place, Ryan Barneveld, BS Plus competition. He's going to be a little bit upset with that spin earlier on, but in the grand scheme of things, he's going to be wanting to try and bring himself back in. Now, I think they could be challenging for the lead as well towards the final hour, but certainly just now, they're really just having to keep chipping away for that one. With the 992s, I don't know what's going to happen with them. It's so difficult to call, and I know that's such a cop-out, but the thing with Core Sim Racing is that they've had the pace for many, many laps to just fly past Logitech G Altus. They've held back, they've kind of called the bluff of Logitech G Altus, I think there, and it's working out really well. The pair of them are only about half a second off their fastest lap pace there, so they are still really, really banging in the lap times left, right and centre here, so it's way too close to call for them. And then with GT4, that seems to be a bit of a done deal with Jürgen Frank and Team 75 Bernhard a minute 25 up the road. So yeah, the only other one that I can see coming back then, and we haven't really spoken about it, is that TCR battle between Core and Team Hoisingfeld. But that again, that's been stagnant about 6 seconds for the past 40 laps.
Yeah, it's really stayed very similar throughout the time we've been on it.
For 992, I think it's going to come down to, what driver does each respective team put into the end, how fresh are they, and that's a point to note. This is a 12-hour race, and Altus Esports are a 2-driver team, and Core are a 3-driver team with I was about to sound real clever. Starting over
Lost your tabs,
yeah. So Cully Jansen, and Oscar Mangden. So as a 3-driver team there. Cully Jansen's done the bulk of the driving so far, but that means Mangan was pretty damn quick for that car. You know, as good as anyone, I think. So he could be, for example, really fresh for the final 2 hours, hour and a half of this race or something. If they bang him in, and it just comes down to, you know, making no mistakes from here to the end. Endurance racing cliche, but there's maybe a potential for Core to just have a slightly fresher driver at the end, and then you're playing the percentages on, you know, fatigue and freshness.
It is interesting to see who's going to be in at the end and how fresh they'll be, how quick they'll be, but I do get the feeling that all of the drivers in both of those cars are all so evenly matched that it might not matter that much. It's just going to be, it almost come down to racecraft almost more than anything else. I think obviously we're kind of previewing this going down to the very final minutes here, but what I also think to kind of counteract that, we could, I doubt that is the last, if we can call whatever happened at the bus stop chicane, can we call that an incident for core sim racing? They lost about 3 seconds, so maybe. I doubt that's going to be the last incident for one of our top 2 cars in this race. There's still 4 3/4 hours to go. I don't imagine they're both going to run cleanly without any kind of resemblance of a problem for the rest of this race. Surely that there is another twist in the tail here, DC. I can't see them running completely on the straight and narrow for the entirety of this, but they might, but I can't see it personally.
Be honest, Stuart, the chaos loving part inside you is hoping that doesn't happen as well.
Well, yeah.
I think all of us have got a little part of that. Not only that, one other little bit that I've just noticed just now that's kind of only caught my eye right now, Maxime Marriott down in 4th place in the 992s, right on the back of Marco Nunez, 7/10 of a second. That gap is shot down. I think that was about 3 seconds last time I looked. Yeah, right on the back there. So it could be a change for the final podium position, given that we've still got 4 3/4 hours. And yes, there absolutely is more than just the Porsche 992s in this race, but at the moment, they're the ones where all the little battles are happening.
T3 Maniti, I think they were in 3rd in that class for quite a little bit. It was no tyres on the last stop. That was the call for Aurus. So I think they're on the opposite, you know, alternated tyre strap.
So it's not actually a point for position then, David?
Well, I think it's still an interesting race to watch, because then, you know, you come to the next round of pit stops and suddenly, you know, Aurus will have fresh tyres on and Maniti won't, and it'll come back the other way again. So they're still going to be battling each other to the end of that podium place. Aurus are obviously, you know, close enough and have got a little bit of track position right now. They're right in the background in the shot there. That's Aurus and T3.
Yeah, there they are. You can see Marriott applying the pressure just in the background there. They are closing on that Torque Freak 992 car, by the way, but that is not for position, of course. Torque Freak are down in 7th at the moment, and 1 lap down. Battle for 3rd is actually quite a long way from the 2 leaders once again.
No more movement on the penalties for track limits yet, but gosh, you'd hope no one's getting that at this point. Still a long way to go. I mean, I think Inertia are kind of the outlier. They were first to 25 off tracks, only 90 minutes into this race, and then the next team took twice as long to get to 25. So everyone else had quite a bit more buffer than that. There are still how many teams used up more than half of their sweeties before the half-time break? 18 cars, 18 teams. So, I mean, we did talk about this, of course, before, that, you know, the first stint of the race, you're far more likely to eat up a couple off tracks than settling into your rhythm in this mid-phase of the race. So it does, the distribution does skew the race. There's probably quite a few teams that are, worried about it too much. There's a few out there, you can guarantee, who are just a little nervous. And maybe one driver is using up a couple more off tracks than some others, and the teammates might be letting them know about it.
This is true, but I feel like it's not something you want to have to worry about later on in this race. It's one of those things that I really wouldn't want to have to add on to everything else that's going on towards the end. Be a bit...
Swap happened here.
Looks like it has. But the 977 has been displaced. Nunez now behind Maxime Marriott. Those guys nearly 80 seconds behind the two leaders at this stage, but it is a change. Fairly routine one by the looks of things, DC. They don't really look like they're fighting this one too hard at all. Once again, Marriott just makes his way through. He seems quicker, in all honesty. In the few shots we've seen, he just looks a bit quicker.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's something that myself and Lewis actually discussed at great length during another endurance race yesterday about for somebody watching this and think, oh, you know, why are they just letting them have the position? Well, the thing is that A, the driver knows how fast that they can, they know how fast that the car can currently go, they know how fast that they're supposed to go in terms of strategy. All those three things together, that's what they have to focus on. And it's not necessarily, as David was saying, some cars might have taken, you know, less tyres than the previous stint, so you're not actually going to be fighting them overall, given the fact that your pit stops will counteract them further down the line. You have to just race your own race. A lot of these drivers as well will be on voice communications. In fact, nearly all of them will be on voice communications with teammates. And in some of the bigger teams' cases, they'll actually have dedicated strategists who will be saying, yeah, let him go, don't fight it too hard. Stick in until if you can, save yourself a little bit of fuel, of course. That's free real estate, but you're not actually having to fight this person all in all. Having that knowledge is so reassuring because you know when to push, you know when to defend, and you know just when to keep yourself to yourself there.
It's all about the experience in those things as well. To be able to do those things, I should say. But yeah, look at T3 Motorsport by Maniti here now. They're getting away. They've got over 4.5 hours to hang on to it. Way up the Camel Straight once again. Is our closest battle out there on the circuit. The gap is only getting bigger at this stage. Logitech GLT Esports are on a charge in GT3, by the way. We got through on the Vanderbilt car earlier in this stint. We watched that earlier. But now, German Sim Racing are coming under fire from them. Only 1.4 seconds back to them now in their battle for 9th place in GT3. I'm not sure if I missed something earlier, David, but it seems to be me that Logitech GLT Esports are a bit out of position here, whether they're just going quickly this stint. I'm not entirely sure, but they do seem to be out of position and coming across cars that are a bit slower than them at this stage.
I'll be honest, I had a nap. DC, were you paying a bit more attention in the first 4 hours? Because they definitely had a problem or a penalty or an issue that did set them back quite a bit in the first 4 hours.
Unfortunately not. I was enjoying a very lazy Sunday morning.
I was watching, but I don't remember. So I'm not much use either, to be honest.
All I know is I got a notification, and Arjuna was asking Altus if there was like a speeding on pit lane penalty or something. So he noticed something, but wasn't sure what it was for that car, and I think it was that car.
Yeah, not sure. Well, yeah, there are multiple to choose from, I suppose, but not entirely sure what went wrong there. If anything did, even, but it certainly seems to be that it would have done to find themselves in that situation. Only 1.2 seconds between themselves and German Sim Racing at this stage.
I think the car. Can I go back as far on the replay? There's a missing lap time on lap 26. So right at the start of the second stint of the race, so probably just past the hour mark. Ooh, drama TFR 992 around.
Yeah, Talk Freak round at La Source. Looks like they may have gotten help into that turn there. We'll try and get a replay. And here it is. They've got Maniti just behind. Nearly went into the back of the TCR car and locked up the rear brakes in trying to avoid their DC. A bit just a misjudgment by the looks of things, really, nothing more.
Yeah, that's a relatively calm and gentle accident to have when really you don't hit anybody, and they would have gotten away with it had we not actually went and brought that up on stream there. We would have just noticed a couple of seconds gone there. But again, it just shows how hard still at this late stage of the race that they are pushing. And one of the things you brought up a couple of minutes ago is the fact that you don't know what's going to happen in this final 4.5 hours. Incidents like that we saw at the bus stop chicane about 40 minutes ago, those can happen. You can get caught up in other people's accidents, and you can have the best race that you could possibly have, and it means absolutely nothing if you end up getting yourself caught up in somebody else's mistakes. So as much as you can do the best that you can do, you need to also hope Ewan, that a little bit of luck is on your side, especially now with 4.5 hours to go. This is now where it becomes like less of, oh well, you know, things happen, to yeah, I'm never getting back in the sim again.
We are running out of time for a recovery, really. 4 hours 35 remaining here at Spa. Finale of the 24H Series Esports Championship for 2021 and 2022.
Ewan, we did get confirmation from Simon Farley from Office Esports that it was speeding in pit lane for the number 43, which cost them about 4 seconds.
I feel like they're still a long way back. If it was just a speeding penalty, but I guess
there are cars that are, you know, almost off the lead lap in GT3 that haven't had any penalties, which has been running a long time.
Well, you're absolutely right. They're still in 10th, by the way. On the back of German sim racing as well, as the 992 T3 Motorsport by Maniti car makes a pit stop, we should be seeing Caruso and Janssen coming in soon. Are they going to be on the same lap or not? We'll find out soon. But
for example, if you took 40 seconds off where the number 43 Altus Esports is right now, that'd probably be, you know, right with Williams Esports for 6th, which is, be honest, kind of about where that Altus GT3 has, you know, run this season. There wouldn't be, if they were in 6th, you would be like, oh, why are they all the way back in 6th? You'd be like, okay.
Yeah,
someone has to be.
Point. We have been running for 7.5 hours at this point. It's no longer as close as it was previously, obviously. But we'll see where they can get up to. There's a number of positions not too far up in front here. Daniel Ferguson in the Pure Sims Esports car is not too far in front, and he's all the way up in 7th. So where can that Logitech Gialtis Esports car get to? We'll find out shortly, hopefully. Maxime Marriott makes his way out of the pit lane now in the 992 Porsche, down the Camel Straight and up the Camel Straight and into Lecom. Aiming for a podium here today, that car. Currently has it. This is the battle in GT3 though. German sim racing under pressure. And I get the feeling here, David, there might not be too much they can do to hold back Logitech Gialtis Esports for too long, and it might not be that beneficial for them to do so either.
Yeah, no, in fact these cars pitted the same lap last time around, so I'm going to guess the tyre age is basically exactly the same here. So the fuel is the same, both from 18 laps into what's typically a 25 lap speed around the circuit for these kind of cars. Just pushing on.
Out of La Source and to Eau Rouge they go. I think these positions may well be reversed by the time we get into Lecom. That Porsche is very close behind the larger BMW, just up in front, looking to pull through the outside, through the kink on the Camel Straight. Gonna have to be outside line for Fenalosa here, but is he going to just do it anyway? He does. The BMW, I think, surrendering to the inevitable there. And Fenalosa gets up into 9th position, ahead of the German sim racing car. So a nice easy move, and up into 9th for Logitech Gialtis Esports. I've got to bring this up as well, because pretty much every time I see a BMW GT3 these days in a race, I ask whether it's a good car or not. Are you a fan of it, DC? I mean, for me, the grille is so huge it makes it look not that nice, if I'm totally honest. But where do you stand on it? Come on, where?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because look, let's face it, the M4 gets a lot of hate because of the grille, but it's not an M8. I mean, the size of that thing was literally the size of an armoured personnel carrier. Anything could have been much better than that. I actually do like the M4. I think it's really, really nice, aggressive looking car. The huge grille might not be to everyone's take, but I think it just adds to the whole intimidation technique when it's, you're only going to see it when it's behind you out on track. And yeah, I'm kind of wanting to move out the way of it. But incredibly stable car. I mean, getting away from the aesthetics and the looks of it, Ian, it's a wonderfully centered, stable car. It does chew through the tyres quite a bit, but as somebody again who isn't as quick as the guys and girls out on track today, I just do it because I enjoy going out for a race, and the M4 is a very easy car to pick up and play with. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
I have to say, what German sim racing have done by making the front of their car, especially almost black entirely, means that you don't have to look at the grille. Oh, it's not quite as obvious.
I'll give you a laugh actually. One of the NASCAR series that,
Sorry.
oh my god,
That was close.
that was proper scary.
But perfectly calculated from Talk Freak in the end.
It's fine. Yes. Absolutely nothing to worry about there. Just sort of everything a little bit. Just very quickly, one of the NASCAR series that I actually commentate here on iRacing, there is one of the next gen Fords that has been painted up to be identical. It's basically got a BMW livery on it, complete with that massive grille.
Wow, that's impressive paintwork skills.
Do you know what's even worse is that it looks amazing as well.
Yeah. My God.
See, I'm reading the Treaty of Versailles here, and it says that the Germans aren't allowed to build more than 6 battleships, so I don't know how they make that many, big boys.
No, yeah. Well documented, of course, how big that boy was. The M8.
I believe the technical term was thick with 2 C's.
With 2 C's.
Oh, it's a chunk stuff. But you see the M4, honestly, what is it, actually the same length as the M8 GTE? It's, proportioned slightly differently. I don't think it's quite as... It doesn't quite appear as bulky, but when you see it next to the Porsche, you see it next to the Lamborghini, you still go, that looks, pretty big. It's not proportioned big, and of course the origin of big M8 was kind of when it was racing against the Ford GT, which wasn't very compact, very svelte, 2-door coupe, as was the GT40 that it's in homage to. Very tiny, very low, very small, very light car. Any luxury car that has room to put more than 2 suitcases in is gonna look big next to that.
You are absolutely right. It was an interesting time.
You're gonna laugh at the Mustang GT3 when that arrives, because it's you don't think of the Mustang as it's not a Ford F-150. But when you see a Mustang GT3 next to any of these cars, it's going to look the same size as the M4.
Just very quickly, boys, have we seen the timing screens? 2 fastest laps from 2 different classes. Patrick Heinrich for Biela Racing Team Euronics 2, 2:14.622, and that was the GT4 of Jürgen Frank doing a 2:26.473. David, you said about an hour ago this track's cooling. This is starting to get very, very fast.
It is.
Yeah, we're at 24.4 Celsius. I called it out. We peaked somewhere above 35. I mentioned what the temperature was when we were at 30. And now it's dropped to 24. And it will keep dropping because even when the track temperature was high, we had a pretty brisk air temperature. And, I know the two men I'm speaking to who are like, it is absolutely freezing 17 Celsius in the air.
God.
So the track temperature, when it gets dark, the air temperature could still drop a little further. The track temperature might get down to, 18 or something through the sunset and into the night. So I think there's still quicker laps to come.
David, for me here in Scotland, that's a summer's day.
Summer's day, exactly, yeah.
You've got your shirt off in the sun yelling freedom.
Taps off. That's what we say. Taps off.
Pouring yourself a tenant or something.
My dude, you're practically 1/3 Scots already. You know exactly what the script is.
Yeah, now, where I'd embarrass myself is if I had to know what name to call the pieces that come out of the fryer that aren't fish, but they're part of the crumb. Are they bits?
They are bits. They're also the reason that we end up with such a low or such a high mortality rate up here.
I thought you'd have a more specific name for them than that, actually. Up in Scotland.
There's 3 or 4 different names regionally for that particular fish and chip shop.
Yeah.
You can tell Ewan's never had them in his life. He's got no idea what we're on about.
Well, no, I do, but there's not much I can contribute to that discussion. But I mean, who knows? Where were we? Track temperature, yes.
Scraps.
That was it.
Some people call them scraps.
Yes, it's up in the northwest where I'm at the minute. It's scraps, yes. But anyway, it's a discussion for another day, even though I've just had it. Anyway, the track is getting cooler, and the times are coming down. They're getting quicker at the minute. Obviously, we're just at the start of May now, David. Is it a bit of a surprise to see how, some of us might have been expecting a really quite a hot day today at Spot. Has the track been lower than what you were expecting, or is this roughly on schedule for considering the time of year we're at, of course?
Well, the first thing I did was I looked at the track temperature, because that's what has the most effect. It's been a clear sunny day all race long. And so when I saw a track temp, mid-high 30s, I was expecting to see an air temp at 25, because that's normal sort of iRacing values for it's a sunny and clear day. But no, it's basically been 17 air temp all day, and that could still cool off a little more, probably not much lower. So yeah, we did have this weird thing in the middle of the race where the track temp was high, the air temp was cool. Breeze is 8 kilometers pretty much directly from the south. So that's a crosswind on the Kemmel Strait. Yeah, there's a crosswind on the Kemmel Strait. Always towards a little bit of headwind. But yeah, it's been a pretty cool air temp for the warm track temps.
It's only going to get hotter this time of year, I have to say. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. I remember at Watkins Glen for the 6 hour, I think that was my first RaceSpot broadcast actually, the 6 hour Watkins Glen, the special event. Scorching temperatures that day. Tyres going absolutely nowhere quickly, and changing them all the time. It was a remarkable race in the end, quite close, but yeah, I'm sure we'll have that later on in the 2022 on RaceSpotTV. Plenty to look forward to, of course, including the last just over 4 hours of this race. What has changed recently, though, DC, is the battle in 992, but not in a good way, from a neutral point of view, because we want to see a fight, of course. Got out to 7.7 seconds. I almost wonder if the rhythm has been knocked a little bit of Janssen after that little bit of a incident that he, I don't say got involved in, but had to slow down for, at least for the bus stops again. It almost looks like rhythm has been broken a little bit here, and the gap is continuing to balloon right now.
I'm not sure what to make of it, right? So that part of me that agrees with you is also like, well, yeah, I mean, they're dropping like a stone. That's now 8 seconds that they're behind Jordan Caruso in the 9:43. However, I'm looking at lap times, and I'm wondering why they're about 0.8 of a second slower than Max and Marriott in the T3 Motorsport machine. I'm wondering if there is a little bit of jiggery-pokery with strategy. Are they going to try and pull a fast one here and try and pull some extreme fuel saving to try and squeeze another couple of laps out of this and potentially go into a different strategy here? They've seen that they've brought Logitech G Altus down with them in terms of their strategy. but the 943 doing a 2:19.5, that was another 1.2 seconds slower that Core Sim Racing was behind there. So they're slower than both the car in front and the car behind. The question is, A, why, when they've been matching the pace, if not faster, all race long so far? And B, is it a problem or is it a deliberate strategy?
It's intriguing, has to be said. In GT3, here it is. BLA Racing Team Euronics and Patrick Heinrich into the pit lane, but he's not going to take the car out of the pit lane. It's going to be Luca Kita getting in. That's another driver change. You'd imagine the penultimate one of this race. You'd probably do a double stint and then get out, swap over for the final hour, 2 hours and a bit.
Oh, you just get the feeling that lap time from the GT3s is going to get absolutely smashed now. We saw how fast Luca Kita was on his earlier stint for that BLA Racing Team Euronics 2 machine. I mean, devastatingly fast driver, and with these cooling conditions, yeah, we could possibly see into the 213s as fasters. Even still, another faster lap there for Josh Ladd there. That is 2:14.4, I think it was, a couple of laps there. So, yeah, Luca has a lot of work to do. He's in a very good position. I think it was, 20 seconds last time I checked over second place there. And Matsuke, yeah, in the middle of no man's land right now.
It's a little closer to 15.
Did it really get out to 20?
I think it did, because wasn't there an issue with second place? I think it just pushed it out a little further, unless it started coming back. But I'll be honest, I was kind of focusing on the 992s. We'll find out in a couple of minutes anyway.
Not sure. It's somewhere around that 16 seconds sort of area, somewhere around there. As you say, Josh Ladd has taken another fastest lap there on the last lap. It's 0.03 of a second quicker than the previous record, which was set by him 3 laps ago. So remarkable consistency towards the end of this stint here from him. Obviously older tyres, but low on fuel, nice track conditions, and we're seeing lap times absolutely go through the roof in terms of how quick they are. That doesn't really make sense, does it? They're coming down very quickly indeed, in the mid-14s on a consistent basis at the moment, some of these right now. Yeah, wonderful. And a personal best as well from Jamie Moon, actually, for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC with a 14.8 personal best there. Tim Matsuke into the pit lane here. And I'm beginning to wonder here, David, with just over 4 hours to go, and not a huge margin up to BLA Racing Team Euronics, is there anything that T3 Motorsport by Maniti can do in terms of the strategy here to overtake them? Because on circuit, they're matching each other almost like for like, really.
There doesn't look like there's a whole lot of room to move on this, honestly. I mean, you're going to go for a tyre change now in T3 Motorsport by Maniti, then that'll take them a little under 2 hours. They'll do a stint, refuel, do another stint on the same tyres, and then you'll be at 2 hours 20 minutes to the end of the race. We'll be into the sunset, even cooler track temperatures. That's the perfect time to do, 2 stints and another 10 laps, is in those very cool temperatures at the end of the race. So I think for both teams, they're looking at the same tyre strategy, they're looking at the same fuel strategy. You're not going to save Mega to cut out a stop at this point for either. No, I don't see a whole lot of chance T3 Motorsports can play.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder the same, really. They're kind of stuck in this place. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, if you like. 10 seconds is the gap. Luca Kita versus Ruben Bonga now is the battle. But once again, I can't see that changing it. Unless Bonga can obviously produce something special. He is a good driver indeed, so never know. Not too far away from switching around our commentary team, by the way. And we'll also be switching live streams, so the one you've been watching for the first 8 hours will be ending, because YouTube will slice off the head of the race if we're not careful. And we're going to be switching over to another one, but if you go to the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel, then you'll be able to find it in about 10 minutes time or so, which is coming up rather soon. So make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be a very good end to the race in the hands of Arjuna Kankipadi, Lorenzo Bonda, and David Haynes is going to be with you continuing as well. So look forward to that, but make sure you switch over when we at the top of the hour. 4 hours 15 remaining, and the gap at the very front of the race is 10 seconds. Luca Kita is currently leading in 9.92. Jordan Caruso has got 8 seconds over Carl Janssen at the moment, so finely poised. And indeed, once again, DC, obviously you mentioned this about an hour ago, but still the TCR battle does not change. It does not budge. 7 seconds, and it is just it's there the entire time. For whatever reason, nobody can get any closer or further away. 7 seconds, remarkably.
It really is, and unfortunately I think that's going to be the way that the TCRs go, because it's if we'd had maybe say 10 or 15 of the TCR cars, then I think it would have gone on much longer, but because there was only what was it? Well, we've got 6 still going just now, and I know we've we've not actually lost any, so we've still got the 6 that we started with. It's a 12-hour race, but it's always going to spread out very thinly. You know, GT3s at least you've got a good shout that you're going to have them on the quite a few on the same lap. TCRs are always going to be spread out quite thinly. Also with the GT4, surprised that you've got so many of them so close-ish to each other. I'm going to use the word ish. I think that's a technical term there, but I think this stint now we're starting to see the big consolidation work here, not just with TCR but across the field, where we're seeing a couple of little battles going on that might change with the pit stop strategies, but again some big gaps now being brought out, and really when we're seeing half a second to 3 seconds, now those gaps are now at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds.
You throw more darts at the board, it's just probability that you're more likely to have 2 that are close together.
100%, yeah.
You are right. Let's have a look a little bit as well. I'm not going to do a full... I'll leave this to Arjuna on the other side of the top of the hour, the race hour, to do a rundown. But just want to tell you a little bit about the championships and where they stand at the moment, because we have seen some changes today, obviously. But who is on course to take a title at the end of the day? Well, in GT3, RHG Esports came in with the lead, but Biela Racing Team Euronics are in a strong place right now in the lead of this race. They have got a good 46 seconds over MSI Esports, who came into today 11 points behind them. And you see RHG all the way down. Well, they're up in 6th at the minute, but they've still yet to make a pit stop in this round of stops. So the 46 team are set to take the title if things stay as they are right now in GT3. In 992, we're witnessing a monumental battle between Logitech Diautos Esports and Core Sim Racing. No matter the results of that battle, if they finish 1 and 2, Logitech Diautos Esports will be crowned champions. Their 14-point cushion coming into today looks like it's going to be enough. They've got 90 seconds to lose before they will be losing a championship. In GT4, Team 75 by Bernard, 75 Bernard by Sim RC had a 27-point advantage coming into today, which is absolutely huge, and you can see why with their performance today. They've currently got a laps lead. They are yet to stop in this cycle, but they've got over a minute's lead on corrected order. It's been an astonishing drive from Jürgen Frank and his teammates here today on their way to a 24H Series Esports Championship. And finally, in TCR, Core Sim Racing came in with a 13-point lead, and they've dominated today to possibly take their 5th win out of 6. Team Hoisenfelder keeping them honest, but in terms of the championship, it should be going their way. None of them look too close at the minute, in all honesty, David. Can you see any hope for any of the others to maybe get back in the championship fight, or do you think all of them are fairly settled at this late stage?
You've summarised it pretty damn clearly, the situation in GT3, where they were so close in points, RHG and Biela, that, you know, whoever, if they both finished in the top 5, whoever finished ahead was taking the championship. feel are doing all the right things here, looking for a win, and again, just a top 5 would do it. Regardless of where behind them RHG finishing this. And, more comfortable point spotters for your leaders in all 3 categories just make it a little bit harder for, an underdog or a late champion.
Certainly
What's
does.
come across my attention is we called out Inertia 992 class as the first team to exceed 50 track limits and 25-second time penalty. Well, finally had another one come through, and it's 469 from GT4, which is Carbon Sim Sport. So I think now we've had 2 of them, and there's still 4 hours to go. There's probably quite a handful of teams out there who've got to tread lightly, tread carefully, and watch where they stand.
Yes, there'll be a lot of people treading very carefully, you would imagine, in this at the moment. DC, we're coming towards the end of our 4 hours here, making your debut on RaceSpotTV at the 24/8 Series Esports 12 Hours of Sport. It's been very enjoyable to be alongside you. How have you been fine? How have you found the race? How's it been?
Look, man, I'm famous. What can I say? That's no. Look, seriously. I mean, I've done other things. I've done like SimGrade. I've done Virtual Le Mans with Ferrari and stuff like that. But this has genuinely been a massive privilege for me. RaceSpot has always been one of the sort of pins in the I don't know what I was trying to make as an analogy, but it's one of those bucket list things in terms of sim racing commentary that you kind of want to do. It's one of the leaders in the field, and what a race to be in on, the final of the 24-hour series Esports Championship here at Spa. Absolutely banging race, but I'm looking forward as well to my next outing very soon for the VCO Infinity.
Yes, that is a big thing on RaceSpotTV that we're looking forward to bringing you, but that's all next weekend. We've got still plenty of time left in this race. David, you'll be here on the call for the final 4 hours or so. It's going to be fascinating to see how the rest of this race plays out, isn't it? Really, I mean, we're still not really sure who is going to win. Maybe GT4, you can give it to them, but obviously you still never know what's going to happen. The other 3 classes, wow, they are very nicely poised.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't missed a race all season. I don't think I've missed a race in 24-hour series in a couple of years now. Great championship, having a great race, and it's seesaw back and forth who can take the win in GT3 and in 992, so I'm looking forward to that in the final 4 hours.
Certainly are. Let's go over to fan immersion then, shall we? Because we've got to change our stream around. Make sure you get onto the second part of our stream on RaceSpotTV's YouTube channel. We hope to see you on the other side. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside David Haynes and David Christie. Arjuna Kankipati is going to be taking you through the final 4 hours alongside Lorenzo Bonda and David Haynes once again. So we hope to see you on the other side. But for now, here's RaceSpotTV fan immersion.